Chapter 583. Yushu had to admit that she was a narrow-minded person. She still remembered how Jiang had snatched something from her last night. Even if Jiang had taken the initiative to express her goodwill, she didn't like to be led by the nose. Thank you for your kindness, princess, but I'm the eldest sister at home. I'm used to being the eldest, and don't like to call others elder sister or elder brother. You stole my things when you were in a good mood, and when you were in a good mood, you called me elder sister and younger sister. You're quite magnanimous, but I'm a vengeful person. I have to be willing to do everything. Jiang's smile disappeared. She looked at Yushu, who had tactfully rejected her good intentions, and her voice also turned cold. If that's the case, then can you call Xue Qingbi elder brother? Xue Rui had just finished reading Jiang Huaying's private letter when he suddenly heard Jiang mention his name. He looked up and saw the calm expression on Yushu's face. Elder brother Xue and I have been through thick and thin together. We can talk about life and death together. Of course we are different. Xue Rui's heart skipped a beat. He folded the letter and was about to say something when he heard a hearty laugh beside him. Ha, you're quite stubborn. You're not like those lowly people who fawn on the rich and powerful. I like you more and more. Yushu also smiled. She didn't dislike this Princess Jiang's straightforward temper. Xue Rui saw the two girls talking back and forth. They were full of hostility just a moment ago, but now they were smiling. He could only sigh inwardly at the fickle nature of women. I've finished reading it. What did Brother Wang say in the letter? Jiang asked Xue Rui. Xue Rui put the letter away and said to her, Your elder brother asked me to watch over you in the capital so that you don't cause trouble. Jiang didn't think much of it. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. Xue Rui knew that it was useless to remind her, so he didn't say anything more. Jiang Huaying must have told her everything he needed to tell her before coming here. Not to mention that Madame Wei was also here. In fact, in Jiang Huaying's letter, not only did he entrust him to take care of Jiang, but he also told him that a traitor had infiltrated Prince Dongjing's residence in Ningdong City. It was no longer safe for him and Xue Rui to privately pass on information. Thus, when Madame Jiang and her daughter secretly entered the capital, he didn't send a letter to Xue Rui in advance. Instead, he had Jiang carry a letter with her and pass it to him. Where is the princess staying? Why don't you stay at Wangji Tower before Madame Wei arrives at the capital? Yushu suggested. All right, Jiang readily agreed. She then said, Xue Dalong, this is my first time coming to the capital. Shouldn't you show your hospitality as a host? Xue Rui didn't want Jiang to live in his place, but since Yushu said it first, he couldn't refuse her. So he nodded and said, Yes, I am. I will welcome you back at noon. Jiang was delighted. She patted the armrest and stood up, saying, I am going back to the inn to get the horses. Wait for me. After saying that, she didn't wait for Xue Rui and Jiang Huaying to send her off and left. Seeing that she had left, Xue Rui turned around and said to Yushu, Jiang is a straightforward person. Jiang is a straightforward person. Although she is a bit moody, she is not a bad person. You will know after spending a few more days with her. Yushu raised an eyebrow and said, Are you trying to tell me that she is not a bad person, so you don't want me to be calculative about what happened last night? Xue Rui coughed. I am not afraid that you will be calculative, but I am afraid that she will act rashly and accidentally injure you. She has practiced martial arts since young, and is used to killing. When she fights, she doesn't hold back. Yushu supported her head with one hand. She wasn't scared by him at all. Instead, she smiled and said, All right, I will not provoke her. With these words of hers, Xue Rui was at ease, and he was in the mood to take out the Mu River fan in his sleeve before he opened it and shook it. When Yushu saw the additional picture on the fan, her eyes lit up. She moved closer and took the fan to take a closer look. When she saw clearly that the picture on the fan was the scene of the river they swam through last night, she couldn't help but smile and praise. It is really well drawn. There was no one outside the door. Xue Rui pulled her sleeve and pulled her to sit on his lap. He put one hand around her waist, and the other hand held the fan with her. He tilted his head to look at her face and said gently, I wanted to draw you and me on the painting, but I thought it would be too ostentatious, so I only took the river scenery. Look, this white is the Magatama, and the two black dots on it are you and me. As Yushu listened to his explanation, she realized that there was a small white horse by the river in the painting. There were 2 even smaller black dots on the horse's back. She had to move closer to her eyes to barely distinguish that it was 2 people. She laughed and her eyes darkened. She leaned on Shuirue's shoulder and said softly, "I have wronged you. You are my lover, but you can only do it secretly. You can't let outsiders know. I'm the one who wronged you." Shuirue's gaze was heavy, and he lightly pressed his chin against her forehead. "If I had enough power and influence, I would be able to protect you completely and allow you to have no worries in the future. Yet now, I can only advance step by step with you." When Yushu heard him taking care of her, she only felt warm. How could she think that he was not good enough? She swept away her worries and said, "You are the young and promising Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, the eldest young master of the Shui family. Among the younger generation in Anling City, who can be better than you? The eldest young master of the Shui family." Shuirue smiled bitterly in his heart. He couldn't help holding her hand tightly. He really wanted to ask, what if he was not the eldest young master of the Shui family? That might not necessarily be the case. Isn't there a female fortune teller here who only appears once every 10 years, a young imperial lady? Shuirue suppressed his impulse and spoke in a serious tone. Yushu sat on his lap with her back to him. She couldn't see Shuirue's expression just now. Hearing his compliments, she was happy for a while. Then she pushed his arm away and got up from his arms. She tidied her clothes and said with a smile, "I didn't sleep well last night. I will go upstairs to rest for a while. You wait here for Jiang." Shuirue also slept in the middle of the night. But he was used to staying up late, so he didn't feel tired. So he let her be. Jiang led the horse back to Wangji restaurant. Shuirue asked people to prepare a table of dishes and wine. He and Yushu entertained her. After dinner, Jiang was very interested in going out for a walk. But Shuirue had to go to the Supreme Court to work. So Yushu naturally became her companion. Jiang changed her coarse clothes into men's clothes. She looked like a handsome young man. It was not appropriate for Yushu to wear a skirt and wander around with her on the street. So she also changed into a barter gown in the color of green radish. The 2 went out. They didn't take a carriage. Instead, they strolled west along Horse Street. "Lotus Room, isn't your family also from the capital?" During lunch, Yushu took the initiative to mention this name to Jiang. She didn't want Jiang to call her sister anymore. "Yes, I'm a southerner. I came to the capital last year for the Great Yen examination." Yushu blurted out, putting the cart before the horse. In fact, she was persuaded to participate in the Grand Yen examination after she came to the capital and met Shuirue. Jiang was surprised. "Oh, you are also a barter master?" Yushu nodded and didn't say much. During lunch, it was mostly Jiang and Shuirue who were chatting. She didn't say much. Jiang didn't ask her much, so how would she know her background? Unexpectedly, Jiang's eyes lit up when she saw her nod. She pulled her and said, "Then you should know how to gamble. Let's go. Take me to a place to see what the big gambling houses in the capital look like." On the other side, the Supreme Court. Shuirue was buried in a pile of files. Suddenly his nose felt itchy. He rubbed it and remembered something. He slapped his forehead. Chapter 584. In the heyday of Dawn, the imperial court did not prohibit gambling. The gambling industry in Anling was very developed, and there were no less than 100 large and small gambling houses. However, there was a clear rule that gambling was strictly prohibited in the gambling houses in the south of the city. Therefore, if the masters wanted to play, they could only choose a place in the north of the city. Yushu agreed to Jiang Mia's request and took her to Qianyuan Street. There was a section of this street that ran through the capital, full of gambling houses and restaurants. It was very lively day and night. The key was that it was near 2 big gambling houses. Thanks to the 2 families, there were city guards patrolling every day, and the security was very good. When Jiang Mia saw so many gambling houses open, she almost had the word excited written on her face. "Lotus Room, which house do you often practice in?" Although Yushu could gamble, she was not a gambler. Therefore, she did not know much about the gambling houses in the capital, so she shook her head and said, "I don't gamble often and it's my first time here." Jiang Mia only thought that she was a novice, so she raised her eyebrows and stopped asking. She looked around and finally pointed to a 3-story building across the street and said, "Then let's go to this one. The shop is big, and the gambling house is also big." Yushu looked in the direction of her finger and saw a flag hanging next to the gambling house's signboard. The flag was embroidered with the word Chui. "Is this the gambling house of the Chui family?" She muttered to herself and followed Jiang Mia to the opposite side. The first floor was a place for ordinary gamblers to play. There were all kinds of people, so it was inevitable that there was a foul atmosphere. When Yushu and Jiang Mia entered the door, a waiter saw them. Seeing that Yushu was dressed as a dealer, he came forward. "Gentlemen, you look unfamiliar. I don't recognize the two of you. Are you here to bet on the big picture?" Ordinary gambling, such as dice, pai gao, and shuanglu, had a minimum of 2 copper coins. You could place a bet, but gambling was easy. Usually, the gamblers would bet with real money. Gambling was easy. It was also called gambling on the big picture. Yushu did not say anything and looked at Jiang Mia. The latter shook her sleeves and a golden light flashed. "Cut the crap. Bring him upstairs." The waiter quickly caught it. When he looked down, he saw a peanut-sized golden bean in his palm. He was pleasantly surprised. He quickly bowed and led them up the stairs. They passed by the 2nd floor. He didn't stop. The worker who led the way greeted the guards upstairs. He led them straight up. The waiter turned his head and introduced, "Sirs, our casino has a total of 3 floors. There's no need to talk about the bottom floor." The 2nd floor was divided into 2 halves. One half was for trading. Half of them were places for rich men to gamble. As for the 3rd floor, just the gambling alone is played in a different way every day. I'm not boasting, but the bankers here are all famous Master E on the Great Yin list. There's no such thing as cheating, so please enjoy yourselves. At the foot of the capital city, although Master E wasn't a valuable person, his status was still a notch higher than others. For him to come to a gambling house to preside over a gambling house seemed like a waste of his talents. However, it was a different story for a gambling house with the backing of the Great Exchange Hall. There were 12 aristocratic families in Anling, and they had accumulated their wealth for generations. Half of them came from the open and above-board gambling, while the other half came from this casino. There were few bad gamblers in Anling. There was a saying, 10 gambles, 6 trades. This meant that out of 10 gamblers, more than half of them learned how to trade. How many of the gamblers came from poor families? These people relied on fortune-telling and all sorts of methods to earn money. They would then go to the casino to have a good time. In the end, the money would flow into the pockets of the aristocratic families. Therefore, it was not surprising that a gambling house under the name of an aristocratic family would have a Master E host the gambling session. On the 3rd floor, there was a row of fan screens in front of them. In feng shui, it was a very particular way to attract wealth. The screens had to be made of metal and stone. There couldn't be any wood mixed in. Otherwise, the wind would blow. The shop assistant brought them here and pointed to the bamboo curtains behind the screens. He said softly, "This way please, I'll take my leave first." Yushu took a few more glances at the natural scenery on the marble screens. She followed Mr. Jiang into the room. Behind the screen curtains, it was very different from what Yushu imagined. There were no gambling tables or walls, and there was no weather forecast. There were tea tables on 3 sides. The windows were bright and the tables were clean. There were ink paintings hanging on the walls and incense burners on the ground. White smoke rose in spirals. It didn't look like a gambling place, but more like a scholars' tea party. There were about 25 or 26 people at the table. There were still a few empty seats. Mr. Jiang and Yushu picked an inconspicuous seat and sat down. Only then did Yushu see that there were paper and ink on the tea table, a few simple divination tools, an abacus, an 8 trigrams compass, and 3 empty cups of the same size. She didn't know what they were used for. A little old man in a red gown sitting at the next table looked at the 2 young people. He held a teacup and said with a smile, "Young people, you came at the right time. The banker went to the back to calculate the chips after the game. He will come out soon." Yushu nodded. Mr. Jiang asked with great interest, "I'm new to this place and don't know the trade. Can you tell me how the gambling works here? Hehe, it's easy. Young people don't have to worry. The Chui family's gambling house changes its gambling method every day. Today's gambling is easier. There's a name for it. It's called guessing in the urn. What is guessing in the urn? Do you see the 3 cups on the table? These are urns. Ours is called open urns. The proposition of the previous game is fruits. There are 12 kinds of fruits such as apples, pears, plums, walnuts, etc. The banker has 12 hidden urns, which the guests can't see. At the beginning, the banker chooses 3 hidden urns. The guests place their bets. For every 1 or 2 bets, they can move the hidden urn once, replacing one of the 3 chosen by the banker. Every time they move it, they will add 1 tael of silver. In the end, if no one places a bet, the bets will be taken. After that, it depends on your ability. The guests use various means to guess the wong. Write it down on a piece of paper, and put it in the open urn on the table without moving. After all the bets are taken out, the banker has 3 hidden urns, the gamblers have 3 open urns. Finally, the banker opens the hidden urn, and the guests have 3 open urns. If you win 1, you will get 1% of the bet. If you win 2, you will get 10% of the bet. If you win all 3, TSK, then you will get 100% of the bet. Not only will you win the entire game, but you will also get the 12 hidden urns in the banker's hands. You must know that the proposition of the hidden urns are all melted with real money. When Yushu heard this gambling method, she laughed. This guessing urns was clearly a simplified manual version of a slot machine. The gambling was based on probability. The probability of each of the 12 hidden urns appearing was 1/12. In the end, the probability of guessing all 3 urns correctly was less than 1%. On the other hand, the probability of the banker losing money was so small that it was negligible. Do you understand? Jiang Mia asked Yushu. I think I understand. Yushu's reply was half a beat slow as she silently calculated the probability in her heart. However, Jiang Mia joked, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just watch me gamble. Yushu was quite surprised. She originally thought that Jiang Mia brought her here to gamble for her, the master, to give her an idea. Why did it sound like she was just a decoration? But she didn't hear Shui Rui mention that Princess Chunwei had also learned how to gamble? Jiang Mia turned her head to talk to the old man next door, asking about the other gambling methods in this gambling house. At this time, a small door on the west side opened. 4 boys walked out first, followed by a young man with a fair and clean face. He wore a black robe with a long veil over it. The banker has come out. When Yushu heard the old man's voice, she turned her head to look and was stunned for a moment. This person wasn't. There were many guests present, so the black-robed banker didn't notice that there were a few new guests. He stood in front of a long table and cupped his hands to the crowd. Everyone has waited for a long time. Let's talk about the rules first. Jiang Mia noticed that Yushu's expression wasn't right. She poked her across the table. What's wrong? Yushu hesitated for a moment, then leaned over and whispered. The banker is a young lady from the Chui family. Her name is Chui Xian. Although Yushu had only seen Chui Xian once at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet, she had a deep impression of this young lady who was said to be Ji Xingxuan's good sister when she was alive. She was in cahoots with Princess Shiwan and dared to defecate on her. Oh, there was also her younger sister, Chui Yun, who owed her a slap. Was this what it meant to be enemies on a narrow road? Chui family, 12 prefectures? Yes. Jiang Mia asked strangely. Why is a young lady from an aristocratic family acting as a banker in a gambling house? Yushu looked pensive and didn't say anything. Chui Xian didn't know that someone had recognized her. After explaining the rules, she clapped her hands and the 4 boys behind her placed the 12 hidden jars on the long table one by one. The theme of this round is the 12 zodiac animals. There are 12 golden portraits in the jars, and each one is worth 4 taels of gold. Our rules remain the same. If someone can win 3 jars, this set of golden portraits will belong to that person. 1 tael of rotten gold and 10 taels of snowflake silver. This set of objects was worth at least 500 taels. Yushu calculated. As a 5th rank official, her monthly salary was only 50 taels. It was no wonder that so many businessmen liked to come to gambling houses. Gamblers relied on cheating and luck, but they had more tricks up their sleeves. If they dared to win a round, they wouldn't have to worry about money. You have some skill. Jiang Mia patted the armrest of her chair, looking eager to try. Yushu had to admit that her heart was also itching. She had earned a lot of money from the crystals, but it was all in Pei Jing's hands, and she hadn't withdrawn a single sum. The mansion in the north of the city had been repaired, but it was still lacking in flowers, birds, fish, stones, and feng shui. She also needed to buy a few strong martial arts guards from the Ministry of Offerings. She was short of money everywhere. As she thought of this, she reached for her waist. The next moment, the corner of her mouth froze. Damn it, I went out to change my clothes and forgot to take my purse. Jiang Mia was completely unaware of the struggle in Yushu's heart. She stared at the banker who had chosen 3 jars from the 12 and placed them on the table. She was the first to stand up and throw a golden walnut into the boy's tray. She pointed at the 3 jars in front of her and said, "Place your bet. Change all 3 for me." Chapter 585. Cui Xian recognized Yushu, and a strange look flashed through her eyes. She thought about the reason why she had personally stayed in the gambling house for the past 2 days. In the final analysis, it was this female fortune-teller's credit. There was a treasure house on Qianyuan Street that recently sold a kind of feng shui pendant called crystal. It was said that this kind of rare gemstone, after being nurtured by the fortune-teller, had a unique and miraculous effect. Among them, there was a kind of yellow crystal, which could be worn close to the body. It could bring fortune to people, so any small piece could be sold at a high price of hundreds of taels of silver. Originally, the large gambling house and the crystal trade did not interfere with each other's business. However, the bad thing was that some quick-witted buyers would come to the large gambling house to gamble after buying the topaz. In one day, 9 out of 10 games were won, and for 3 days in a row, they gambled away tens of thousands of taels of silver. This big gambling house lost a month's business. If this happened a few more times, they would have to close down. The manager of the gambling house reported this matter with fear and trepidation. Second Master Cui realized the seriousness of the situation and persuaded the old Master Cui. So the next day, Cui Xian was sent to hold the fort. As for why Cui Xian was sent here, it had to mention the secret of the Cui family, spirit speech. Since they couldn't drive out the customers wearing topaz, they could only suppress it. Others might not be able to do it, but Cui Xian, who could read people's minds, could. For example, in this round of urn guessing, Cui Xian first chose 3 of the 12 zodiac animals from the dark urns. When a customer placed a bet and came forward to choose a replacement, she only needed to listen to their words to know which portrait they wanted or did not want. If the customer was wearing a topaz, she only needed to make sure that one of the 3 hidden jars on the counter contained the portrait that the customer did not want when the customer left his hand after the purchase was made. As the banker, she couldn't move the hidden urns, so how could she guarantee? What a joke! Which gambling house didn't have a swindler? These 12 jars were all marked. Among the guests on the 3rd floor, one of them was an imposter from the casino. When the game started, they just needed to look at her eyes and move the jars. Cui Xian had been here since yesterday. Using this strategy, she smoothly sent away the 2 gamblers who had come to fish in troubled waters wearing topaz, causing them to lose all their money. Today, those 2 people were sensible enough not to come again. She thought that she could have a peaceful day. Who would have thought that Yushu, the main culprit, would deliver herself to the door? Cui Xian's eyes flickered as she quickly sized up Yushu with an idea in her mind. He turned his attention to the woman who was placing her bet. She seemed to be Yu Lianfang's companion. Although she was dressed in men's clothing and had a tall stature, it was obvious that she came from a rich and noble family. She looked very unfamiliar. Such a generous person. When was there such a person in Anling City? Jiang Mia placed her bet. She wasn't in a hurry to replace the 3 jars on the table. Instead, she propped up her chin with one hand and looked at the remaining 9 jars on the long table, seemingly in the midst of choosing. At this moment, a few more gamblers left the table and stood behind Jiang Mia, waiting to place their bets. Some of them were talkative and even gave suggestions. They pointed at this and that and said yes. Jiang Mia frowned and ignored all of them. Seeing this, Cui Xian smiled and said, "Customer, have you chosen? Which ones do you want to move?" Jiang Mia didn't know that Cui Xian was luring her to talk. She pointed at the long table and said, this one, and this one." Cui Xian's hands didn't move, but the boy behind her stepped forward. He replaced the 3 jars that Jiang Mia had chosen with the 3 jars on the table. Following that, another gambler stepped forward and moved one of the jars. Because it was the 4th time that it was moved, the bet also became 4 taels of silver. Jiang Mia took 2 steps to the side but didn't leave. Instead, she focused her attention on the 3 jars that she had chosen at the beginning. The bets on the plate became bigger and bigger. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a tray was piled up. Of the 20 or so guests present, other than Yushu, almost everyone had placed their bets. The minimum bet was 3 to 5 taels of silver, and the maximum bet was dozens of taels of silver. As time went on, the bets needed to move the jars became bigger and bigger. In the end, when it was 50 taels of silver per move, most of the gamblers around the long table had returned to their seats. Only Jiang Mia was left. Only then did she slap a banknote on the table and straightforwardly said, "Exchange all 3 of them for me." She pointed her finger. If someone paid attention, they would realize that these were the 3 jars that she had chosen at the beginning. Cui Xian's expression didn't change, but she was extremely shocked. This was because she had used her spirit language to discern that there were 2 of the 3 jars that the other party had chosen on the table right now. Cui Xian immediately determined that the companion that Yushu had brought along most likely had a yellow crystal pendant on him. Good timing. Cui Xian secretly sneered. "Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet?" Jiang Mia looked around with her hands behind her back. She had the aura that no matter who moved the jars on the table, she would move them back in the same place. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They thought that even if a rich guest came, they wouldn't have the intention to go up and gamble. Thus they quietened down. When Cui Xian saw how extravagant Jiang Mia was, her eyes lit up again. "I'm not afraid of you gambling well, but I'm afraid that you're not good at it." Yushu had been sitting in the corner and watching coldly. She was puzzled. Does this royal princess Jiang really have some skills, or does she not care about money at all? The swindler, who had been placed among the guests, looked at Cui Xian with a questioning look in his eyes. However, Cui Xian didn't give him any extra looks. She picked up the bell on the table and shook it twice. Since no one is placing a bet, then it's time to place your bets. As soon as the bell rang, the gamblers who had just placed their bets began to move on the spot. Those who counted the sticks, those who dialed the dice, each of them used their supernatural powers to divine which 3 portraits were hidden in the 3 dark jars on the table. Taking advantage of this time, Cui Xian also asked a servant to take out a small scale and counted the bets on the tray in front of everyone. Yushu saw Jiang Mia take out a pen, write 3 notes, and stuff them into the jars on the table. Then, she sat down and drank her tea. She couldn't help but ask, "How confident are you?" Jiang Mia seemed to be in a good mood. She tilted her head and said, "When I gamble, I only win and never lose. If I lose, there's only one possibility." "What? There's a swindler in the casino?" Yushu couldn't help but laugh. What kind of logic was this? She won legitimately, but if she lost, it had to be someone else who cheated? "You don't believe me?" Yushu didn't deny it. She only said, "It seems that your luck is very good." She touched the 2 extra topaz beads she wore under her sleeves. She thought that since Jiang Mia was so confident, there was no need for her to do anything unnecessary. Soon, the banker calculated the bets for this round. There were 1,378 taels, not counting any excess. After placing your bets, please place the jars on the table properly. If you move them, it will be regarded as cheating. I hope you won't break the rules. Don't make things difficult for me. Cui Xian rang the bell for the 2nd time as a warning. Seeing that all the gamblers stopped, she took a copper hammer from the boy and said, "This round is full of bets. If you win 1 jar, you win 13 taels. If you win 2 jars, you win 137 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you win 137 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you win the banker. In addition to the entire bet, there's also a set of 12 pure gold portraits as compensation. The first jar open. As soon as she finished speaking, she knocked open the first jar on the table with the hammer. From the broken pieces of pottery, a 2-inch tall golden elephant was revealed. The boy stepped forward and showed it to all the gamblers. It was a tiger statue. Voices rose and fell. There were a few who guessed correctly. The second jar open. It was a rat statue. There was a chorus of hisses. The third jar open. It was a monkey statue. Some of the gamblers' faces turned ugly. Obviously, they had placed a big bet. Another one didn't win. A tiger, a rat, and a monkey. The gamblers, please stand up. I'll go forward and check the jar. Yushu looked around. Only 3 people stood up. It seemed that only one of them had won. When she turned her head again, she saw the person next to her standing up. Yushu was more or less surprised. She had guessed correctly. So she asked, "Which one did you guess correctly?" Jiang Mia tilted her neck and twirled her hair with one hand. Guess. Yushu shook her head. She hoped that Jiang Mia would win all 3 so that Cui Xian, the banker, would lose money. After a while, Cui Xian checked the 3 gamblers. All of them had won the same jar. The boy carried a silver plate and returned the money on the spot. Even the money they had bet was returned. There was no mistake. When Cui Xian came in front of Yushu and Jiang Mia, the former first cupped her hands and said, "Mr. Yu, do you have time today?" She understood that she did not reveal Yushu's identity. Otherwise, she would not be able to continue today's game. Because Jiang Mia heard that the banker was a young miss from one of the 12 prefectures. She saw that she was so polite to Yushu. She looked at Yushu strangely. Could it be that the younger sister that Xue Lang recognized was not just a Xiaoyi Shi? Yushu sat upright and did not move. After receiving Cui Xian's greeting, she did not frown at her coldly like an enemy. She only said lightly, "I'm here to accompany my friend to play. You do what you need to do, don't worry about me." Cui Xian tactfully turned to Jiang Mia and said with a smile, "This gentleman has good luck. How many did you win?" Jiang Mia waved her hand. "Can't you see for yourself?" Cui Xian did not care about her bad attitude. She picked up the jar on the table and opened it. "Congratulations, you won 2 jars. Cui Xian checked the 3 notes and took the banknotes and taels from the boy and placed them on Jiang Mia's table. "This is your winnings of 137 taels, plus your bet of 159 taels. It was rare to win 2 jars. Hearing this, the gamblers at the scene looked at Jiang Mia with envy. The old man next door gave a thumbs up and said, "Little brother has some skill." Cui Xian left the gambling money and retreated to the back to count the chips. Jiang Mia won money, but she did not look happy. When Yushu asked her, she replied, "I thought I would win all of them. That set of small golden zodiac statues was not bad. It would be nice to win it and give it to Xue Lang as a birthday present." When Yushu heard this, she could not help but remember some unhappy things. When she looked at Jiang Mia again, she suddenly felt displeased. "Since you've won money, are we leaving?" Asking her to watch others when money was really boring. "Leave?" The corner of Jiang Mia's mouth curled up. She looked at the nearby gambling table that was being cleaned up and narrowed her eyes. "Didn't Xue Lang tell you? Once I enter the gambling house, if I don't win until the owner cries, I definitely won't leave." At the back of the gambling house, Cui Xian sat and drank a mouthful of tea. She ordered the steward standing in front of her and said unhurriedly, "The people outside are here to cause trouble. Go and get a few more sets of metal tools. Today, I want to make a set so that they will lose so much that they won't even be able to leave this door." Chapter 586. The words of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lord Li, revealed the identity of the condemned criminal, and also verified Abe's words. This condemned criminal had been arranged by the Ministry of Justice at the last minute. It was the first time those Wei Nation people had seen a corpse, so how could they recognize his name? Furthermore, they could accurately state the crimes the condemned criminal had committed when he was alive. It was simply unimaginable. There was only one explanation that made sense. The condemned criminal had come back to life in that dog's body. Witnessing this with their own eyes, looking at the restless dog in the cage, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly became strange. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Emperor Zhao Qing's eyes moved back and forth between the cage and the Japanese youth. Suddenly he asked, "You can bring a dead person back to life in a dog's body. Can you also bring him back to life in a human's body?" Abe actually only knew some simple official language. When she heard the emperor's question, she turned her head to look at Yamada Jiro with hesitation. However, Yamada Jiro didn't translate for her. Instead, he answered Emperor Zhaoqing's question. "I can, but to bring a dead person back to life in a living person's body, that living person has to die first. Moreover, casting a spell on a living person isn't as easy as casting a spell on a dog's body. This is because animals don't have complete intelligence, so it's easier for them to accept a human soul. However, a living person has a complete soul. Unless you first turn him into an idiot, then you can cast a spell in his sleep and change a dead person's body." After hearing his explanation, Emperor Zhao Qing's eyebrows rose up high. With a thought-provoking expression, he looked at the Japanese youth who could bring the dead back to life. Under her seat, Yushu's heartbeat was abnormal under her calm appearance. A dead person's soul coming back to life in a living person's body. Wasn't this kind of strange thing a true portrayal of her own experience? She didn't believe that a tuft of hair or a candle could summon a soul and bring a dead person back to life. However, when she looked at the peculiar Japanese youth, she recalled the gaze he had looked at her during the Water and Continent Conference yesterday. That uncomfortable feeling was as if someone had seen through her. Could it be that he could tell that the thing in her body wasn't the original? No, impossible. How could this be possible? Yushu quickly denied this thought, telling herself not to scare herself. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Anling City. If someone could tell that she was up to no good, they would have done so a long time ago. Why would they wait until now? If that's the case, why can't he bring the dead back to life in his own body? Why must he occupy someone else's body? This doubt came from the imperial astronomer. The one who spoke was none other than Junior Eunuch Run, who had been busy the entire night. Well, Yamada Jiro rolled his eyes. I've heard Abe-sama mention it before. In the eyes of a powerful onmyoji like her, there's something called ki in a living person's body. Once a person's body runs out of ki, they'll become a dead person. Their soul will leave their body. If they want to come back from the dead, they'll have to find a new body with ki. They can't use a body without ki. Hearing this, Yushu rubbed her chin thoughtfully as she looked at the young Yin-Yang master, who had his head lowered in silence. What do you mean by bringing the dead back to life? In this old man's opinion, this is clearly a trick used by the people of the Jianghu. It's fine to use it to deceive people, but how can it be taken seriously? The white-haired Duke of Jing snorted coldly. He was an important minister of the previous emperor, and had performed many meritorious deeds. When the current emperor first ascended to the throne, he single-handedly quelled a few rebellious ministers. Although he had no military power now, Emperor Zhaoqing had always treated him generously. If it was anyone else who dared to speak so casually in front of the emperor, they would have long been glared at by the emperor. But at this moment, Emperor Zhaoqing only looked at him with a smile, and did not speak. The Celestial Commissioner immediately agreed. Duke Jingwa is right. This lowly official thinks that the so-called resurrection of the dead by this Japanese warlock is more like a crooked method used by the devil to harm people. How dare they use this to deceive the emperor? They deserve to be punished. Xianya had suffered a loss at the hands of this Japanese yesterday. How could she let go of the chance to ridicule him today? Furthermore, Ren Qiming had already spoken in the morning. She would find fault if she could. As soon as he spoke, the Celestial Commissioner's side became lively. They started pointing out one thing after another, all of them saying the same thing: it's fake. Before we entered the palace, we were all prepared. No matter how real your magic looks, we can't admit it. There's a saying that 3 people make a tiger. It's fine if one person didn't believe it, but when a whole group of people put on a disapproving look, those who were shocked at the start started to doubt the authenticity of the spell. The Celestial Commissioner's voice was unanimous. Even the E-Masters behind him didn't support the Japanese. The words "I don't believe it" were written on their faces. Even Emperor Zhaoqing's eyes were not as fiery as before. Yushu looked at this scene and really wanted to laugh. What was this called? That's right, the home advantage. Emperor Da and is wise. Yamada Jiro probably didn't expect that these people would lie with their eyes open. He immediately showed an expression of being humiliated. He knelt down in front of Emperor Zhaoqing with a red face and neck. I came to pay my respects to your majesty with sincerity. These two Onmyoji are precious to our country. They are comparable to tens of thousands of troops. Yesterday, Lord Ida used magic to summon rain. Today Lord Abe brought the dead back to life. Your majesty saw it with your own eyes. How can it be fake? I think some people are unwilling to admit that their skills are not as good as others. Today there are envoys from other countries here. Aren't some people afraid that people will say that the E-Masters of your Da and are narrow-minded? In addition to Japan, there were also several small countries, such as Siam and Korea. They could understand Chinese and were indeed shocked by Abe's skill. At this time, although they didn't help the Japanese envoys, it could be seen from their faces that their thoughts were probably the same as the Japanese envoys. They thought that the Da and dynasty was going to bully others. Emperor Zhaoqing narrowed his eyes and looked at the Japanese envoys who knelt down in front of him. There was some coldness in his eyes. Yamada Jiro, on the other hand, was so focused on achieving his goal that he didn't realize it. He only cared about defending himself and indignantly said to the imperial astronomer, "You keep saying that our yin-yang technique is a lie. Then, may the E-Masters of your country explain clearly which part of it is a lie? If they can't, please don't slander us." Yushu had to praise this Japanese man for his good Chinese. He could even use such an appropriate idiom as slander. Unexpectedly, the Celestial Commissioner was waiting for him to say this. Humph. This time, it was Chao Zwilling who snorted. Yesterday we didn't expose you because we wanted to show our leniency. Now you think that we, the Celestial Commissioner, have no one? Then he turned his head and said to Jingchen, "Thank you, Dozi Bai." Jingchen nodded. He was already prepared. He stood up calmly and bowed to the throne, ignoring Yamada Jiro's clamor. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Emperor Zhaoqing was naturally amiable towards Jingchen. "Feel free to speak your mind." Yesterday, the Onmyoji from Japan performed the Onmyoji summoning wind and rain. It was amazing. However, there are some people in the Da and kingdom who can do this. Oh, Emperor Zhaoqing was interested. When did such a talent appear? Why didn't I know about it? Jingchen explained, "Actually, it's not difficult. As long as one can accurately predict the weather of that day and make preparations in advance, anyone can summon the wind and rain. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to try and verify its authenticity." When Emperor Zhaoqing heard this, he was a little disappointed. He really hoped that Da and had a master who could summon the wind and rain. If there was a drought or water shortage, he could send someone there with a wave of his hand. Even disaster relief would not be needed. If there was such an extraordinary person, he could use an uninhabited island to return the disaster. Why not? When Yamada Jiro heard Jingchen's words, he was stunned for a moment. Panic flashed across his face, but he still bluffed and said, "It's easy for you to say. Then please summon the rain, and let us see if it's true." Jingchen looked out of the hall and thought about the speculation of the master in the morning. He couldn't help but turn back and look at Yushu, who was sitting below. He saw that she was holding a teacup and watching the show calmly, without any hint. Yamada Jiro misunderstood his action and thought that he wanted to stall for time. He hurriedly said, "Don't you want to summon the rain? Let me make it clear first. Yesterday, it only took an incense stick of time for Master Xiangtian to summon the rain. Don't try to fool us. If it takes too long, even if it rains, it won't be summoned by you." After saying this, he put on a pleading expression and looked at Emperor Zhaoqing. Emperor Zhaoqing also hated this Donging envoy for not being sensible. He was probably very confident in his nephew. Without saying anything, he ordered the servant, "Go get an incense stick and light it." The people on the Celestial Commissioner's side who knew the situation more or less showed a worried expression. However, there was no turning back. Jing Chen didn't want to argue. He took a step and turned to walk out of the hall. His back was slender and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The figure of his back was imprinted in the eyes of others. He was like an immortal returning with the wind. In an instant, it made the hundreds of Master Yi inexplicably more confident and hopeful. Yu Shu, on the other hand, looked at Jing Chen's back as he disappeared outside the palace gates and shook her head lightly. The Grand Tester, who was sitting at the head of the table, turned his head and glanced at her, but no one noticed. After Jing Chen went out, everyone stared at the incense stick. Probably the Celestial Commissioner and the other Master Yi officials had never been so united as today. They all hoped that God would do them a favor and not doze off at this critical moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep bell rang in the distance, echoing up and down the Fengqing Palace. It was just the evening and the summer sun was setting in the west. The incense stick burned very fast. It didn't seem to have been burning for a long time. It was only as thick as a thumb, but it was still calm outside the hall. There was no sign of a storm. Until the last bit of incense ashes scattered into furnace dust, there was no rain. The Celestial Commissioner was silent. Yamada-jiro's face was filled with joy. He smiled proudly at the other side, and then knelt down in front of Emperor Zhaoqing. Your Majesty, what else do the Master Yi of the Holy Dynasty have to say? Emperor Zhaoqing looked in the direction of the Celestial Commissioner expressionlessly. Only those who were familiar with the temperament of this emperor, who had been on the throne for more than a decade, knew that this was a sign of his anger. The Great Commissioner, who bore the brunt of the anger, stood up slowly and knelt down calmly. I have failed in my duty. His kneeling was very serious. The Celestial Commissioner and the others all stood up and knelt down along with him. I have sinned. Yamada-jiro didn't know that he had angered the emperor. He was just proud that he had the upper hand. He asked Emperor Zhaoqing, Your Majesty, please honor the agreement. My country will exchange the island with 2 on my Ojus. Chapter 587. Arriving at the second watch, begging for fan votes and recommendation votes, unknowingly night fell. The candles at the corner of the window were lit. It was already dinner time. The 32 seats on the 3rd floor of the Chui family's gambling den were all filled. No one left early. In front of the gambling table, Jiang Mia and a small old man stood at the 2 ends of the table, each placing their bets. Seeing that the pot on the table had already increased to 300 taels of silver, and the 12 silver plates on the long table were filled with gold and silver notes at some point in time, the gambler's blood began to boil. Yu Shu did a rough calculation. The bet for this round had reached at least 40,000 taels of silver. Sima Ji's 12 flower treasures were very tempting. In order to win, the gamblers opened their pockets one after another. The lowest bet was 100, and the highest bet was 1,000 taels of silver. Right now, only Jiang Mia and the swindler were competing with each other. This one move. That one move. Move. Jiang Mia was smart, but the swindler was quite difficult to deal with. He forced her to place a bet of nearly 10,000 taels, and he also put in 10,000 taels of silver. Looking at the silver notes falling on the table like snowflakes, Jiang Mia still showed no signs of stopping. Although Yu Shu knew that she already had a plan, she still felt worried for her. While Yu Shu was worried, Jiang Mia was so excited that her cheeks turned red. From her point of view, the bigger the bet, the higher her chances of winning. Cui Xian looked coldly at Jiang Mia, who had taken the bait. Her fingers hidden in her sleeves kept changing their movements. Only the swindler could see what she was doing through the dark-colored cloth. According to her instructions, he placed his bets one by one, moving the 9 hidden urns on the long table. Sometimes it was 1, sometimes it was 2. Gradually, Jiang Mia sensed that something was wrong. She did not have much money left. At most, she could place 2 more bets. However, she could not gather the 3 hidden urns she wanted. It was as if this swindler knew what she wanted, and was deliberately keeping her in suspense, not letting her get what she wanted. How could it be? Jiang Mia shook off this strange thought. She watched as the swindler placed 2 more bets. Out of the 3 hidden urns on the table, there was only one that she was interested in. She gritted her teeth and put down the last 2 bets. It moved. Then the swindler also placed a bet. Jiang Qia's face stiffened as she watched the 3 jars on the table being replaced with the ones she didn't want. At this moment, she was out of money. Nothing could be worse than this. Even if she only guessed one right in the end, the banker would have to return the bets she had placed earlier to her. But now that she had missed a single one, she would end up losing everything. She had really underestimated the Zhuang clan here. Jiang Qia's face suddenly darkened. Did he think that by forcing her like this, she would just let it go? Dream on. Young man, do you still want to place a bet? Old Qian asked with a smile. When Yushu saw that Jiang Mia's face didn't look good, her heart skipped a beat. It can't be right? That's not right. The probability is not right. With Jiang Qia's luck, those 9 jars should have been filled long ago. How could she have used up 10,000 taels of silver and still not come across any? Yushu furrowed her brows. She felt that there must be something fishy going on here that she didn't expect. What could it be? I don't have any cash left. Can you bet something here? Jiang Ye asked coldly. Cui Xian lowered her head and pursed her lips. When she raised her head, she revealed an appropriate smile. There are rules, but it depends on what Mr. Hua is betting. If it isn't worth more than 1,000 taels of silver, we won't accept it. Humph. Jiang Ye shook her hand and took out a piece of paper from her bosom. She handed it to Cui Xian. What is this? You should recognize it. At first glance, Cui Xian saw that it was a deed for a house. When she took a closer look, she was immediately shocked. She saw a line of black and white words written on it. Huating Street, Chaoyang Residence, 45 mu of land. What kind of place was Huating Street? It was a street close to the imperial city. There were only 7 or 8 households on the street, and all of them were mansions of princes and ministers. Let's put it this way. The residence of the left minister, Yin Tianho, was built on Huating Street. Cui Xian came from an aristocratic family, so she could naturally tell that the deed was genuine. However, 45 mu of land was almost the size of a prince's residence. What kind of noble status did this woman have to be able to take out such a deed? How much can you bet on this piece of paper? Jiang Qia casually took out the deed to the prince's residence that Jiang Huaying had given her before she came to the capital as the stake. Not only was she a gambling addict, but she was also giving this young miss of the Cui family a warning. If she knew what was good for her, she should not provoke her. Cui Xian was a slick person. How could she not understand Jiang Qia's intentions? She held the deed that couldn't be valued and sighed. She quickly came up with a plan. She hid her shocked expression and said to Jiang Ye, according to the rules of the casino, this deed is worth 200,000 taels. The moment she finished speaking, everyone was shocked. A piece of paper was worth 200,000 taels, and this was after the discount. She must be joking. Only Yushu knew Jiang Qia's identity. Although she couldn't see what Jiang Qia gave Cui Xian, she guessed that it was the deed to the house and the land. TSK, 200,000 taels for a bet. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Yushu muttered to herself. She recalled the days when she was in Yang, where she worked herself to the bone just to earn a few copper coins. Now that she saw how Mr. Jiang didn't care about money, she couldn't help but feel a little unfair. How was Cui Xian going to deal with this? Yushu gloated. If Jiang Qia lost, she would be offending her. If Jiang Qia won, she would lose a lot of money if she won all 3 jars. 200,000 it is. Continue betting. Jiang Qia waved her hand and pointed at the jars on the table. It seemed like she would not stop until the 200,000 taels were spent. Cui Xian quickly exchanged glances with the swindler. The latter understood and took out the last banknote and placed it on the table. He smiled bitterly at Jiang Qia and said, this old man will only bet this 1,000 taels. I'll bet it all. After saying that, he had the servant change the jars on the table. He turned around and walked away. He had made up his mind and left. Thus, what was supposed to be a big bet ended so hastily. In the corner, Yushu secretly felt that it was a pity. If Cui Xian had been more stubborn and not scared by Jiang Qia, she would have been able to take the opportunity to make a lot of money. With 200,000 taels, even if she only won one by chance, she would have gotten 2,000 taels. Forget it. She was too greedy. Winning a few hundred taels was also not bad. Jiang Qia raised her eyebrows and smiled. The gloominess on her face disappeared, and she placed another bet. When she saw that the 3 jars on the table were all changed to the ones she wanted, she was satisfied and returned to her seat with her hands behind her back. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. She turned to Yushu and said, "Did I say anything wrong? What did you say? Are you going to make the boss cry?" Yushu asked in return. She shook her head and pointed at Cui Xian, who was calmly ringing the bell behind the table. She wanted Jiang Qia to see for herself. You will know whether she will cry or not when the jars are open later." Although Jiang Qia said that, she did not have full confidence that she would win all 3 jars. She could only be certain that she would not lose. After placing their bets, the gamblers began to busy themselves with the huge wagers on the 10 silver trays. They divined the truth of the 3 hidden jars with all their might, hoping to make a big profit. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the banker calculated the wager for this round. It was a total of 63,500 taels. When Cui Xian announced this sum, Yushu could clearly hear the sound of someone swallowing their saliva. The banker rang the bell for the 3rd time. Everyone placed the jars on the table and sat down obediently, waiting for the results. This round is full of bets. If you win 1 jar, you will win 635 taels. If you win 2 jars, you will win 6,350 taels. If you win all 3 jars, you will win the banker. Other than the wager, you will also win Sima Ji's famous work, 12 flowers. After Cui Xian finished her words in one breath, she aimed the hammer at the jars. At this moment, it was not that she did not want to give up, but since things had already come to this, she could only ensure that Jiang Qia would not guess all 3 jars. First jar open. The pottery piece shattered, revealing a piece of jade wrapped in gauze. It was about the size of a fist. The boy opened the gauze, revealing its true appearance. Everyone's eyes widened. Someone shouted, "It's a lilac flower." The lilac flower carved from purple jade looked extremely charming under the candlelight. Jiang Qia's lips curled up. Yushu also smiled. She had earned 600 taels of silver. Cui Xian was very clear what Jiang Qia and Yushu had chosen. She took a deep breath and knocked on the 2nd jar. "Pa!" After a moment of silence, someone shouted again, "It's an orchid." Jiang Qia frowned and revealed a disappointed expression. The 3 jars she had written in the jar were lilac, osmanthus, and jasmine. Now that one had escaped, she would not be able to win the banker. On the other hand, Cui Xian heaved a huge sigh of relief. She relaxed and thought that Yu Lianfeng chose peony, lilac, and lotus. Her companion chose lilac, osmanthus, and jasmine. The 2nd jar produced an orchid. Neither of them won. Even if one of them won the 3rd jar, they would only lose 20% of the wager. It was not considered a loss. One must know that ever since she mastered the spirit speech technique, she had never made a mistake. Her performance that day at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet was just a deliberate concealment. With this thought in mind, she knocked on the 3rd jar without any hesitation. When she lowered her head to take a look, a smile immediately appeared on her face. It was a peony. At this moment, she felt that there was a bright light at the end of the tunnel. Compared to Cui Xian's good complexion, Jiang Qia's face could not hold back. What bad luck! She turned her head and looked at Yushu, who was sitting beside her. Suddenly, she was not pleasing to the eye. "What are you laughing at? It's all because you, a novice, placed your bet and ruined my luck. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come with you." Hearing her vent her anger, Yushu actually did not refute. 1 lilac, 1 orchid, and 1 peony. May the guest who won the bet stand up and wait for me to examine the jar, Cui Xian said. Jiang Qia stood up. Yushu also stood up. There were 2 other guests. Cui Xian intentionally went to examine the 2 guests first. She handed over 600 taels of banknotes and several silver ingots to each of them before coming to the 2 of them. "How many did Mr. Hua win?" Jiang Qia unhappily said. "If I said I won 3, would you believe me?" Cui Xian good-naturedly smiled and reached out to look at her jar. She opened it one by one, and there was nothing wrong with it. Congratulations, you won one. Here is 635 taels and the money you bet. Please keep it well. Cui Xian returned the deed that was like a hot potato to Jiang Qia. She felt relieved. She turned her head and looked at Yu Shu. Her smile had a different meaning. The friend that Mr. Yu brought today is very lucky. Yu Shu pursed her lips and smiled. Are you saying that my luck is bad? How could that be? Cui Xian shook her head and picked up the jar on the table. As she opened it, she asked, How many did you win? If I said I won 3, would you believe me? Cui Xian didn't take Jiang Qia's words seriously. She just laughed it off and opened her second jar. When she saw the name of the flower on the note, she froze. Peony? How could it be peony? Shouldn't she choose peony and lotus? Cui Xian was afraid that Yu Shu would notice something was wrong with her, so she opened her third jar in bewilderment. When she saw the 2 small words written on it, she was really dumbfounded. Seeing this, Jiang Qia's eyebrows jumped. She raised her hand and snatched the 3 notes from Cui Xian's hand. After reading them, she was dumbfounded. You. She stared at Yu Shu and couldn't think of anything to say for a moment. Ha. Yu Shu sat down on the chair and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She raised her head and laughed out loud. She felt excited and ridiculous at the same time. Tears were about to come out of her eyes. Who would have thought that a small ingot of silver could be exchanged for 60,000 taels? She, who came out to buy soy sauce, became the biggest winner of today's game. Chapter 588. There was a storm outside the palace, but the main hall was a scene of joy and harmony. Ignoring the words of the Dongying people, Yu Shu's heavy rain could be said to have taken advantage of the right time, the right place and the right people. The right time was the face of God, the right place was the rare occasion of the Land and Water Conference, and the right people was the desire of Emperor Zhaoqing. With the true dragon command in hand, she could call the wind and summon the rain. First, she could solve the predicament of the Celestial Commissioner and restore the reputation of the Da and E Master. Second, she could suppress the limelight of the Dongying on Myoji's resurrection. Third, she could make the emperor so happy that he actually led the officials out to welcome the rain. Yu Shu's wise ruler entered Emperor Zhaoqing's heart. Since ancient times, what did emperors want in life? They only wanted peace and prosperity for their descendants. And a wise ruler was not a self-proclaimed title. There was no stronger proof than the will of heaven. Today, the Land and Water Conference, the foreign countries paying tribute, the female celestial commissioner holding the emperor's command to summon the rain. The blessing from heaven would definitely be recorded in the Da'an historical records. Back in the hall, everyone returned to their positions. Emperor Zhaoqing's face was flushed with excitement. He pointed at Yu Shu and said to the officials, This woman is an extraordinary person. Everyone praised her. Yu Shu knew that it was impossible for her to be humble after showing off her abilities. However, there was an important point that still needed to be reviewed. Your Majesty is too kind. This official's ability to call the wind and summon the rain can only be used by a wise ruler. This is the will of heaven. She had done everything she could. As long as she could make the emperor happy, she would not have to worry about fame and fortune. Since Yu Shu had started the conversation, a group of officials naturally followed up. They sang praises and flattered the emperor, who didn't know how to do it. Even the foreign envoys expressed their allegiance again and again. Ha. Emperor Zhaoqing laughed heartily. In such a situation, among the celestial commissioner's side, someone looked at Yu Shu with a deeper meaning. Yu Shu didn't notice it at all. She waited until Emperor Zhaoqing was happy enough before she turned the spearhead and pointed it at the Dongying people whose faces were stiff and unsociable. Your Majesty, this official has something to ask the Dongying people. Only then did Emperor Zhaoqing remember the annoying Wei Nation man. His smile faded a little, and he raised his hand to give her permission. Yu Shu pointed at the half-extinguished incense stick in the incense burner, and asked Yamada Jiro, Lord Yamada, how does my rain compare to the on Myoji from yesterday? Many people laughed in a low voice. Wasn't it obvious? Yesterday's drizzle, compared to the lightning and thunder outside, was almost the same as the sky accidentally sneezing. There was a saying that people would die if they compared themselves to each other, and goods would be thrown if they compared themselves to each other. Yamada Jiro was infuriated. These Doan people were cunning. They clearly had such a powerful person, but they hid it well, making him completely unprepared. "Sir, you are very capable," he replied reluctantly. He glanced at Abe Kue, who was sitting beside him in a daze, and had an idea. "I wonder if you can summon the wind and rain, but do you also know the resurrection spell?" That's right, they also had the resurrection technique, but these damn people definitely didn't know it. Unexpectedly, Yushu laughed. Before she could speak, someone in the seats behind her said loudly, "Master Yu of our imperial astronomer, although she can't bring the dead back to life, she can determine life and death. Can the Onmyogus of Neon do that?" The one who spoke was Exyenia, who had always found him an eyesore. Sever life and death? Yamada Jiro looked confused. It was obvious that he did not know the realm of the great Ani master. Yushu kindly told him, "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Do you need me to tell your fortune?" Yushu kindly told him, "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die." "Lord Yamada, do you need me to tell your fortune?" Yushu told him, "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Do you need me to tell your fortune?" Yamada Jiro nodded and shook his head. He said, "Even if you can predict when a person will die, it can't be compared to bringing the dead back to life. Our Da and Yang masters are better." Someone hissed. Obviously, they didn't agree. Someone said, "You need to take someone's life to bring the dead back to life. It's not the right way. If you don't take someone's life, you'd be better off dead." Seeing that Emperor Zhaoqing was in a good mood, Kong Qi, who didn't agree to the exchange yesterday, stood up and said, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, these two Duanyang masters are not good. Firstly, we have people with extraordinary talents. Secondly, bringing the dead back to life is harmful. If news of it spreads among the people, it will cause them to panic. Let's drop the previous proposal." Everyone agreed. Yushu let out a sigh of relief. She thought that this scholar wasn't useless. Emperor Zhaoqing wasn't stupid. Although bringing the dead back to life was magical, there was only one way to live. If he kept them, people would criticize him sooner or later. So he hesitated for a while and said to Yamada Jiro, "We Duanyang masters are not inferior to your Duanyang masters. I don't want them." What he meant was, "I have a better one. I don't want you." Yamada Jiro was so angry that his mouth was almost crooked. His plan was ruined. How was he going to explain when he returned? "Your Majesty, a king doesn't go back on his words." In a moment of desperation, he didn't care much and knelt down. "Your Majesty promised yesterday that you will give the island to a small country after seeing the technique of bringing the dead back to life. Are you going back on your words?" Emperor Zhaoqing's face turned cold. Yushu's eyes flashed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a clear voice from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, a king doesn't go back on his words. But you have to be able to bring the dead back to life." Everyone in the hall turned around. Yushu turned around and saw a person wearing a green and black robe and a square hat striding in. It was second young master Zhu. Zhu Muzhao looked at his only son who arrived in time. A smile appeared on his calm face. "This subject has offended you. Your Majesty, please punish me." Zhu Qingjue went forward and knelt down. As he lowered his head, he stared at Yushu strangely. Emperor Zhaoqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Didier. He didn't blame Zhu Qingjue for barging in. He raised his hand and signaled him to stand up. "Zhu Erlang, why aren't you on duty at the Imperial Hospital at this time? Why did you come to Fengqing Palace?" From Emperor Zhaoqing's tone, it was obvious that they were close. Zhu Qingjue stood up and stood beside Yushu. He said, "This subject has something to report." Permission granted. Zhu Qingjue immediately took out two items from his sleeve pocket. One was a white candle, and the other was a paper bag. These two items were used by a Onmyoji from Dongying to bring the dead back to life. As everyone knows, this subject is the direct disciple of the Southern Miao King of Medicine. I'm good at identifying poisons. After my examination, I discovered that the white candle contains the oil of the 5 poisons insect, and the ash of the talisman paper is mixed with the demonic fragrance grass. When roasted with fire, the smoke will cause hallucinations. The former can make people faint while the latter can make people mad. It's the same for dogs and other animals. It turned out that after the box containing the dead prisoners and the cage used to lock the dogs were carried away, the candle and the ash of the talisman paper were taken away and sent to Zhu Qingjue. Yushu narrowed her eyes in thought. She turned to look at the celestial commissioner. Seeing the calm expression on Diane's face, she knew that it was his meticulous arrangement. She couldn't help but admire his foresight. So, bringing the dead back to life is fake. Deceiving the emperor is the real thing, Zhu Qingjue said coldly. Being exposed on the spot, Yamada Jiro immediately panicked. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Emperor Zhao Qing's expression. He could only bluff and shout at Zhu Qingjue, "Don't slander me. I'm a Donging envoy who came to congratulate the Dan Emperor. How would I have the guts to deceive the Emperor? Calling the wind and summoning the rain is real. And bringing the dead back to life is also real. You're framing me. You're being wrongly accused." Zhu Qingjue couldn't be bothered to argue. He directly opened the bag of ash and threw it at him. Yamada Jiro was caught off guard. He inhaled the ash and sneezed. In the next moment, everyone saw his face quickly turn red. His whole body trembled twice, and as if he was bewitched, he spun around on the spot and shouted. His manic appearance reminded people of the dog in the cage that had fallen for the trick. The fair and delicate Donging youth looked at this scene in a daze. Facts spoke louder than words. How dare you? Emperor Zhao Qing was furious. A mere envoy dared to play with him, the Dan Emperor, like a monkey. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. Otherwise, he would have become the biggest joke in the world. When the emperor was angry, the few people from the Donging side were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all knelt down. Only Abe Biki seemed to be haunted by a ghost and didn't move at all. Guards, take them all away and throw them into the prison. Then send people to the post house to arrest their accomplices. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial guards rushed in from outside the door and swiftly dragged the group of people out of the hall. The envoys of the other countries felt a chill down their spines. Now it was quiet. However, things weren't over yet. Duke Jing was also a person who couldn't hold back his anger. He immediately scolded the Dong nation for being disrespectful and harboring evil intentions. He proposed to send troops to suppress them. This proposal was supported by a few people, but there were also voices of opposition. I think that we should first investigate the whole matter clearly. Who ordered the Donging envoys to do what they did, and why they coveted the Diaoyu Islands. Then, we can decide whether to send troops or not. This was the first time that Yushu heard Shui Rui's grandfather, Right Prime Minister Shui Lingnan, express his opinion in the past 2 days. I agree. The kind-looking Prime Minister Yin also spoke up. After the two sides persuaded, Emperor Zhao Qing calmed down. He immediately issued an order for the Supreme Court to interrogate them. The Ministry of Justice and Swan Temple would assist in the investigation, and Shui Lingnan was appointed to supervise. After dealing with the group of Donging people, Emperor Zhao Qing looked back at the two young people who were still standing in the hall. Hearing the sound of rain outside, he felt a little better and drank some tea. He said, "The Celestial Commissioner has done a meritorious deed by summoning the rain, and the Court of Imperial Physicians has done a meritorious deed by exposing the drug. How do you think I should reward them?" Although he was asking everyone, his eyes only glanced at 3 people. Zhu Muzhao, Left Prime Minister Yin, and Right Prime Minister Shui. The 3 people looked at each other. To avoid arousing suspicion, Zhu Muzhao naturally didn't say anything. Shui Lingnan also didn't say anything. Finally, Yin Tianho stood up and spoke. Deputy Physician Song of the Court of Imperial Physicians is about to retire. Imperial Physician Zhu is young and promising and can be promoted. As for the Celestial Commissioner, the miraculous deed of summoning the rain and wind will definitely be known by the people in the future. She should also be promoted. However, she has just been appointed as the Imperial Physician of the Kunling Bureau, and is still inexperienced. Why don't Your Majesty bestow her with a title as a reward and pass it on? Some of the people below were shocked. Although they knew that Yushu was going to make a fortune today, no one would have thought that the emperor would bestow a title. According to tradition, only those with third-class and above titles in the Da and dynasty would have a title. She, a fifth-rank female official, actually received a title. Wasn't this equivalent to giving face to a third-rank official? Moreover, along with a title, there were some hidden privileges. For example, walking in front of the emperor, not kneeling to the nobles, riding the sedan chair at the Meridian Gate, etc. Everyone was envious and secretly jealous. Only Yushu didn't understand. When she heard Prime Minister Yin's suggestion, she felt that she was at a disadvantage. She thought to herself that Zhu Er had been promoted and made a fortune. Why did he give her a title? Emperor Zhaoqing considered for a moment, and felt that this idea wasn't bad. He looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "In this case, Zhu Erlang will be promoted by one rank, and will be the deputy physician of the Court of Imperial Physicians. You will also be rewarded with half a year's salary. Imperial Physician Yu, I will bestow you with a title. You will be called." Chapter 589. Xue Rui returned from his office in the Supreme Court of Justice. It was already dark, but he still did not see Yushu and the rest. His eyelids kept twitching. Just as he was about to go out to look for them, they returned. Xue Rui instantly had a bad premonition as he stood at the corridor and looked at the two people who walked in leisurely with their bags in their hands while chatting and laughing. After a while, after listening to the two women's confessions, his premonition became true. Jiang Mia had indeed gone to gamble with Yushu. So, the two of you robbed the gambling money, beat someone and ran back. Xue Rui face-bombed. He should have known that the two of them were not easy to deal with. How could it be peaceful when they were together? How can you say that we robbed them? Jiang Qia said unhappily, "We won these tales of silver fair and square. If it wasn't for the fact that the casino wanted to renege on their debt, I wouldn't have bothered to teach them a lesson. Don't tell me that we should leave the silver behind and let them extort us instead?" Wei Lan is right. The money was not stolen or robbed. It is what we deserve. How can we not give it to her just because she does not want to? Xue Rui turned around to look at Yushu, who spoke in support of Xue Rui. The latter was sitting on the tea table and was counting the large amount of silver that was packed up. And as she looked at the silver that had piled up into a small hill before her, the corners of her mouth that stretched to her ears revealed her feelings without a doubt. Seeing her happy expression, Xue Rui did not want to scold her. However, he could not indulge the other one. Is the money more important, or the person more important? Xue Rui put on a stern face and said to Jiang Ya, "You are not weak. If you really fight with someone, you will not be at a disadvantage. You can escape unscathed. What about Shu? Have you thought about her? Fists and kicks do not have eyes. If you always rely on your martial arts skills and whip people whenever you are unhappy, you will implicate the people around you sooner or later. Let me give you another piece of advice. This is Anling. This is Anling, not your big brother's Ningdong city." Hearing his cold reprimand, Jiang Ye's face darkened. She wanted to refute him but did not know where to start. She could only glare at him before turning around and walking out of the living room. When Yushu saw Jiang Mia leaving in a huff, she stopped counting the money and said to Xue Rui, "You can't blame her for this. She was standing up for me, and she wasn't the one who started the fight. Big brother misunderstood her. Those words just now. That's a little harsh." Xue Rui's expression softened. "If I don't speak harshly, she will get into trouble in a few days. You just got to know Jiang Mia. Didn't he know what kind of person she was? She was a tyrant in Ningdong City. No one dared to provoke him. Now that she's in Anling, there's no prince of Dongjing to restrain her, and no one can control her. I wonder how she'll behave. As the precious daughter of the previous prince of Dongjing, and the younger sister of the current prince of Dongjing, Jiang Mia never needed to care about anyone's feelings in Ningdong City. Compared to the pampered princesses and princesses in the capital, she was 10 times more arrogant and spoiled. Yushu had not seen Jiang Mia's domineering and fierce side. She only thought of her as a bad-tempered and straightforward girl, so she naturally did not understand Xue Rui's worries. All right. What's done is done. Let's not dwell on it. Let's talk about something happy. Yushu waved the stack of banknotes in her hand and said with a smile, Big brother, do you know how much money I earned tonight? Shui Rui did not want to spoil her mood. He looked at the white banknotes on the table and sighed at her luck. I'm afraid it's 10 or 20,000. Yushu wagged her finger and said proudly, more than that. Just the money I brought back tonight is almost 30,000 taels. In addition, Chui Xian also gave me an IOU. As she said this, she showed the IOU to Shui Rui. There was still Chui Xian's fingerprints on it. Shui Rui was speechless when he saw this. He did not know whether to be angry or laugh at Yushu's despicable behavior. Are you going to take this IOU to the Chui family to ask for money? Shui Rui shook his head. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. What? Do you want to say that the Chui family will deny it and I won't get the money? Shui Rui did not explain directly. Instead, he tested her. You are going to be the celestial commissioner. You can't be clueless about your superiors. That's not necessary. Yushu stretched out her fingers and counted. First supervisor is the eldest son of the Zhu family. Below him, junior supervisor Ren Qiming is a member of the Ren family. He is also the son-in-law of Count Zhongyong. Below him, there is no need to mention Jingchen. The left magistrate Chao, who is half a rank higher than him, is the grandfather of the deceased Chao Yuling. The left magistrate is Xianya. I have seen her before. The right magistrate was originally Ji Huaishan, but he is dead. These 7 people were in charge of the 3 departments and 2 bureaus of the Celestial Commissioner. Their power was not to be underestimated. It seems that you have done your homework. Shui Rui smiled. It is just that you did not pay enough attention. It is true that Ji Huaishan is dead. The position of the right magistrate has always been empty. However, after his death, the Celestial Bureau, which was originally in charge of him, has been handed over to the deputy magistrate. This magistrate is the first master of the Chui family, Chui Xiui, magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner. Yushu did not know much about the many positions of the Celestial Commissioner. This was the first time she had heard of this position. Yes, this Chui Xiui is Chui Xian's father. Speaking of their family matters, it is worth mentioning. The head of the Chui family, Chui Taigong, was once an academician of the Imperial Historian's Library. Later, he retired due to illness. Chui Xiui is his eldest son. Unfortunately, he was born of a concubine. Chui Taigong's first wife gave birth to the second master, Chui Min. However, this first wife passed away after a few years. Chui Taigong later married another wife, but she did not give birth to any children. The 2 masters of the Chui family did not get along. Chui Taigong favored the second son, who had lost his mother, and neglected the eldest son. Fortunately, Chui Xiui worked hard in his early years and passed the Dian exam. Gradually, he was able to sit in his current position. As for the second master, he was not outstanding in learning. It was only because Chui Taigong was biased that he handed over the business of the Dian store and the gambling house to him. Therefore, even though the first branch is the Celestial Commissioner, they still have to listen to the second branch in the residence. Do you know why Chui Xian, a young lady of an aristocratic family, was brought to the Xiang prince's residence when she was still a baby? To put it nicely, it was because Princess Xiang wanted to raise another daughter. However, in the end, she did not formally accept her as a foster daughter. She accompanied Xiwen all day long and took care of her daily life. She was only better than a servant. Was Chui Xiui really willing to use her daughter to curry favor with the nobles? Wasn't it all because of the second branch? After listening to Shui Rui's explanation of the Chui family's affairs, Yushu rested her chin on her hands and pondered. No wonder Chui Xian said that she could not make the decision and refused to give me the gambling money. She was afraid that her second uncle would get hold of her weakness. As she was thinking, she suddenly raised her head and asked Shui Rui, Big brother, do you know about the Chui family's art of spiritual speech? Shui Rui nodded. He had been the eldest son of the Shui family for more than 10 years. There was nothing rare in Enling that he did not know. I find it strange. Such a powerful family heirloom technique should be passed down to the male and not the female. That Grand Duke Chui is biased towards the second branch. Why did he let Chui Xian learn it? Chapter 590. Yushu voiced out her confusion. Shui Rui thought for a moment, and tapped on the table with one finger. I've heard about this. Yushu immediately pretended to listen. She knew that there was nothing Shui Rui couldn't figure out. The Chui family's spirit speech is more mysterious than other families' unique skills. But as far as I know, even Chui Xiui, the celestial commissioner, doesn't know this spirit speech. I know a young master from a side branch of the Chui family. I once heard him talk about it when we were drinking. It seems that the Chui family's spirit speech is not something that anyone can learn. Not only does one have to be talented, but there are also other conditions. So I'm guessing that Chui Xian is the only girl among the two branches of the Chui family who meets these conditions. That's why great-grandfather Chui has no choice but to teach her the family's secret skill. Well, that makes sense. Yushu nodded. She felt that Shui Rui's analysis was not far from the truth. Speaking of which, Chui Xian is the banker in the gambling house. This should be the idea of second master Chui. Someone brought your yellow crystal to the gambling house to make money, so they came up with this countermeasure. Huh? Shui Rui's expression became strange halfway through. Since Chui Xian knows how to use spirit speech, why did she let you in? Yushu spread her hands. Don't ask me. I can't figure it out either. Logically speaking, if Chui Xian dares to come out, it means that she is very confident in her spirit speech. At that time at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet, she said that it can only be used twice a day. It should be to confuse people, just like me. The death-severing mystic art that she used to bluff people, didn't she tell them that she could only use it once a month? As long as she is willing, she can do it anytime and anywhere. Then there must be another reason. Shui Rui thought about it but couldn't figure it out. He stopped thinking about this strange thing, and continued the previous topic. He said to Yushu, Yushu, the two branches of the Chui family don't get along with each other. If he went to their door to ask for the money, the second branch would definitely take this opportunity to make things difficult for the first branch. This money, the second branch would definitely not pay for it. In the end, Chui Xiui would still have to pay for it. But 60,000 taels was such a large sum of money. He had only been an official for a few years. It was difficult for him to pay for it in a short time. Therefore, there's an 80% chance that he'll find you personally. I'll plead with you. Yushu pouted. Although he felt some sympathy for Chui Xiui's background. But that didn't mean she was willing to spit out the meat she had put in her mouth. I've heard that Chui Xiui is a very kind person. Rather than forcing him to pay you back, why don't you force him? Why don't you sell him a favor first and let him owe you in his heart? In the future, we'll both be officials in the Celestial Commissioner, so we can take care of each other. So you're saying that I don't want the money? Yushu looked unwilling. Shui Rui smiled and pointed at her forehead with his finger, saying, It's not that you don't want it, but that you can ask for it later. When you have a firm foothold in the Celestial Commissioner, it's not too late to offend people. Yushu wanted to say that she was not afraid of offending people at all. Anyway, a dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, and the emperor protected her. However, Shui Rui was also thinking about her, so she would not waste his consideration. Okay, I'll listen to you. Anyway, the money came from the wind, so she didn't feel bad about it. Just the money she got tonight was enough for her to tidy up a luxurious house. As for the rest, she had to save it. If one day she couldn't survive in Anling City and had to run away, she should at least have money in hand. Yushu thought self-mockingly. The next day, Yushu went to the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce to find Pei Jing, and told him about the incident of the topaz. Knowing that someone used the luck of the topaz to gamble in the casino, Pei Jing frowned, thought for a while, and said, It's my negligence or I won't sell the topaz. This kind of thing, if you block others' way of making money, it's inevitable that people will bear a grudge against you. Sell it, why not sell it? Yushu rejected Pei Jing's countermeasure and said disapprovingly, Let them find me if they block their way of making money. Uncle, don't worry. Anyway, I'm an official in the Celestial Commissioner now. I'm not afraid of anyone. Instead of making her live in fear and trepidation, it would be better to just kill her and be happy. Uncle, don't worry about those casinos. As the saying goes, the devil is 10 times stronger. If they don't want to lose money, They will naturally find a way to deal with it. We don't need to worry about it. Wasn't Chui Xian a good example? Pei Jing listened to her twisted argument and found it very reasonable. After thinking for a while, he was persuaded by her and no longer insisted on stopping the sales of the topaz. However, the price had to be raised. On this point, the two of them had the same idea. After leaving Pei Jing's place, Yushu had another 5,000 taels of banknotes in her hands. This was the dividend of the first crystal sale. She and Pei Jing split it 50-50, and each took half. In just one day, she had changed from a sister who was worried that her younger brother could not afford the tuition fees to a rich woman with a lot of money. This feeling of being a nouveau riche really made Yushu feel light when she walked. She went straight to the new house on Baochang Street in the north of the city. As early as a few days ago, Qiu Jiming sent a letter to her, handing over the blueprint of the house, and it was considered completed. The only thing left was to change the door keys, and then people could live in it. Yushu originally planned to move in the middle of the month, but now that she had a lot of money in her hands, she was not in a hurry. In the morning at Pei Jing's place, she drew up a list of all kinds of flowers, birds, grass and fish, rooted trees, silver ponds, ancient calligraphy, antiques and bronze wares. She entrusted them to Pei Jing to buy for her. These were all used to arrange the feng shui. The feng shui of a house could even affect the owner's luck and fortune, and it could also be used for protection. For example, the fire in a haunted house was often said to be haunted, but in fact it was the bad feng shui that made people feel uneasy. A while ago, she flipped through a notebook in the Philosopher's Building in the Taisher Library. It recorded that in the study of feng shui, there were 3 grades of good houses. The lowest grade was suitable for the room and home, and the next grade was full of happiness, and the highest grade was the purple qi from the east. As a dabbler, she didn't want to have the feng shui of the purple qi from the east. The so-called purple qi was taken from the holy qi of Laozi. Other than the emperor, there was no other place to borrow this thing. She couldn't pull the emperor to guard the house, right? However, if she could use money to make a blessing, she could still try. Yushu walked around the new house for the whole afternoon, holding a notebook, paper, and pen. She led Zhou, the new housekeeper, to measure and record many places. By the time she returned home, it was already dark. As soon as she entered the house, she heard that there was a guest. She waited for the whole afternoon. Yushu was wondering who was so patient. When she walked to the door of the living room and saw the person inside, she frowned. "It's you." When Shaoan stood up from the chair, as if he didn't see the unwelcome look on Yushu's face, he bowed and saluted politely. "Congratulations on your appointment, my lady." Yushu raised her eyebrows. This guy was well informed. She waved her hand, walked in, sat down and asked bluntly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you last time that I won't accept you as my apprentice?" When Shaoan straightened up, looked at her, and said seriously, "Today, I'm not here to be your apprentice, but to ask for another favor." Chapter 591. Yushu, a 5th-level female official, was the deputy chief of the Kunling Agency. Not to mention her authority, she could choose 2 guards with ranks from the Jinwu guards to follow her. She could also appoint and dismiss an 8th-level assistant. This 8th-level assistant only listened to her orders and worked for her. But his salary was from the public. Although he was just a small official, it was a rare opportunity to become a celestial commissioner. When Shaoan came here today for this position, last time he went to the Wangji Tower to ask Yushu to be his disciple, but he failed. Not only did he not give up, but he also paid more attention to her news. Hearing that she was promoted to a female official, he paid a visit again after careful consideration, and recommended himself. Hearing Wen Shaoan's intention, Yushu laughed and said, "You are good at planning, but why should I give this opportunity to you? As long as I spread the news, many people will come to beg me. There are many people who are better than you." That day when she went to the Celestial Commissioner to go through the admission procedures, she heard these things from the reception officer. But she didn't have time to choose suitable people for the time being. 2 days ago, she met Situ Qinglan in the Taisher Library. Situ Qinglan also vaguely expressed that she was willing to work for her. Academician Sima also recommended 2 people to her. When Shaoan was good, He was young and mature, steady and smart. But he only wanted to climb up. She admired strong-willed people, but she didn't want to keep such a person by her side. Now he knelt to beg her to be his teacher for a way out, but he might betray her for other purposes in the future. Indeed, there are many people who are better than me. When Xiaowan's face was tense, he calmly faced Yushu and said seriously, "But you can't find a second person who is more obedient than me." Hearing this, Yushu's expression changed. She raised her eyebrows and suddenly became a little interested in him. "What do you mean?" Wen Xiao, and had rehearsed his script countless times before he came. He took a deep breath and said, "If you agree to let me serve under you today, I, Wen Xiao, am willing to be at your beck and call. As long as you command me, there is nothing I don't dare to do or can't do. If I am the slightest bit negligent, you can punish me however you like." Yushu looked at him thoughtfully. After a while she said, "You're right. Are you saying that you plan to sell your life for me? Not bad. You'd better think this through. Even if you serve me like an ox or a horse, I won't accept you as my disciple and teach you the death severance mystic art." Wen Xiao laughed at himself. "Don't worry. I know now that the death-severing mystic art is not something I should be dreaming about." When he first came to the capital, he was filled with hope, thinking that passing the Great Yin examination would give him a chance to stand out. He didn't expect that he, an 8th-rank fragrant husband, couldn't even be ranked in the Anling city, which was full of talents. He became Lord Jing's disciple at the Double Suns meeting, but so far, he had only seen Lord Jing twice. The first time was when he went to ask for a place to study in the Taisher Library, and was rejected. The second time was at the banquet in the Xian Spring Garden. He sat in the corner and looked around, but didn't know anyone. It took him some time to figure it out. He was just a nobody, and he didn't have enough hands to climb up to those princes and grandsons. He had been in the capital for a year, but he had accomplished nothing except for the Great Yin. He didn't want to waste time like this and run into walls everywhere like a headless fly. He desperately wanted to find a direction and do something serious. Therefore, he had set his sights on Yushu because he had seen the word opportunity on her more than once. "If so, I'll think about it. You go back first and wait for my news." This time, Yushu didn't refuse Wen Xiao, but gave him an ambiguous answer. Wen Xiao wasn't disappointed and instead let out a sigh of relief. If she didn't refuse, that meant there was still hope. "Then I will leave first. Thank you for your hospitality." Wen Xiao clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. Yushu had a better impression of him. His shamelessness was annoying, but his perseverance was admirable. It seemed that when he was rejected by her last time, he did not pester her further. It was a good thing that he knew when to advance and when to retreat. It was not perfunctory that she told Wen Xiao to go back and wait for news. In fact, when he said that he would work for her, she had already changed her mind. She was going to become the Celestial Commissioner and secretly investigate the secret of the Fairy Maiden Lu Ren book. For the sake of her future plans, she needed to have someone she could trust under her. It wasn't a good thing to have an ambitious subordinate, but if this subordinate was a sensible person and obedient enough, then it would be a different matter. However, before she replied to him, she first had to confirm that the pitiful background that Wen Xiao had told her was true. How would she confirm it? Should she find someone to inquire about it from the Wenchen family in the north? There was no need to bother. She had the little azure stove and the Tihu incense. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the emperor issued a decree to hold a land and water conference to entertain the foreign envoys. He called upon all teachers above the 7th grade in the capital to attend the conference. Yushu finished trying on her official robes. There were less than 2 days left, but before the start of the Land and Water Conference, there was another piece of big news. The case of the assassination of Imperial Envoy Zhou Qing was investigated by the Supreme Court. It was instigated by the 11th Prince Lu Yi. All those involved were to be beheaded in public. Considering that Lu Yi was young and ignorant and had been instigated by a traitor, he was exempted from responsibility. The emperor issued an edict to expel him from the imperial palace and imprison him in the Rising Cloud Monastery in the suburbs to reflect. When Shui Rui returned from the Supreme Court, He went to Yushu's home to bring the news to her. In the end, it was still Lu Yi who took the blame. Yushu frowned. But it was clearly not Lu Yi who did it. Even if Lu Hao hid his tail well, can it be determined that Lu Yi was the mastermind just from a secret letter on the assassin's body? Xue Rui shook his head with a slight sneer on his face. A few days after Lord Guo took over this case, one of the eunuchs in Lu Yi's palace confessed that Lu Yi sneaked out of the palace one night to meet LV Jinliang. Who is Lu Jinliang? He's Lu Yi's cousin, the fourth young master of the Lu family. According to seniority, he has to call Lu Buhuan's second uncle. Yushu did not forget Xue Rui's analysis in Pei County. The emperor wanted to send an imperial envoy to the Guangdong and Guangxi provinces to catch Lu Buhuan's weakness. That was why Lu Yi had the motive to kill Zhou Qing, and Lu Hao had used this to his advantage. Lu Jinliang was brought to trial. At first, his death was not confirmed, but as a manservant, he confessed that he and Lu Yi had conspired to kill Zhou Qing. This coincided with the secret letter that was previously discovered. Because there were two witnesses, the Supreme Court could carry out the punishment. Under the heavy punishment, Lu Jinliang quickly confessed his guilt. The Supreme Court's punishment was the most severe of the three departments. According to the law, once the conditions were met, even if the person was a relative of the emperor, the punishment would still be carried out. Yushu frowned. The eunuch by Lu Yi's side and Lu Jinliang's manservant are actually Ningguang's people? The answer was undoubtedly yes. I also did not expect Ningguang to have such a card up his sleeve. Xue Rui sighed. He had long expected that it would not be possible to use this case to bring down Lu Hao. Then what about the Death Warrior's waist token from Ningguang Fu? Yushu did not forget about Xue Rui's framing. The Supreme Court can't possibly think that Lu Yi wanted to frame Ningguang. Xue Rui was silent for a moment before he said. Ningguang told the Supreme Court that there was a death warrior in his Fu who was punished last year for failing to perform his duties. Afterwards, his whereabouts were unknown. Official Guo asked him to identify the corpse. Ningguang admitted that the assassin I stabbed to death was the death warrior that he had removed from the list. Yushu hissed. She slapped the chair and cursed in a low voice. Too shameless. Lu Hao's plan to kill two birds with one stone had been broken by Xue Rui's sword. And Xue Rui's counterattack had not been able to trap Lu Hao. A few lies had allowed him to muddle through. Only he could think of such a thing. However, when the emperor heard about the case, he still reprimanded Ningguang for not being strict with his subordinates. He grounded him in the Fu for 3 months to reflect on his actions, and fined him half a year's salary. After this incident, Consort Lu's family completely became enemies with Ningguang. Lu Jinliang clearly confessed under torture, and was pushed out as a scapegoat to protect Lu Yi. Lu Hao and Lu Yi's falling out was in line with Xue Rui's wishes. In this matter, Lu Hao had shot himself in the foot. Not only did he lose a good brother, the two spies that he had painstakingly planted were also exposed. Faced with this result, the happiest person was not Xue Rui and Yushu, but Lu Tan, who had been watching the show from the side. Consort Lu had been implicated and demoted to a Lu Pin. Lu Yi had been kicked to the outskirts of Jing. This time, the emperor had openly sent an imperial envoy to the Guangdong and Guangxi to investigate Lu Buhuan. What the Lu family was about to face was perhaps a decline. In short, Lu Yi had no chance of inheriting the throne. At the same time, Lu Hao had lost a helper. It can be seen how immoral this Ningguang is. Yushu sneered. Lu Yi followed him around all day and did not do anything wrong to him. If he could do something like cutting off his own arm, in the future, if this kind of person really becomes the emperor, none of us will be able to live well. Xue Rui deeply agreed. At this point, the case of the imperial envoy's decapitation was considered over. Xue Rui had also heard that the palace was going to hold the Water and Land Conference. Knowing that Yushu and Jingchen would be attending, he had some misgivings in his heart. When he thought that the two of them would soon be together day and night, his sense of crisis ran out. So he warned her, I will also be present at the Water and Land Conference. I'll be there for the Water and Continent Assembly as well. Remember to behave yourself when the time comes. Don't fight for the limelight with others. Yushu rolled her eyes at him. Don't worry, I'm just going to join in the fun. Although she said so, Shuirui had a feeling that this water and land conference would not be so peaceful. The two of them were sitting and talking in the living room. The door was closed, but suddenly, it was pushed open from the outside. Shui dalong shui. Jiang Mia walked in with her voice raised, not even knocking on the door. Seeing that Yushu was also there, she froze for a moment, then raised her eyebrows. "Oh, what are you two whispering about?" Yushu laughed dryly, thinking that it was a good thing that she and Shuirui had been talking about serious matters just now and he had not made a move on her. Otherwise, if Jiang Mia had seen it, what would she have done? Shuirui, on the other hand, had a magnanimous expression. He glanced at Jiang Mia and said, "We're talking about something that has nothing to do with you. What are you doing here?" These 2 days, Jiang Mia had been living in Wangji Tower, causing him to get close to Yushu. He had to be on guard against her suddenly appearing. He really found her to be an eyesore. Perhaps the heavens had heard Shuirui's thoughts. When Jiang Mia was asked by Shuirui, she answered. Chapter 592. After settling Xi and Lishan down, Yushu returned to her room with a heavy heart. She ordered the maids outside the door not to disturb her. In the dark of the study, she found the record of her prediction of Mr. Shinyo's death date, and checked it several times. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? The Xian father and son asked her to predict the person's birth date, and 8 characters were exactly the same. Everyone knew that Yinhua's son had died for his wife after Princess Liyue died of illness. Yushu had gotten a lot of information from Xian Lishan. Back then, he had told outsiders that Liyue had passed away in less than half a month after giving birth to Jingchen. Yinhua followed closely behind and died in the 4th month of the 13th year of Baotai. Xianya told her that Mr. Shinyo's death date was between February and May. It was also after April that he heard the news of his death. The father and son's statements coincided with each other. It was obvious that Yinhua Yi's son was Mr. Xianyu. Looking at her prediction, Mr. Shinyo met with 2 disasters in the 13th year of Baotai. The first was a fire in February, but he survived and didn't lose his life. The second was a bereavement at the beginning of May. He lost a relative. This relative was undoubtedly his wife, Princess Liyue. In the eyes of the world, Yinhua was a legend who had died many years ago. The date of his death was also a special day. It was the 5th of May, the Dragon Boat Festival. However, Yushu did not find any disaster on this day. There was no sign that he was about to die. Obviously, Yinhua faked his death. However, everyone thought that he was really dead, regardless of whether they thought that he had been killed or that he had committed suicide for love. She tried hard to guess what happened 20 years ago. She guessed that Yinhua disappeared after the fire. So Xianya said that the last time she saw him was in February. She guessed that after Yinhua disappeared, the royal family could not find him, so after Princess Liyue died, they made up the story that he died for love. They let him die. So was Yinhua still alive? Yushu was not sure. Only when she used the law of time of calamity to predict the disasters for him in the past 20 years, could she confirm whether he was dead or alive. 20 years. This is not something that can be calculated in 1 or 2 days. It will take at least half a month. Yushu rubbed her forehead anxiously. Suddenly, her fingers paused and she opened her eyes with joy. Right, I can use the 6 lines. The art of 6 lines could not determine life and death, but the art of 6 lines had a section on good or bad luck. It could use the birth date of a child to determine whether the parents were healthy or not. Yao Yin only needed to get the date of birth of his parents. Jingchen's 8 characters. After he recovered his memory, she asked. She had already asked about it. Now that she knew Yinhua's horoscope, she only needed to do a divination. Regardless of Jingchen's parents, Princess Liyue had already passed away. If it was not a hexagram, it would prove that both of his parents were dead. If it was a hexagram, it would prove that Yinhua was still alive. Yushu did as she said. She hurriedly took out the small green stove and the tihu incense from the secret compartment of the bookcase. Yushu did what she said. She hurriedly took out the small green stove and tihu incense from the secret compartment of the bookcase. In the afternoon, after reporting to Guohuai on the progress of the investigation of the new murder case in Taisher Library, Shui Rui walked out of the Supreme Court alone. The sun above his head made people dizzy. The patrolling guards were already sweating. Shui Rui slowly waved the Mujiang fan in his hand. He did not feel hot. Just in time for this murder case. You weren't able to come for the 2 days of the Water and Land Conference. Have you heard that His Majesty has conferred the title of Miaoling Emissary of the Imperial Astronomer? The day before yesterday, you really shocked this old man. I didn't think that in my lifetime, I would be able to see with my own eyes the magic of a mortal who can call the wind and summon the rain. Your sworn sister's abilities are truly extraordinary. Shui Rui had not heard the news that Yushu was conferred a title. He had been investigating the case in Taisher Library for the past 2 days, and did not go home. He did not know that Yushu had quietly made such a name for herself. It surprised him. After the surprise, he fell into deep thought. Shui Rui dared to say that other than Yushu herself, he was the one who knew her best. What was it? How could he not know whether she knew how to use it or not? He guessed that it was the same as the death sentence strange art. It was something she had done opportunistically, and the trigger that forced her to show off was probably Zhang Shuiyuan's tragic death. Sigh. Shui Rui let out a soft sigh. He closed his fan and pressed it against his forehead. He knew that she wouldn't stay put and wait for him to come up with a plan. But after not seeing her for a few days, she had made such a big move. She was really swift and decisive. It made him feel at ease and worried at the same time. When Shui Rui returned to Wangji Tower, he heard that there was a guest in the backyard. He did not disturb them. He changed into casual clothes downstairs and went to the second floor. As soon as he entered, he saw Yushu sitting in the living room, holding a teacup in a daze. He could not help but stop and look at her. Perhaps it was because she had been thinking too much. She had clearly lost weight in these 2 days. The apricot-colored silk dress was fitting to her waist and shoulders, making her look even more delicate from head to toe. That plain face that did not have much femininity always had an inexhaustible spirit. Even if she was in a daze, it would not dissipate. When Yushu came back to her senses, she found that Shui Rui was standing at the door. She did not know how long he had been standing there looking at her. His eyes were so focused that it made her feel embarrassed. Ahem, big brother is back. Yushu cleared her throat and stood up. She moved her numb legs and feet and sat back down. Shui Rui walked to her side in a few steps. He put away his fan and sat opposite her. Did you not sleep well last night? Yushu shook her head. Shui Rui raised his finger and swept it under her eyes. He said, "Your eyes are red. You still say you didn't." Yushu smiled and said, "It's not because I stayed up late. I was just affected by the fragrance. It's not a problem." Shui Rui's nose moved and he raised his eyebrows. "You use Tihu incense? You have a good nose." Yushu lifted her sleeve and sniffed. There was a little smell, but he could smell it even though they were separated by a few feet. She did not know that Shui Rui had been raised by Shui Lingnan since he was a child. What he learned was not only temperament and strategy. In order to prevent the eldest son of the Shui family from being assassinated, Shui Lingnan's education could be said to be in all aspects. Shui Rui only smelled the spices and medicinal herbs once, and he would remember what they should and should not smell like in his heart. "Why do you need to use 6 lines divination?" Shui Rui asked. Yushu crossed her hands on her stomach. Her eyes changed. "I went to visit Xian Mansion in the morning. Guess who I met on the street in front of the mansion?" Shui Rui shook his head and said, "I heard you brought someone back. He is resting in the guest room. It's the 5th master of the Xian family who was expelled from the clan, Xian Lishan." Shui Rui felt that something was amiss. He leaned forward slightly and stared at her. "What's going on?" Yushu's lips moved a few times. She suddenly stood up and went forward to close the door tightly. She returned to her seat and gritted her teeth as she whispered, "Big brother, I told you not to be too surprised. I have calculated that the eldest martial brother whom I have no chance to meet, Yunhua Yitzi, is still alive and well." Chapter 593. Yushu told Shui Rui in detail that the father and son of the Xian family had asked her to predict Yunhua's death. Rather than saying that Shui Rui's reaction was surprise, It would be better to say that he was bewildered. So he's still alive. It can't be wrong. I used Jing Chen's horoscope 3 times, and the result was the same. Princess Royal Lu Yue passed away 20 years ago. If Yin Hua is also dead, then the 6 lines will not be a hexagram at all. After Yu Shu finished speaking, she did not hear Shui Rui's reply for a long time. Looking at his erratic eyes, she raised her hand and waved in front of his eyes. Big brother? What are you thinking about? Shui Rui put away his thoughts of running away and said to her, I have some suspicions, but I can't confirm it yet. I won't tell you for the time being. Yu Shu nodded indifferently and continued her words. She said happily, This is good news for us. This is good news for us. Yin Hua is my eldest senior brother. Back then, his purpose of entering the capital city was the same as mine, which was to destroy the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 wrens. However, I don't know where he is hiding now. Otherwise, we can find him and ask him clearly. Shui Rui looked at her and asked, Are you going to tell Jing Chen about this? Yu Shu had never thought about this before. After thinking for a while, she nodded gently. I asked him to come to Wangji Tower tonight. I will tell him then. Shui Rui said slowly, Jing Chen will be surprised when he hears this news. Yu Shu said, I didn't tell him because I wanted to give him a surprise. I just think of it as repaying him for not hiding the matter of the life breaker from me. Moreover, Yin Hua is Jing Chen's biological father and his closest relative. He has a reason to know that his father is still alive. As an insider, what right do I have to hide it from him? Shui Rui's eyes darkened a little and he said to himself, Does he have a reason to know? Why, do you think it's inappropriate? Shui Rui shook his head. It's good to tell him. Let him know that the death of Yin Hua Ez was strange. He will not blindly listen to the arrangements of that side. The more suspicious he is, the better. Yu Shu suddenly thought of yesterday morning at Kunling Bureau. Jing Chen's promise to her hesitated and did not mention it in front of Shui Rui. It had nothing to do with whether she believed Jing Chen's words or not. She just felt that it was stupid to gossip about her ex-boyfriend in front of her current lover. After she shared this shocking discovery with Shui Rui, Yu Shu also calmed down from the panic she felt when she found out that Yin Hua was still alive. Big brother heard about my bravery at the aquatic conference. Shui Rui smiled. You're referring to the fact that you took advantage of His Majesty. Did you fool a bunch of people? What? I'm really talented, Yu Shu muttered. But she did not have much confidence. Shui Rui knew her the best. It would be strange if he believed that she could really summon the wind and rain. You're really bold, Shui Rui said worriedly. You even lied to the emperor. Aren't you afraid that it will be difficult for you to back down in the future? If there is a drought, the emperor sent you to the place to make rain. What are you going to do? Yu Shu became proud again. I thought about it, so I told them that day. If I use this ability, I will die. I can't guarantee that I can return to Turin. Shui Rui was relieved. He raised his hand and flicked her forehead. He chuckled and said, You're cunning. In the evening, Jing Chen came. Yu Shu heard from the waiter that Xian Lishan was still sleeping soundly in the house. To prevent him from waking up and bumping into Jing Chen, she sent Guiba to guard outside Xian Lishan's mountain gate. Little Qing took Jing Chen to the slightly deserted 3rd floor. Yu Shu and Shui Rui were waiting in the tea room. There were 2 long blue and white lamps on both sides of the tea room, illuminating the room. Jing Chen saw Shui Rui, who was wearing a bamboo gown and sitting leisurely. He stopped in front of the door and looked at Yu Shu with a tired expression. Shui Rui closed the lid of the tea, stood up, and said, Brother Jing, please come in. I want to see you today. I have something to discuss with you. Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu's indifferent face under the lamp. The light in his eyes dimmed, and he stepped in. The maid closed the door behind him. The 3 of them were in the same room. There was a strange silence in the air. The first to break the silence was Jing Chen. Did you tell him everything about me and you? Of course, this question was asked to Yu Shu. He didn't mean to blame her, but he looked at her without moving his eyes. Yu Shu was silent for a moment. When she was about to answer, she heard a voice beside her. If you are talking about the Great Trouble and the Life Breaker, I know everything. Jing Chen then turned his eyes to Shui Rui. Looking at the man who always appeared beside Yu Shu, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He knew this feeling. It was because of many things that he should have done. Accompany her, protect her, and not let her be bullied. He couldn't do it, but the person in front of him did it. Shuirui frankly met Jing Chen's gaze. Not so long ago, he had envied this person. Perhaps Jing Chen's background was slightly more unfortunate than his own, but he was fortunate enough to meet a person who was worth sacrificing for. Unfortunately, he was unable to cherish her and missed out on her. What do you want to say to me today? With all due respect, Shuirui stopped being polite, and his voice became cold. Brother Jing is righteous. You can set an example for the great peace country. I admire you. Brother Jing is kind. In order to repay the kindness of the sect, you endured humiliation. I understand. But dare I ask, Brother Jing, what did my sworn sister do to you? Why did you disregard her life and involve her in a dangerous situation? He had long wanted to question Jing Chen face to face. Why could he cut off all ties with him when he wanted to? He wanted to get back together, so he thought that Yu Shu should obediently give in. Even if his reason was dignified, it couldn't hide the essence of using her. Men always had such a self-righteous drawback. They thought that they could decide everything. A selfish man was more arbitrary than a selfish woman. Seeing Jing Chen, it reminded him of himself 3 years ago. He wholeheartedly wanted to marry the 10th princess, but he didn't consider whether she was willing or not. In the end, he ended up in an irreversible situation. As a man, Shuirui didn't think that he had the right to blame Jing Chen. But as Yu Shu's man, he couldn't tolerate Jing Chen's covetous heart. Or is Brother Jing really naive to think that as long as Shu agrees to marry and have children with you, you will live in peace? Although Jing Chen was used to Yu Shu's cold words, he still felt that Shuirui's bluntness was a little harsh. The things that he had always wanted to deceive himself and others became clearer. That day at the bottom of the imperial tombs, he had his doubts, but he still chose to believe De Dian's words. De Dian had told him who the person who broke his life was. Apart from kindness and righteousness in his heart, the person he liked was Xiaoyu. He was happy to have such a chance to be with her again. She doesn't owe me anything. I'm the one who let her down. You didn't let me down. I've said that we're even. Yu Shu's voice was flat. She had long passed the stage of anger and unwillingness. Now Jing Chen was no longer a friend or an enemy to her. Hearing this, Jing Chen just turned his head to look at her. His handsome face did not show much emotion. Seeing this, Shuirui stopped and did not continue to be aggressive. Instead, he changed the topic and brought it to the murder case in Taisher Shuyuan. The murderer who killed Zhang Shuiyuan has not been identified. It is obvious that those people's goal is to target you, the Scourge of Dawn. That's why the woman close to you was implicated. I'm afraid that their next target is Shu. For her safety, I want to trouble Brother Jing with something. What is it? Go ahead. Recently, His Majesty may send more people to protect Shu. If they mention it in front of you, I hope that you can refuse on behalf of Shu. As for the excuse, I've already thought of it for you. Just say that Shu knows the death-severing technique and is not in danger of losing her life. You will also protect her from the side. There is no need to do anything unnecessary. Originally, this was not what Shuirui wanted to ask Jing Chen to cooperate with. With Zhang Shuiyuan's death, he was afraid that the emperor would disregard Yu Shu's life and arrange the marriage between Jing Chen and her ahead of time, using her to lose her life first. That was why he had originally wanted to remind Jing Chen not to agree to their marriage and delay it. But now, the situation had taken a turn. Yu Shu's performance at the aquatic conference had caused Emperor Zhao Qing to re-evaluate her weight. A title bestowed by the emperor was enough to explain the problem. They would not be in a hurry to send Yu Shu to her death. On the contrary, they would send more people to protect her safety. I don't understand. Jing Chen frowned. Why did you refuse? Yu Shu also did not understand why Shuirui was doing this. Wasn't it a good thing to have more people to protect her life? But she did not raise her doubts. She believed that Shuirui must have his reasons for making such a request. Shuirui quickly gave this reason. Historically, the Emperor of Duran Kingdom has a group of secret personal guards that follow and protect the Emperor. They are not dispatched by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and there are only a few dozen of them. But in terms of martial arts, there is no lack of people who can compete with Brother Jing. They are also very good at hiding and are loyal. So since the founding of Duan Kingdom, although there have been many assassinations, there has never been a precedent of one successful assassination. If my guess is correct, the emperor will send more people to protect Shu in secret this time. He will definitely choose people from these personal guards, Shui Rui said and glanced at Yu Shu saying, if you do not want to have people watching you when you eat, sleep, or go to the toilet, and report your every move to the emperor, it is best to refuse. Yu Shu had too many secrets. If any one of them was leaked, it would be enough for her to lose her head. These personal guards were not protective talismans for her, but talismans that would lead to her death. Yu Shu's expression changed. She unconsciously changed her posture and looked at Jing Chen. Her expression clearly showed resistance. Jing Chen lowered his head and thought for a moment. He said, okay, I will pay attention. Regardless of whether the emperor and the great advisor mention it to me. Once I find that there are masters around her monitoring, I will come out to stop them. It better be so. Shui Rui said this and turned to Yu Shu saying, don't you have something to tell Brother Jing? Yu Shu did not expect that it would be her turn so soon. She took a deep breath and looked at Jing Chen, who had been deceived for more than a decade. She could not help but feel pity in her heart. She unconsciously lowered her voice. Chapter 594. Yu Shu didn't tell Jing Chen about the father and son of the Xian family in detail. She just pushed everything to the death judgment magic. I accidentally learned the birth date of Yin Huayi's son. After using the death judgment magic, I found out that he is still alive. I have calculated it several times, and there is no mistake. Jing Chen sat there motionlessly. His face was full of fear, and his whole body seemed to be frozen. No one knew if he heard the latter part of Yu Shu's explanation. Yu Shu could imagine the impact he had felt. Ever since he was young, he had known that he was a disaster. Everyone around him had told him that his parents had been cursed by his K2 star. He grew up in self-blame and lived alone for nearly 20 years. Suddenly one day, he was told that his father was still alive and well. It must be hard for him to accept it. Yu Shu turned her head and wanted to exchange glances with Shui Rui, but she saw that he was looking at Jing Chen with a thoughtful expression. She didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Jing Chen opened his mouth. His suppressed voice had a touch of hoarseness. Thank you for telling me. Logically speaking, this was a good opportunity to slander Emperor Zhaoqing and Detidian. However, when Yu Shu saw his hurt expression, her lips moved, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue became, no need. As long as you don't suspect that I'm lying to you. Jing Chen shook his head and stood up with his hand on the handrail. Sorry, I can't stay for long. I will leave first. Yu Shu nodded and turned her head to look at Shui Rui. After hesitating, she stood up and said, I will walk you to the door. Brother Jing, take care. Shui Rui sat there and didn't move. He watched the two of them go out. Coming down from the third floor, at the corner of the stairs, Jing Chen suddenly stopped. He didn't look back and said in a low voice, why do they all lie to me? What else was there that he had seen and heard since he was young that was true? Yu Shu didn't know how to answer. Even if the person in her heart was no longer him, she couldn't help but feel sad for him. Perhaps it's to achieve a certain goal, or perhaps he has some difficulties. The back of the person under the stairs was very lonely. Yu Shu raised her hand and was about to put it on his shoulder. She was not good at comforting people, so she reluctantly said, anyway, he is still alive. Isn't it a good thing? Oh yes. With a faint chuckle, Jing Chen turned around and looked at her with an unreadable expression. At least he's alive, isn't he? Yu Shu sent Jing Chen back to the courtyard. The moment she raised her head, she saw Shui Rui, who was waiting for her at the bottom of the corridor on the first floor. She couldn't help but quicken her steps and walk up to him. Did he leave? Shui Rui reached out his hand and held onto her slightly cold hand. He squeezed it lightly before turning around and pulling her into the house. What? Shun. Jing Chen is actually very pitiful. Yes, I think so too. The two of them disappeared behind the closed door. After the water and land conference, greeting cards floated into the door of Yushu's house like snowflakes. Some people heard that Yushu's new house was built on Baochang Street. Both ends were blocked, and people came to see her all day long. Yushu had the experience of becoming famous at the hibiscus banquet last time. Early in the morning, she instructed the two mansions to keep the cards and the gifts. The guests were invited in for tea. If they asked about her, they were to say that she was not at home. But no matter how she hid, she could not hide from some weirdos. As a matter of fact, on this day, she left the house before the sun rose, but was blocked at the main entrance of her house. Not knowing where, two figures rushed out, and with two putong sounds, they knelt down in front of her. If not for Lu Hong and Su Qing blocking in front of her, they would have knocked into her feet. I am Zhou Min. I have admired Mr. Yu for a long time. I am willing to take you as my master. Please accept me. In the future, I will regard my master as my second parent and be filial to you. I am Wang Sheng. My ancestors have learned the Yi for 3 generations. I can endure hardships and work hard. Please accept me as your disciple, Miaoling Messenger. I will definitely study hard and pass on your mantle. 2 black lines appeared on Yushu's forehead. She thought to herself, where did these 2 shameless people come from? They looked like they were in their 30s, and they dared to say that they wanted to be her son, and the one who learned the Yi for 3 generations, who wants him to inherit the mantle. It was the first time Lu Hong and Su Qing encountered such a situation. They did not know how to deal with it. They turned to look at Yushu, waiting for her to speak. Ahem, you two can get up. My master has ordered that I am not allowed to accept disciples. The two looked at each other, unwilling to give up. What about the registered disciple? Does the adopted son want one? It took a lot of effort to get rid of the 2 shameless people. When Yushu arrived at the Celestial Commissioner office, it was already dawn. She almost missed the roll call. From the moment she entered the door, people kept greeting her warmly. There were also some thick-skinned people who chatted from the bottom of the bell tower all the way to the outside of the Celestial Commissioner office, before leaving reluctantly. Yushu wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead, and sat down as soon as she entered the door. Xielon quickly served a cup of tea and stood in front of her, saying, Darren, did you go out late today? There is no need to rush. Next time, if you come late and don't have the time to order, this lowly official will go and greet my classmates from the secretariat. Oh, don't mention it. I got up early anyway. Yushu told him about what happened in the morning. At the end, she sighed with emotion. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have 2 adopted sons today. Huh. Xielon laughed in spite of herself and poured another cup of tea for her. She said, this kind of wishful thinking can be found everywhere. They are not willing to put their feet on the ground, and only want to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. Darren, if you meet them again in the future, there is no need to be nice to them. After that, he asked her, you still have an empty place for an assistant. Have you chosen a good person? It is almost the end of the month. I will quickly fill in the vacancy so that I can make it in time for this month's salary. Yushu said, yes, I will write a letter. Send someone to the Taisher library to find him. Yes. Yushu got up and walked to her office. She turned her head and glanced at the stairs. She asked Xielon, is the right commander here? Milord Jing took a leave today. He seems to be unwell. I sent someone to check on him in the morning. Oh. The atmosphere in the Taisher library was a bit gloomy these 2 days. Paper could not cover fire. The news of Zhang Xueyuan's death had spread. The students who came to class during the day were all talking about the aquatic and land conference that had just ended a few days ago. But in private, they were talking about the death. Not many people were in the mood to read. When the Celestial Commissioner sent someone to find Wen Xiao, and he was sitting in a corner of the ink study. There was no class today. He was surrounded by students who had come here to slack off. Amidst the whispers, he was grinding ink and copying a book. When he received Yushu's handwritten letter, he saw the only line on it, as you wish. He was stunned for a while, and then returned to normal. He lowered his head to carefully fold the paper, and put it in his pocket. He asked the official to wait outside. Wen Xiao, and went inside to pack his things. Under the puzzled gazes of some people, he left with someone. Only his brisk footsteps betrayed his current mood. After he left, someone in the study said suspiciously, "Hey, that person just now seemed to be the Celestial Commissioner's man." At dusk, the sound of a bell came from outside the window. Yushu stretched and put down her brush. On the table in front of her was a thick stack of documents. More than half of them were the official marriage documents that the Kunling Bureau had handled in recent years. The other half were the marriage documents that had been piled up in the past 2 months waiting for approval. When Xiaoan, who had just been brought over in the morning, was sitting at a small table opposite her. He was copying and organizing a pile of dusty documents. He had not even changed out of his Taisher library uniform when she pulled him in. Yushu's job could be said to be leisurely. She only had to wait for the brush supervisor and the signature officer to deliver the annotated documents to her. She would look through them and stamp them. Yushu was not willing to slack off. Since she had come to the Celestial Commissioner, she had to make good use of the real power in her hands. She could not be a decoration and waste resources. Therefore, the most important thing was to first understand the affairs of the Kunling Bureau and investigate the past records. She did not want to be a figurehead without knowing it. Xielan and Ren Renjia looked good on the surface, but there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Who knew if they would play tricks on her behind her back? Yushu looked at the sky outside the window and said to Wen Xiao, "Don't work. Let's end it here today." Wen Xiao put down his brush and stood up. "Darren, you can go back first. I will finish writing these down before leaving." Yushu naturally would not discourage his enthusiasm. She waved her hand to let him continue. She called Lu Hong in and put the 8 catty copper official seal into a box to take away. The Celestial Commissioner had guards patrolling at night. There were also people who would lock the official seal in a cabinet. However, most of the high-ranking officials who had guards would carefully carry the seal with them. "Darren, take care." Outside the courtyard of the Kunling Bureau, a middle-aged man stood not far away. He was wearing a dark red official robe with 2 blue clouds embroidered on his shoulders. He looked in the direction of the courtyard door and saw Yushu coming out with someone. He did not hurry to go forward. Instead, he waited for them to come closer before he cupped his hands and said, "May I ask if you are Yu of the Kunling Bureau?" Yushu looked at him and did not know him. Judging from his official robe, he should be a 5th-rank official. However, she had not seen this person at the aquatic conference. "That's me. And this Darren is?" The man lowered his hand and introduced himself. "Celestial Envoy Master of Ceremonies, Cui Xiui." Yushu raised an eyebrow. "Cui Xiui? Cui Xian's father? So it is Darren Cui. I have been rude. It is I who has offended you." Cui Xiui forced a smile on his face. Yushu could see that he was uncomfortable. Thinking that he had come for the gambling debts of the Cui family's gambling house, she smiled. "May I know why Darren Cui is looking for me?" I heard from my daughter yesterday that I have offended Darren Yu at the gambling house a few days ago. I have taught my daughter not to speak, so I apologize to Darren Yu." As Cui Xiui spoke, he lowered his head and bowed to Yushu. Yushu moved aside and sneered inwardly. What did he mean by hearing yesterday that there was a gambling debt of tens of thousands of taels? Were the Cui family deaf? It was obvious that they had planned to leave it unsettled after seeing that she did not say anything. Chapter 595. At noon, the Celestial Commissioner and more than 20 officials of the 7th rank and above were waiting outside Taishi Brothel. Feng Zheng, dressed in a purple robe and golden leather, with a colorful ribbon on his shoulder, appeared in front of the crowd. 2 steps behind him was junior eunuch Run, who was dressed in black. Some people were born with an admirable temperament. Even if he did not say a word or smile, just his figure alone was enough to make people admire him. Yushu looked at him a few times and could not help but be fascinated. She bowed to the officials. "Dispense with the formalities." "Dispense with the formalities." Zhu Muzhao looked around, the jade chain on his crown swaying, his voice bright and clear. "Today's Water and Land Conference in the palace is a tribute from the various countries of the East Continent. His Majesty has the intention of educating That's why he has ordered our Dan master to send out all capable people to explain and impart knowledge. You, the imperial astronomer Chun, should set an example and not be neglected. Everyone said in unison, "Yes, sir." Zhu Muzhao nodded and scanned the crowd again. He raised his sleeve and pointed to a person in front. The right magistrate is from the prestigious Taoist school of Mount Longhu. Today he will explain the principles of Yi to you. This meant that the task of explaining the principles of Yi to the foreign envoys fell on the right magistrate, Jing Chen. Yes, sir. Jing Chen looked calm and was not surprised. It was obvious that the Great Commissioner had already made arrangements. He pointed to another person. The left magistrate is in charge of the artifacts. You will handle the treasure exhibition. Xianya was also prepared and went forward to accept the order. Finally, she turned to Ren Qiming and said, "Junior eunuch is knowledgeable and expected that the envoy will have some questions. You will be in charge of adapting to the situation." Ren Qiming put his hands together and lowered his head. "Yes, sir." After assigning these tasks, Zhu Muzhao turned around and seemed to accidentally see Yu Shu standing behind Jing Chen. He smiled at her, not as stern as before, and actually looked a little amiable. "Female diviner, it's your first time here, so it's not suitable for you to make arrangements. Let's just observe for now." Among the more than 20 officials, Yu Shu was the only one who had nothing to do, but was singled out by the Grand Chancellor. She immediately became the center of attention. He thought to himself, "It seems like the great teacher thinks very highly of this young female fortune-teller." Of course, Yu Shu knew why he was paying attention to her. She sneered inwardly, but on the surface, she humbly responded, "I understand." Zhu Muzhao nodded his head. His expression was serious. His left hand was behind his back. The sleeves of his clothes fluttered in the wind as he led the officials forward. Although the group of people didn't line up, they followed Zhu Muzhao in an orderly manner according to their ranks. No one gossiped, and the atmosphere was so quiet that Yu Shu, the newcomer, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. To be able to manage such a large celestial commissioner's office in such an orderly manner, and to have all the officials obey his orders without question, he was truly a capable person. Riding on a sedan chair, there were more than 20 celestial commissioner's office officials, and more than 100 officials from the capital. They walked north from Qingming Street, all the way to the foot of the Imperial Palace, right in front of the gate of Skybearing. Alighting from the carriage, Yu Shu realized that there were not only people from the Celestial Commissioner's office at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. On the other side, there were also a few other officials and generals dressed in the same official robes. She tried to find Shui Rui's figure, but after looking around, she couldn't find him even after the eunuchs entered the palace. Wung wung, a deafening sound could be heard, and the wooden wheels slid to the ground as the city gates opened. On top of the city walls, there were nearly 100 imperial guards standing. Each of them held a spear in their hands, with a bow on their back and a feather pouch hanging on their waist. They looked coldly at the bottom of the city walls. If they discovered any strange movements, they would mercilessly shoot them to death on the spot. Yu Shu always felt as if there was a dagger on her back. She raised her head and took a look. Only then did she know why. She swallowed her saliva and looked at the towering city gates in front of her. The deep hole that led to the heart of the Daran dynasty made her heartbeat accelerate. She also had a heavy realization about who she would be going against in the future. Could she really resist them? Or would she end up like Yin Hua in the past, dying on this land without knowing why? Yu Shu couldn't help but shiver. "Be careful of your feet." A reminder came into her ears. Her sleeves were gently pulled by someone. Yu Shu's footsteps suddenly stopped. When she regained her senses, she realized that Jing Chun had unknowingly fallen behind her. When she looked down again, there was a bronze brick under her feet. It was protruding half a foot, and she almost tripped over it. "Thanks." Jing Chen's hand loosened in the next moment. There was no sunlight in the middle of the passageway. In the darkness, he looked at her deeply, and expressionlessly walked past the front. No one noticed this little interlude. Yu Shu restrained her thoughts and paid attention to her feet. She concentrated on walking. The imperial city had 3 heavy gates. One palace surrounded the other. After passing the gate of heaven, It was the outer court. Every morning court was held in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The officials of the fifth rank and above were familiar with the road. Further to the left was the Palace of Tranquility. It was a place for festive banquets. Further to the right was the Palace of Fengqing. It was a place for grand ceremonies. The July Aquatic Assembly was being held in the Palace of Fengqing. The palace could accommodate 1,000 people. Magnificent pillars supported the sky, and the eaves of the windows were slanted. There were 361 skylights. During the day, the sun could shine, and during the night, the stars could be seen. The emperor had issued a sudden order for the Aquatic Assembly. The Celestial Commissioner, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs had arranged it in great secrecy. Today in the hall there were red carpets and green curtains. There were more than 200 seats. On the left and right there were soft mats, long tables and short tables. The Celestial Commissioner and the group of Ishur were arranged to sit on the west side. On the east side there were the princes, civil and military officials and foreign envoys. The middle path was covered with a golden carpet. It led to the jade steps at the north end. There was a golden couch with a cloud dragon on it. It was the throne of the emperor. Yushu and the others were the first to be led into the hall. They took their seats from top to bottom. She sat behind Jingchen, in the second row near the front. The civil and military officials on the opposite side took their seats, but there were no foreign visitors. Because Yushu was the Celestial Commissioner, she didn't participate in this event. She didn't know the details. Puzzled, she asked Xialan, who was sitting behind her, "Which country's envoys are here today?" She knew very little about the geography of Dan. She only knew that there were fierce Mongolian Jin people in the north, Hui tribes at the Jade Gate Pass in the west, and Wei Nation and Joseon Dynasty in the east. She didn't know much more than that. According to what I know, there are 4 or 5 small countries. Some are from the East Continent, and some are from the West Sea. There are envoys from Dongying, Korea, Ryukyu, Annan, and Siam. Xialan was more knowledgeable than her. When Yushu heard that these few countries and worlds were similar to the world in the future, she had an idea of what was going to happen. If she had to ask which country's envoy she was more interested in, it had to be Japan's Neon. Dan was strong and prosperous for 300 years. It was even better than the Ming Dynasty in the official history. During this period, no one dared to provoke them. She didn't know what the attitude of the small countries that invaded the Central Plains in the future would be. She was curious and looked around. She took the opportunity to remember many unfamiliar faces. The court officials and Ishur sat down. About 15 minutes later, they heard the sound of the guards of honor. "The emperor is here." Everyone stood up. Yushu looked at the door. Not long after, she heard a voice coming from afar. First, a bright yellow appeared at the door of the hall. Chapter 596. Above the palace, the 4 seats were quiet. Emperor Zhaoqing sat sideways on a treasured couch, one hand supporting his head and the other resting on his knees. His posture was casual as he looked at Jingchen, who was standing not far away and explaining the Book of Changes. Therefore, the big has no outside, the small has no inside. The combination of yin and yang forms all things in the world. To understand all things, one must first distinguish yin and yang, and know right and wrong. The Great Way is illusory and real, hard and soft. There is yang and yin and yang. The combination of yin and yang is heaven's law. The Book of Changes was the source of the Book of Changes. It was only about 4,000 words and had gone through 3 ancient times and 3 saints. In ancient times, King Fuxi opened the heavens with his 8 trigrams. In ancient times there was King Wen's 64 trigrams. In ancient times there was Confucius's 10 wings. Jingchen's clear voice traveled to every corner of the palace. When he explained the Book of Changes, it started from yin and yang to everything. The theory was not difficult to understand, but when it was explained by a handsome immortal like him, it was exceptionally clear. The 1-hour lecture wasn't short, but it wasn't long either. Some people were engrossed in it, while others weren't paying attention at all. Yushu just couldn't listen. Her learning of the Book of Changes didn't start with the word reason. It was Taoist Qing Zheng's force-feeding method. Later, in order to participate in the Dayan examination, she had to memorize a pile of Book of Changes. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't even know where the Book of Changes came from. At this moment, her attention was on the other side of the golden carpet. The first row, from top to bottom, was Prince Xiang and Prince Jing. Next to them were two old men whom she had never seen before. One had a head full of white hair, the other had a serious face, wearing a high crown and sleeved robe, with a crane embroidered on his chest. Yushu thought that these two must be Prime Minister Shui and Prime Minister Yin. According to the seating arrangement, the white-haired one should be Prime Minister Yin, and the expressionless one should be Shui Rui's grandfather. This deduction surprised her. She had seen noble consort Shui and consort Xu at the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet. Noble consort Shui was lively and liked to laugh, while consort Xu was strict and serious. Both of them were like daughters and fathers. Who would have thought that Shui Lingnan would be so dignified, while Prime Minister Yin was all smiles? When she thought up to here, she gazed at the few rows in front of her. Shui Rui said that he would come today, yet she hadn't seen a shadow of him since she entered. She wondered if he'd forgotten or something else had happened. Below the two prime ministers, there are many foreign envoys dressed differently. Yushu can't recognize the others, but the skinny man with a shaved head and a ponytail must be from Dongying. There were two companions sitting behind the skinny man. One of them was nothing special, but the other was a young man. His black hair was not shaved and was tied neatly at the back of his head. A row of bangs hung down past his eyebrows. His skin was snow white and he was quite handsome. Girls, Yushu murmured in her heart. She couldn't help but take a few more glances at the Dongying young man. Suddenly, the young man turned his head and looked in her direction. Their gazes met. She didn't notice it before, but now she realized that the young man's eyes were so pale that they didn't seem to have any color. They were staring at her blankly, causing a chill to run down her spine. It was very uncomfortable. She was the first to turn her gaze away. Her heart felt strange, and she couldn't be bothered to listen to what Jing Chen was saying. She didn't know that after she turned her head away, the Dongying young man stared at her for a long time. The Dongying man sitting beside the young man sensed it, and also glanced in Yushu's direction. He asked the young man something in a low voice. The young man shook his head and lowered it without saying a word. His hands were flat on his knees and he didn't move at all, becoming a statue. When Jing Chen returned to his seat, there was a wave of whispers below. It was obvious that the discussion was the main focus. Teacher Yi's side didn't matter. They were all Han people and they all spoke in Han. Yushu was puzzled as to why the group of foreigners opposite her could make an expression of sudden realization and enlightenment. Did they really understand or were they pretending to understand? After the commotion below for a while, Emperor Zhaoqing slowly sat up straight and placed his hands on the dragon throne. The eunuch who was waiting at the side saw this and swept the horsetail whisk in his hand across the air. He said in a loud voice, "Silence." The voices in the hall stopped abruptly. Emperor Zhaoqing scanned the people below and looked at the envoy. He smiled faintly and said, "You people said that you want to see my Danese school. I have to ask someone to reason with you. After listening to what I said just now, what do you think?" Yushu wasn't sitting very far, and could barely make out the appearance of Emperor Zhaoqing. With one look, she finally understood why this old emperor favored Ningguang so much. This pair of emperor and his son could not be said to have been cast from the same mold, but their appearances were 60 to 70% similar. They were both born with imposing features, square foreheads, wide noses, and the faces of nobles. In contrast, Lu Tan, who was present today, had a scholarly and weak appearance. She just didn't know if Lu Hao's fickle and heartless temperament also resembled that of the emperor. The envoys of various countries could understand the common language of Don. When they were asked by the emperor, they stood up one by one and answered in a strange tone. However, they still wanted to be literate, which made Yushu want to laugh. "Your Majesty, stewed biscuit, it's easy to cook raw, but it's hard to cook raw. I'll wait for your help." This sentence was, replying to Your Majesty, the Sage Dynasty's study is truly profound. We have learned a lot. After listening to what that young master said just now, we have learned a lot. Not only Yushu, but those who had ears, when they heard what the other side said. Their faces were slightly distorted, and they were trying their best to hold back their laughter. Ha ha! Emperor Zhaoqing was also amused. His loud laughter was like a signal. Those seated could not help but laugh out loud. This laughter did not contain any malice, so the atmosphere was rather harmonious. When they were done laughing, the Celestial Commissioner then took out a batch of artifacts that he had prepared earlier to display. Among them were treasures that could attract wealth and ward off evil spirits. There were also tools that could keep track of time and calendar. The workmanship was exquisite, and there was a mystery hidden within. The group of foreign envoys were dazzled just by looking at them. Xianya was in charge of explaining the uses of each artifact in an orderly manner. Another hour passed like this, and only then did everyone return to their seats reluctantly. On the spot, there were envoys who suggested that the emperor could gift 1 or 2 rare artifacts for them to bring back to their countries. Emperor Zhaoqing generously agreed, and instructed the Celestial Commissioner to handle it. If they wanted to gift, they would gift a set and not 1 or 2 poor people. Xianya was secretly pleased. He thought that if this task was done well, he would be able to benefit greatly from it. At this moment, the Japanese envoy, who had been silent all this while, stared at the exquisite artifacts. He stood up from his seat, raised his hands, and bowed respectfully to the Emperor of Zhaoqing. Only then did he open his mouth to speak. "Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." This Japanese was very fluent in speech. Emperor Zhaoqing was probably in a good mood. He waved his hand and said, "You are not guilty. You may speak." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Japanese was done with his gesture. He raised his head and looked at the hundreds of seats opposite him. A dry smile appeared on his thin and sunken face. He said, "From your humble subject's point of view, the study of Yi in the Holy Dynasty is extensive and profound, but most of it is just theory on paper. Teaching people reason is the best choice, but when it comes to practical use, it is just borrowing tools to sharpen one's abilities. It is really regrettable that one cannot use it as one wishes." In other words, this meant, your study of Yi only talks about general principles, but when it comes to practical use, you still have to rely on those external tools. It is very boring. How many of those who were present were fools? Hearing his praise and criticism, the faces of the teachers darkened. Originally, the Celestial Commissioner had thought it through. In order to widen the horizons of these foreign country bumpkins, he had displayed the feng shui artifacts and tools. Who would have thought that this envoy from Japan would ruin his plan and say that it was borrowing tools to sharpen one's abilities? It was as if they had no real ability and only knew how to play around with these strange tricks. The smile on Emperor Zhaoqing's face faded. He turned to look at Xianya, who was in charge of displaying the artifacts, and said, "What did he say? Did you hear it?" Seeing the emperor's gaze, Xianya immediately felt bitterness in his throat. He knew that if he could not handle the situation today, the emperor would lose face in front of a few envoys from a small country. That would be troublesome. The emperor had previously said that the envoy was not to be blamed for speaking recklessly. If that happened, he would be the unlucky one. When he went out this morning, the blue robin on the windowsill kept chirping nonstop. It turned out that it was not a good time to go out. Your subject heard it. It seems like this envoy has misunderstood. Xianya's expression was still calm. He turned to look at the annoying skinny Japanese and cursed in his heart. However, he patiently explained, "I, the teacher of dance, study Yi. There are thousands of uses and all phenomena in the universe. How can I only be proficient in the art of artifacts? How can an outsider like you know how profound the study of Yi is?" "Is that so?" The Japanese looked like he was willing to learn. "Your Excellency, you said that there are thousands of uses. May I ask, can the teacher of the Holy Dynasty summon the wind and summon the rain?" Xianya frowned. He thought that this Japanese was deliberately provoking him. However, with the emperor looking at him, he could only bite the bullet and answer, "No." "Can you summon gods and ghosts?" "No." "Can you bring the dead back to life?" "No." The Japanese revealed that uncomfortable smile again and said, If you can't do any of these, how can you say that there are thousands of uses and all phenomena in the universe? Why do you have to brag? I think the teacher of the Holy Dynasty is just SOSO. This sentence was not only directed at Xinya's face. It was also directed at the faces of the hundreds of teachers present. Xinya also had a temper. This Japanese from a small country was short-sighted and narrow-minded. How dare he question the abilities of the teacher of Da'an and spout nonsense here? Hence, Xinya's face darkened and he asked back. The abilities you mentioned, unless it's a celestial art, how can a mortal do it? Who knew that the Japanese was waiting for him to say this? He immediately raised his chin proudly and said loudly, "In our humble country, there is also a school of learning that can indeed summon the wind and summon the rain, order ghosts and gods, and bring the dead back to life." As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. Was this Japanese bragging or was he speaking the truth? Yushu raised her eyebrows in surprise. She could not help but turn to look at the expression of the emperor of Da, and Zhu Muzhao sat quietly on the main seat the entire time, closest to the emperor of Zhaoqing. He was calm and his expression was calm. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The emperor of Zhaoqing did not say a word and looked down coldly. Xinya felt that it was ridiculous, but she did not take it seriously. She put on an act and bowed to the Japanese. So there really is such art that can summon the wind and summon the rain and bring the dead back to life. I would like to ask for your guidance. Words alone are no proof. Please allow us to see it for ourselves. Chapter 597. When they heard Yamada Jiro, the envoy from Japan, say the words Inyang art, many people sitting at Master Yi's side were surprised. Someone commented, "Inyang technique? Did you hear that? Is that the Japanese talking about the Inyang technique in feng shui?" The masters present were all elites. Few of them didn't know that there was a branch of feng shui called Inyang. It was the only knowledge in shui that could restrain the dead. There was a small group of masters who preferred to call themselves Inyang masters. It was said that they could communicate with ghosts and deities and communicate with ghosts and deities. However, it was not recognized by the orthodox shui. There was a saying in school, when a person dies his fate energy ends. Since there was no fate energy, how could one predict the future? Xinya sneered and said, "I thought it was some celestial technique that could summon the wind and summon the rain. The Yin-Yang technique that you mentioned, Master Yamada, is also a branch of the Da'ani school. Yin-Yang and the 5 elements originate from the central plains. Don't tell me you don't know that?" Xinya's words were what most of the masters were thinking. Many of them looked at the arrogant Japanese envoy like he was a joke, waiting for him to make a fool of himself. However, Yamada Jiro didn't lose his cool. Instead he nodded. "You're right. Our Yin-Yang technique was comprehended by a celestial pathmaster in Middle-earth a few hundred years ago." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the masters. His face was filled with regret. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that a few hundred years later, the masters of the sacred dynasty forgot their roots and lost their true essence. He didn't seem to see Xinya's change of expression. He faced Emperor Zhaoqing and pointed to the 2 Japanese. "Your Majesty, these 2 are the precious Yin-Yang masters of our country. One of them is proficient in the art of spells and can summon the wind and rain. The other is proficient in the art of spirit communication and can bring the dead back to life. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Thank you, Your Majesty, for showing us the school of the sacred dynasty. With your permission, I'll ask them to perform the art and let Your Majesty witness the true teachings of our country. Look, you guys put on such a big show, showing off how amazing your shui is, but in terms of real ability, it is inferior to our Yin-Yang technique. Isn't it embarrassing?" The emperor of Zhaoqing was very unhappy, but as the ruler of a country, he still had the magnanimity he should have. He would not flare up on a small envoy like him. Should he allow this Onmyoji from Neon to show off his skills? It was hard to decide. If it was accurate and they could not show their true ability, then it would be fine. But if they had the ability, then wouldn't it prove that the unorthodox sect's Yishue was inferior to their heretical sect? If it wasn't accurate, it would look like they had a guilty conscience. There were a few other foreign envoys watching from the side. Emperor Zhaoqing glanced sideways at the first seat on the west side. When he saw the Grand Tiandi's nonchalant expression, he felt that his previous hesitation was unnecessary. Thus he waved his sleeves and approved. Yamada-jiro was overjoyed. He had entered the imperial court this time, because he had been entrusted with a mission by the emperor. If he did not succeed, he could only kill himself when he returned. Summoning the wind and summoning the rain, bringing the dead back to life, and dispatching ghosts and gods. How could ordinary people know these three abilities? Yushu was just as curious as the rest of the people present. After Yamada-jiro obtained the permission of the emperor of Zhaoqing, he turned his head to talk to the two onmyoji he brought. He used their own language and said a few words. Between the two of them, the man wearing the black horned hat stood up, while the Japanese youth was still sitting in the same place. Yamada-jiro introduced the onmyoji to everyone. This onmyoji in white clothes and a black hat was called Idamaki. He was proficient in talismans and could summon the wind and summon the rain. Idamaki saluted the emperor of Zhaoqing, said a few words, and pointed at the door of the hall. The emperor of Zhaoqing asked, "What did he say?" Yamada-jiro quickly explained and acted as a translator. Mr. Ida said that if we want to perform the spell, we can't do it inside. We have to do it outside. Please allow it, Emperor Don. Every year, the Celestial Commissioner would arrange a sacrifice. Sometimes, when there was a drought in the north or a flood in the south, the Emperor of Zhaoqing would find a Taoist priest to add to the ritual, pray for good weather, and ask the heavens to rain. However, everyone knew that the wind and rain were not decided by mortals. It depended on the mood of the heavens. Seeing that the onmyoji from Japan only had this little request, he didn't ask for any altars or cinnabar chicken blood. He wanted to ask the heavens for help empty-handed. The Emperor of Zhaoqing began to feel that this group of Japanese was fooling him. How could he summon the wind and rain? Juiner. The Emperor of Zhaoqing allowed Idamaki to go out and reminded the Emperor, "Send someone out to take a look, then report back." The Emperor nodded and turned his head. His eyes swept over the heads of the officials behind him, and stopped on the two of them. He said, "Minister of the Right, the female imperial official will go with you and take a look." Yushu was wondering what kind of tricks those neon people were playing when she suddenly heard the commissioner call her official position. She didn't know how to react until Jing Chen stood up in front of her and looked back at her. He said in a low voice, "Official you." Yushu accepted her fate and stood up. She lowered her head and stared at the back of Diane's head. She thought to herself, "They really want to match me and Jing Chen to the end." The two of them followed the onmyoji out of the hall one after the other. Yushu looked up at the sky. It was afternoon and the sun was high up in the sky. It didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Jing Chen looked at her silently. He didn't care how the onmyoji performed the spell. There was an empty space on the marble steps outside the hall. Other than the guards and eunuchs waiting outside, there were no other people. Idamaki took off his white hunting jacket and spread it on the ground. He knelt on one knee and faced the south. He put his palms together and made a strange gesture. He muttered something in a gloomy voice. However, Yushu had only learned one foreign language in her previous life. She couldn't understand a word even when she strained her ears. After about a quarter of an hour, Idamaki's voice became urgent. He lowered his head and bit the middle finger of his left hand. Blood gushed out. He used the blood as a book and started to draw a talisman on the open white hunting jacket. Yushu took 2 steps forward to take a closer look. The talisman drawn on the back of the white jacket was bloody and twisted. It made her nauseous. She had seen Taoist priests draw talismans before, but they used chicken blood and cinnabar. What was this talisman drawn with human blood? After Idamaki finished drawing the talisman, he used his blood-stained middle finger to smear the area between his eyebrows. He pointed to the sky. A strange red light suddenly appeared on his fingertip and shot straight into the sky. Yushu thought she was seeing things. She looked up at the red light until it disappeared. She couldn't help but turn around and ask Jing Chen, "Did you see that?" "What?" That beam of light came from his hand, Li Wuyo said. Yeah. What the hell are you talking about? Do you have to be so calm about such a strange thing? Did you see it or not? Yushu was about to ask again when she saw Jing Chun frown and raise his head. The next moment, Yushu felt a chill on her forehead. She blinked and touched it. It was wet. Chapter 598. The sun was still high up in the sky. A light rain fell without warning. Yushu was shocked at first. She stared at the so-called Onmyoji from Japan. Even though she had seen him casting spells and drawing talismans with her own eyes, as well as the strange red light, she still felt that something was wrong. A mortal being able to summon the wind and rain was beyond her comprehension. Jing Chun was much calmer than her. After standing for a while and seeing that the rain had not stopped, he said to Yushu, "Let's go in." Yushu nodded absent-mindedly and followed him back into the palace to report to the emperor. The Onmyoji Ida Masanori was kneeling in front of the hunting clothes with the blood talismans drawn on it. His hands were making symbols and he was chanting mysteriously. The rain outside was light. Through the heavy eaves, the people in the palace couldn't see anything. "How is it?" Emperor Zhaoqing asked when he saw the two of them enter. Jing Chun reported truthfully, "It's raining." Hearing this, there was an uproar. Some people didn't believe him and craned their necks to look outside. They wanted to leave the table to see if it was true. Emperor Zhaoqing knew that Jing Chun wouldn't speak without thinking. It must have rained. He was also surprised and asked for more details. Jing Chun described the Onmyoji's actions outside the palace. At this moment, some of the celestial commissioners' expressions darkened. They had just said that the Japanese was arrogant, but the other party had shown his hand and brought the rain. Didn't that mean that the Dain-E school was inferior to them? Jing Chun and Yushu returned to their seats. Junior Eunuch Ren turned to ask the former. The latter silently picked up his wine glass, dipped a finger in the wine, and lowered his head to write on the table. The Japanese envoy, Yamada Jiro, swept his gaze across the crowd. Finally, his gaze landed on Xianya and he asked deliberately, seeing is believing. "Master E School of the Sacred Dynasty, how is the Onmyoji of my country compared to your E School?" Xianya forced a smile and said, "Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. You all learned from us in the Central Plains a few hundred years ago. It is indeed impressive to have such achievements today. But our Dain-E School is far from what you can imagine. One is the source, the other is the tributary. How can you compare?" Thankfully, Xianya was quick-witted. She grabbed onto the fact that Japan's yin-yang technique originated from the Book of Changes and the Five Elements theory. She compared the Book of Changes to the source and the yin-yang technique to the tributaries, refusing to admit that Daan's Book of Changes was inferior. Yamada Jiro did not argue with him. He stood properly and spoke to Emperor Zhaoqing. "Your Majesty, summoning the wind and summoning the rain is only one of the abilities of the Onmyojis of my country. In the entire country, there is more than one who is proficient in it. However, the resurrection technique that I would like to show your Majesty is unique." When Yushu heard this, her hands paused. She lifted her head and glanced at the statue-like Japanese youth. Yamada Jiro's monotonous voice echoed in the hall. "Hundreds of years ago, there was an omnipotent Onmyoji in our country. Legend has it that he could capture ghosts and manipulate fire and water. Without stepping out of his house, he could know the general situation of the world. With just a pinch of his fingers, he could tell who was alive and who was dead. This Onmyoji was called Abe no Saimai." "That's right, I'll tell you a little bit about the past." As he spoke, he pointed at the fair-skinned youth sitting at the table. "And this person is Abe no Saimai's only descendant in this world after a few hundred years, Lord Abe no Saimai. Lord Abe was born in the countryside and was raised by a fox demon. He was born with a pair of yin-yang eyes and could communicate with ghosts and gods. If a person died less than 3 days ago, he could use a technique to collect the soul of the dead and transfer it to a living creature, bringing the dead back to life. Usually, no one would believe that someone could bring the dead back to life. However, with an Onmyoji who could summon the rain before him, no one thought that he was bragging when he said it again. For a moment, Everyone's eyes fell on the Japanese youth who was said to be able to bring the dead back to life. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can find someone to test it out now. If I'm lying, I'm willing to pay with my life. If what I said is true, then it proves that the Master E of the Holy Dynasty is not as good as the Onmyoji of my country. I would like to ask your Majesty to agree to one thing. His words stirred up the crowd again. The Master E present glared at Yamada-jiro. Emperor Zhaoqing looked coldly at the bold Japanese who dared to make a request. He knew that he had ulterior motives, but he was also very interested in the technique of bringing the dead back to life. He asked, "What request do you have? Tell me." Yamada-jiro's eyes flashed and he said, "It's a small matter to the unholy emperor. There's a deserted island near the east continent of the Holy Dynasty. It's near Ryukyu and not far from Japan. The emperor dreamed of going to the island one day and yearned for it, so he sent me as a messenger. If your Majesty is willing to part with it, the emperor will order me to present the two precious Onmyojis to you." Emperor Zhaoqing raised his thick brows and turned to ask the ministers on the right, "Do you know which place he is talking about?" The ministers looked at each other and no one answered. After a while, one of them stood up. "Please allow me to ask." Yu Shu dipped her finger in wine and wrote quickly on the table, while paying attention to the movements in the divine hall. When she heard this, she looked up and saw a skinny young man standing at the end of the table. It was Kong Qi, whom she had met on Chinese Valentine's Day. Permission granted. After obtaining permission from Emperor Zhaoqing, Kong Qi spoke to Yamada-jiro. "Is the island that Ambassador Yamada mentioned called Diaoyu Island?" Yamada-jiro nodded and said, "That's what the Holy Dynasty called it." Kong Qi frowned slightly and turned to report to Emperor Zhaoqing. "Your Majesty, the island that the Japanese ambassador mentioned is a place that Dayan passed during our diplomatic mission to Ryukyu. There are indeed no people on the island, but it's rich in medicinal herbs. There are also many fishermen fishing for them. I would like to ask your Majesty to reconsider." Hearing this, Yu Shu was stunned. What did he say? Diaoyu Island? Yamada-jiro heard Kong Qi's words of advice and his face stiffened. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor of my country has instructed that if your Majesty is willing to part with this island, we will pay an additional 30% of the tribute every year. That's more than enough to cover the medicinal herbs on the island." Emperor Zhaoqing was deep in thought. It was obvious that he was considering whether or not to make this deal with the Japanese. Two Onmyojis, one could summon the wind and the rain, and the other could bring the dead back to life. He could use them to exchange for an uninhabited island. This deal seemed to be a good deal, but the prerequisite was that the ability to bring the dead back to life was real. "I can agree to your request, but first I want to see him." Emperor Zhaoqing pointed at the Japanese youth sitting behind Yamada-jiro. "How does he bring the dead back to life?" No matter how the expressions of the people in the hall changed, Yu Shu's expression sank. Her fingers suddenly stopped moving. She looked at the faintly discernible water stains on the table, and then raised her head to look at the Japanese opposite her. A cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Summon the wind and the rain? I'm not going to believe you." She stared at him for a while before turning her head to look at Emperor Zhaoqing, who was sitting high up. Chapter 599. Emperor Zhaoqing had agreed to the Dongying envoy's request. Yu Shu had thought that there would be many officials present who would object. Unexpectedly, no one spoke up except for Kong Qi, who had first asked the emperor to reconsider. She was surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, she understood that this situation had occurred. It wasn't because the civil and military officials, including Emperor Zhaoqing, were brainless. It was because in this era where cold weapons were still in power, and shipping was not developed, an uninhabited island was less significant than two rare mutants. More importantly, the Onmyoji who knew how to bring the dead back to life was an irresistible temptation to the emperor, who had always yearned for immortality. Looking at Yamada-jiro's confident expression, Yu Shu couldn't sit still. After all, she was a modern person who had come back from 500 years in the future. She was well aware of the evil deeds that these subservient Dongying people had committed in the land of Huaxia. How could she let them coax Diaoyu Island away under her eyes? No. She had to think of a way. It was impossible for her to directly stand up and persuade the emperor not to do such a stupid thing. She had only been a new official for a few days. As a fifth-rank female official, her words carried more weight. How could the emperor listen to her and take back his order? Then she could only start with the Dongying people and stop them from succeeding. Yushu looked expressionlessly at the door of the main hall. She quickly calculated in her mind. She was sure that the yin-yang technique that could summon wind and rain was just a trick. That was easy to deal with. As for the Dongying youth who claimed to be able to bring the dead back to life, she had to wait and see. With this thought, Yushu didn't rashly try to persuade the emperor. Instead, she chose to sit and watch. However, the development of the matter was a little unexpected. Reporting to Your Majesty. Junior Supervisor Ren of the Celestial Commissioner stood up and suggested to Emperor Zhaoqing. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Your Majesty has to go to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices. It's getting late and you should go prepare. In my opinion, why don't we let the envoys return to the post house to rest first? Tomorrow, we will invite the Onmyoji from Dongying to perform the art of resurrection for Your Majesty. Junior Supervisor Ren was the second in command of the Celestial Commissioner, a dignified second-rank official. Emperor Zhaoqing still gave him a lot of face. That's fine as well. The aquatic assembly will last for 3 days. I'll wait until the second day to see this resurrection technique. Although Yamada Jiro was disappointed, he was not afraid that the Daen Emperor would go back on his words. He thought to himself that if they waited one more night, the island would still be theirs. Yushu watched as Ren Qiming calmly persuaded the emperor. Her eyes drifted and fell on the chief commissioner. Seeing that he was as still as a mountain, she suddenly felt that she seemed to have thought too highly of the Celestial Commissioner. The Celestial Commissioner, who represented the core of the Great Peace Division, had assisted this great country for 300 years. How could he tolerate the contempt and scheming of a foreign envoy? On the first day of the Water and Continent Conference, the Japanese yin-yang spellmasters destroyed the prestige of the Great Peace spellmasters, and they parted on bad terms. When Yushu came out of the palace, the sudden rain had already stopped. Along the way, she heard the angry whispers of the yin-yang spellmasters. Some could not stand the arrogance of the Japanese envoy. Some said that the yin-yang spellmaster who summoned the rain had used sorcery, and some said that they were up to no good. In short, there was not a single good word, and none of them hit the nail on the head. Yushu secretly shook her head and did not interrupt. Jing Chen, on the other hand, had walked to her side at some point and asked her in a low voice, "Did you see through the trick that the yin-yang spell master with the surname Sonata used when he summoned the rain?" Yushu's eyebrows trembled. She turned her head and asked, "See through what? You said that it was that strange red light?" Seeing that she was playing dumb, Jing Chen shook his head and told her, "That red light was not some demonic thing, but a force that will appear when the inner energy of a martial artist reaches a certain level. You should have seen him bite his finger. That red light was just an illusion created by him using his force to force out the blood and qi. He started martial arts at the age of 3, and began cultivating his qi at the age of 5. There were martial uncles with profound inner energy, who personally combed his meridians. He had already mastered the inner energy mantra of the Jingyi sect 3 years ago. Ordinary martial artists might not be able to see through the tricks of the Japanese, but in his eyes, there was nothing that could hide. Oh, so that's how it is. She also knew that the yin-yang spell master being able to summon the rain had little to do with that red light, but after listening to Jing Chen's explanation, she finally understood what was going on. "I've told you everything I know. What about you? What about me?" Faced with her uncooperative attitude, Jing Chen could only make things clearer. "In the palace, I saw you writing on the table for a long time. What were you calculating? Did he have eyes in the back of his head?" She sat behind him, so he could see what she was doing. "I vaguely remember." Jing Chen's voice became softer. There were people in front and behind them, so some words couldn't be heard by others. However, it didn't prevent Yushu from hearing it. "You have a very strange method. You can predict the weather of the next day. When you say it will rain, it will rain. It's very accurate. Yushu paused, almost stepping on the tripping brick at the city gate. She turned to look at Jing Chun, her eyes flashing. She knew that she couldn't hide it from him, so she simply admitted it. That's right. When I was in the palace just now, I predicted the weather of today. According to the divination, there should be rain today. Sunny rain was rare. Usually, the clear rain calendar method used by the E-Masters couldn't predict it at all. For example, the rain on a full moon night was very difficult for the E-Masters to predict. It was the same for sunny rain. But for Yushu's clear rain rule, this was not a problem. Hearing this, Jing Chen's expression became serious. He said, that is to say, the onmyologist in Japan might have predicted that it would rain this afternoon. That's why they use such a strange skill to pretend to summon rain. So that we would think that their onmyologist had that kind of ability. Yushu was just about to praise him for his cleverness when she heard him continue. Since you found out that they were cheating, why didn't you expose them in the palace just now? Yushu secretly rolled her eyes and said angrily, how do you want me to expose them? Are you going to tell the emperor that I predicted that it would rain today, so those Japanese are liars? They didn't summon the rain, but God arranged it in advance? Do you think that people will believe me just because I'm making empty promises? She wasn't the only E-Masters in the entire capital who could predict the sunny rain, but she was probably the only exception among the E-Masters from the Kingdom of Da, and who had entered the palace to participate in the Water and Land Conference. She had waited until the Japanese succeeded in summoning a rain before making irresponsible remarks. Wasn't that just hindsight? She had to come up with some strong evidence to slap those Japanese in the face. I didn't think it through. You're right. If you had exposed them just now, they might have shown their true colors. Instead, it would have made our E-Masters from the Kingdom of Dun seem clumsy. Jing Chen was mocked by her, but he wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he openly admitted that he wasn't as thorough as she was. He then asked her, then what method did you think of to expose them in public? Yushu glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. You're the Celestial Commissioner. If you're bullied by others, with the head supervisor and the junior supervisor around, it's not up to a small female official like me to think of a solution. I thought you deliberately predicted that it would rain today to find a way to expose them. Pfft, you're thinking too much. I'm just curious. After Yushu finished speaking, she ignored him. She quickened her steps and caught up with Xianya, the left magistrate, who was walking in front. Jing Chen saw her indifferent attitude and sighed helplessly. The Japanese envoys came out of the palace and arrived at the place where they were staying. Yamada Jiro and Ida Maki entered a room and closed the door tightly before speaking in their native language. Yamada-kun, how did I do today? Japanese on Myoji, Ida Maki asked proudly. Yamada Jiro flattered him. Haha, Lord Ida, you're too amazing. You managed to deceive the two Dawn Masters, especially that pretty boy who was full of Taoism. I don't think he was suspicious at all. He's too stupid. Ida Maki smiled and said, you're also very good. You managed to make the Emperor of Dawn agree to our conditions and hand over the island. If you do this well, I'll definitely report it to General Ashikaga and give you a big reward. At this point, his smile stopped on his face and he muttered to himself worriedly. It's just that we have to wait for another night. It's just that we have to wait for another night. Will there be any accidents? Lord Ida, don't worry. Those Dawn Masters are very useless. They only know how to predict good or bad luck and talk big. They don't know the secret of bringing the dead back to life. There won't be any problems. Yamada Jiro patted his chest and guaranteed. A hint of contempt flashed in Ida Maki's eyes. He shook his head and said, I'm not worried about those Dawn people. I'm worried about that monster, Kiko. Keep an eye on her. If she ruins General Ashikaga's plan, you won't be able to atone for it even if you have 10 lives. Hearing this, Yamada Jiro hurriedly apologized and said, Lord Ida, don't worry. Kiko's mother has been locked up by us. As long as she doesn't want to see her mother's ghost, she won't be disobedient. Ida Maki nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. In one of the rooms on the upper floor of the post house, a fair-skinned and delicate Japanese youth was hugging his knees as he squatted at the head of the bed. He stared blankly in the direction of the nothingness in the air. His eyes, which were covered by his fringe, were dull and unfocused. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed down. Mom. After leaving the palace, a group of Dawn masters dispersed first. However, a group of Dawn officials were hurriedly stopped by an assistant official sent by Ren Qiming outside the palace gate. Lords, please wait. The junior supervisor wants you to go home first. After dinner, take a short rest, and then meet at the Celestial Commissioner's conference hall. Chapter 600. She had left the palace less than 7 o'clock, a full 2 hours before 9 o'clock. Yushu did not return home but went to Wangji Tower to find Shui Rue. A few days ago, Shui Rue had said that he would come to the aquatic conclave. Yet she didn't see him in the palace today, causing her to feel bewildered. She wondered if something had happened to him at the last minute, which was why he couldn't come. She went to Wangji Tower, but Shui Rue was not there. She could only eat dinner first and then go to the Celestial Commissioner's office for a meeting. The meeting hall was located in the middle of the 9 palaces pattern. You just had to walk straight past the bell tower in front of the door. Yushu arrived early. The spacious hall was brightly lit. There was a long carpet at the door, and more than 20 chairs lined up on both sides. There were only 3 to 5 people who had arrived before her. 2 attendants were walking back and forth in the hall, lighting the lamps and serving tea. Official Yu Xianyu was sitting at the front. When he saw Yushu come in, he greeted her. Official Xian. Yushu walked over, looked to the sides and asked, "Where should I sit?" Xianyu put down his teacup and pointed to the seat next to him. "Sit here. It's not a formal meeting, so there's no need to be so formal." Yushu thought that she was only 1 rank or 2 lower than Xianyu, so it was not a bad position to sit next to him, so she sat down. "The matter I asked you to do last time. Did you have any results?" Xianyu leaned over and asked quietly. It was not convenient to talk in the palace in the afternoon, so he did not ask about the death that Yushu had divined for him. Yushu glanced at him without batting an eyelid. She had divined Sir Xianyu's horoscope that day, but the result was that the person was not dead at all. Xianyu had told her with certainty that the person had died 20 years ago, so she suspected that Xianyu was deliberately testing her and had some crooked idea. "It's only been a few days. Why are you in such a hurry?" Yushu joked with him. "Didn't I tell you? You don't know the date of that person's death, and you don't know the cause of death. It's not easy for you to ask me to do a divination." Hearing this, Xianyu did not look disappointed. Instead, she smiled and said, "I was just casually mentioning it. I'm not in a hurry to force you. Take your time and help me calculate in detail." Yushu nodded, thinking that she would have to wait until she ran out of Tihu incense pills before telling Xianyu everything. "Say, what do you think the junior supervisor wants us to wait here for?" Yushu changed the topic and asked Xianyu about it. After the Water and Land Conference, Emperor Zhaoqing had gone to the Imperial Ancestral Temple to offer sacrifices. The Great Tipping Point and Ren Qiming had accompanied him, and had not returned to the Celestial Commissioner yet. "I think we need to discuss a countermeasure." Xianyu snorted coldly and said, "Those arrogant Wei Nation people think that because they know some sorcery, they can look down on us, the Great Yi division. They even want to confuse the Emperor. If we let them get what they want, we, the Celestial Commissioner, will have no face left." In the afternoon at Fengqing Palace, Xianyu had been stepped on by the Japanese envoy, Yamada Jiro, which caused him to be glared at by Emperor Zhaoqing. He was still angry. "Is it sorcery?" Yushu rubbed her chin. It seemed that Xianyu, like the others, did not know what was going on. There's rain on a sunny day and blood talismans. If it's not sorcery, what is it? Xianyu snorted disdainfully on the surface, but in fact, he was shocked when he saw the rain during the day. Yushu chuckled and did not continue the discussion. The Xian family was a family that relied on creation and was proficient in the art of geomancy. As for their attainments in astronomy and calendar, they were probably not as good as Jing Qin, a Taoist disciple who had learned the chaotic sky divination log. It was not that Xianyu, as the head of an aristocratic family, was useless. Everyone had their own specialties. As the two of them chatted for a while, more and more people arrived. When Jing Chen entered, he saw Yushu and Xianye sitting on the left side of the table. He did not go up to them to make things difficult for himself, and just sat opposite them. After the hour, Junior Supervisor Ren appeared on time, but did not see the great tipping point. "Sir." He stepped in and everyone in the meeting hall stood up. "Take a seat." Ren Qiming pressed his hand against the air, pursed his lips and walked to the seat of honor. He turned and scanned the crowd. Yushu did not know if it was an illusion, but his gaze seemed to linger on her for a moment longer. Today is the Water and Land Conference. After meeting the Yin-Yang masters from Japan, tell me what you think. As soon as Ren Qiming finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in silence. No one made a sound. Ren Qiming sneered, his expression darkening. "Since no one wants to say anything, then let me say it. His Majesty asked us, the Celestial Commissioner, to preside over and preach the Yi Shui. His original intention was to enlighten those foreign envoys and show the majesty of the great nation. But two mere Japanese warlocks with unorthodox methods dared to look down on the Yi Shui in front of us, the Celestial Commissioner. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel deeply ashamed." His words made everyone blush. Even Yushu was a little embarrassed. "Sir, please calm down." Someone could not help but say, "When tomorrow is the Water and Land Conference, we will definitely not tolerate those Japanese who mislead the public with their lies." Ren Qiming looked at the official who spoke, his face still cold. "What countermeasures do you have?" That person was instantly speechless. Cough. Chao Yan, the left commander, who was sitting in the first seat on the left, covered his mouth and coughed. "Sir Run, please calm down. I don't think it was difficult for me to understand what happened during the day. Now that I think about it, the so-called Yin-Yang master who can summon the wind and rain probably knows some strange divination of the weather, and predicted that there would be a rain in the afternoon. Therefore he borrowed the east wind. He does not really have the ability to manipulate the weather, nor is it some sorcery." As soon as he said this, the minds of many of the muddle-headed people present changed, and they all came to a sudden realization. Yushu sized up Chao Zuoling, who was speaking. She was not surprised that other than herself and Jing Chun, there was someone else who could think of this point. The Celestial Commissioner, the left commander, was a third-rank official. His authority was below that of Ren Qiming, but he was the head of one of the three families with the longest history among the 12 aristocratic families, the Chao family. Chao Yuling, who had been strangled to death in the Taisher Library and pretended to have committed suicide by hanging on the observatory, was his granddaughter. In addition, the Chao family had another in-law that was worth mentioning. It was consort Yin Shufei's maiden family, the residence of Prime Minister Yin. The 12 aristocratic families in the capital city were intertwined, and there were only a few families who were truly in power. However, they were never far from the imperial court because they were filled with in-laws and had many branches and leaves. Ren Qiming's expression softened a little, and he nodded in agreement with Chao Zuoling's words. He then said to the crowd, "The so-called summoning of the wind and rain, and bringing the dead back to life, is only known to the immortals in the legends. We, who learn Yi, should know that Yin and Yang and the 5 elements should be able to counter fortune and misfortune. There are things that can be controlled, and there are things that cannot be controlled. What can be controlled is controlled by us, and what cannot be controlled is controlled by the heavens. It is absurd to think that I can control the will of the heavens, but you all believe in it. You should be ashamed." Everyone felt ashamed, and they all said that they had learned a lot. Seeing this, Ren Qiming said again, "Today's incident happened suddenly, and no one expected the Donging envoy to launch an attack at the last minute. I was at fault for not being able to deal with it in time. I have already received 3 months of salary penalty from the Imperial Secretary. So each of you will have 1 month reduced." No one had any objections. It was just a small salary penalty, and they did not expect to live with that amount of money every month. Only Yushu had a strange expression on her face, and she was angry in her heart. She had only been an official for 2 days, and she did not even get a copper coin, but she was already punished for a month. Didn't that mean that she would be working for nothing for the next month? Originally, she did not like the Dongying people who came to cheat her territory, so Yushu vented her anger on them. Back to the topic, Ren Qiming looked around again, and finally his eyes fell on Jing Qin, who was wearing a silver robe with the Big Dipper embroidered on his shoulder, and said, I heard that in Taoism, you have learned astronomy, calendar, and sorcery. I wonder if you have any insights that can solve the current situation. Jing Chen's face was calm, and he said, Sun rain is rare and unpredictable, but it is not impossible to predict. Among the Dongying envoys, there must be someone who is proficient in this method. It is not difficult to solve it. As long as we, the Celestial Commissioner, also predict a rain, and imitate their skill, their deception will be broken. The difficult thing is, we need the weather to be favorable, and there will be a rain tomorrow. Ren Qiming frowned. After a while, Xianya, who pretended to be deaf and mute, suddenly said, This tomorrow is the 16th of July, the day of the full moon. How can we know that there will be rain? What was as unpredictable as the sun rain was the special day of the 15th and the 56th of every month, when the full moon would lead to the tide, and the water mist would be forbidden to predict. At least among the Celestial Commissioner, no one knew this kind of strange magic, which could ignore the astronomical calendar and predict the weather of these 2 days. Yushu clasped her hands on her knees and looked up at Jing Chun, with a sneer at the corner of her mouth. What did he want her to come out to help him again? At this time, Ren Qiming asked everyone. Chapter 601. Jing Chun suggested a way to deal with the onmyosis of Japan. Under Junior Supervisor Ren's suggestion, the E-Masters in the room started discussing the famous E-Masters, or aristocratic families in the capital, who were good at predicting the weather. Yushu thought that Jing Chun would point her out, but after a while he did not say anything. She could not help but feel apprehensive. The Jing Chun that she knew wasn't shrewd at all. He wouldn't play the trick of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. If he really had designs on her, he would have made it clear long ago. But why did he hide the truth from her? What did he mean? It was getting late. Ren Qiming asked someone to record the names of the candidates and immediately sent someone to invite them. It's getting late. Everyone should go back first. Come back tomorrow morning to hear the news. Ren Qiming did not let these people stay and wait with him. Instead, he dismissed them. Until the end, Yushu did not hear her name from Jing Chun. Of course, she did not take the initiative to stand out. Coming out of the meeting hall, Yushu politely declined Xianya and the other senior officials' invitation to have supper together. Jing Chun did not like to mingle with others, so he did not join them. They lagged behind the others, one at the front and the other at the back. There was a distance in between them, and no one took the initiative to talk to each other. Just like that, she walked out of the Imperial Astronomer's door. Yushu looked around, but she couldn't find Lu Zhong, who was driving the car. She thought that he might have left in a hurry to relieve himself, so she waited by the roadside. Yushu did not bring the 2 guards with her when she entered and left the palace. She stayed in the Celestial Commissioner's office for about 2 hours. It was dark outside and the entire street was filled with government offices. It was deserted at night. Both sides of the street were dark and the end could not be seen. Those who were more timid did not dare to walk on this street alone at night. After a while, Yushu could not help but turn to look at the figure standing a few steps away from her. Right, Commander, aren't you going back? Jing Chun put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at her. There was no expression on his face. Only his cold voice could be heard. It's too late. This road is dark. I'll wait for you to get on the carriage. Yushu didn't feel touched by such obvious concern. She pursed her lips and didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Jing Chun suddenly asked, Will it rain tomorrow? Yushu crossed her arms and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. She replied casually, That's hard to say. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. What do you think? Yes or no? Why should I tell you? Yushu snorted softly and asked him in reply, You suggested Junior Supervisor Run to find someone who is good at judging Qingyu, but you didn't say it was me. Why are you keeping me guessing? Seeing that she was looking at him again, Jing Chun didn't avoid her eyes. He looked straight at her and said, I'm not keeping you guessing. I asked you in front of the palace gate. You made it clear that you don't want to meddle in other people's business, so I won't force you. It's my duty to think for the Celestial Commissioner. That's what I should do. I won't run away from it. Yushu felt a little awkward when she heard what he said. She had misunderstood him. He really didn't want to hurt her this time. Then why did you ask me if it's going to rain? Jingchen said. If you predicted that it's going to rain, then when the Celestial Commissioner can't find the person who will be worried tomorrow, I'll show up and expose the scam set by the Donging envoy. If it was someone else who had such thoughts, Yushu would definitely think that the other party was greedy for the credit. However, since it was Jingchen who said it, Yushu knew that he was just trying to protect the reputation of the great peacemaster. Heh, she laughed and said. Aren't you afraid that I'll deliberately lie to you and make you pretend? Jingchen still looked at her calmly. If you lie to me, then so be it. Yushu raised her eyebrows. What if I'm wrong? I believe that you can predict it accurately. If you say it's going to rain, then it will definitely rain. Jingchen paused. Seeing her glare, there was a hint of a smile in his voice. Oh, I know. So you don't have confidence in yourself. You're worried that you won't be able to predict it accurately, so you don't dare to show up. Yushu instantly narrowed her eyes and stared at him. She felt that this annoying person in front of her was not the honest fool in her memory. Alright, he really hit the nail on the head. She did not stand out tonight not because she wanted to go against Jingchen, but because she was worried about the accuracy of Qingyu's law. The law of clear rain was a divination method derived from the set of incantations that Taoist Qingzheng had taught her. Its accuracy was rather high, and it could even calculate the rare yang rain and the unpredictable 1560. However, it wasn't like it didn't have times where it didn't make a mistake. Think about it. If she predicted that it would rain tomorrow and recommended herself to Junior Supervisor Ren, it could be imagined that she would have to shoulder the important mission of restoring the reputation of the great peacemaster at the Water and Land Conference tomorrow afternoon. But in the end, she put on a good show, but the heavens didn't give her face. Then wouldn't she become a criminal that would smear the reputation of the Celestial Commissioner? So, she didn't stand up at the first moment, but continued to observe the situation. It wouldn't be too late for her to take the risk at the last moment. However, Jingchen had guessed half of what she was thinking. Are you trying to provoke me? Yushu's face turned cold. Do you think you can make me submit by saying this? Seeing her suddenly turn hostile, Jingchen's eyes were dazed for a moment, and he hurriedly denied. No. Afraid that she wouldn't believe him, he reiterated. I also don't want you to take the lead. Why would I provoke you? Yushu turned her head and didn't speak anymore. As for whether she believed his words, only she knew in her heart. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. The two turned their heads at the same time, and saw the shadows of two horses galloping over with people. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of them. Two bailiffs wearing official uniforms dismounted from the horses. Their gazes swept past the two of them and landed on Jingchen. After identifying him, they raised their hands and showed a token. The Supreme Court is handling a case. Celestial Commissioner Right Commander Lang Jing, please come with us. Yushu and Jingchen were stunned. The former blurted out. What happened? One of the bailiffs looked at the patch on her shoulder and shook his head. This. Lady, please forgive me. This is an important official matter. It's inconvenient to reveal it. Yushu frowned, thinking that Shui Rue hadn't been seen for a day and didn't even greet her. It was most likely related to this matter. Where is Lord Shui, the young minister of the Supreme Court? Lord Shui is handling the case. Yushu was sure now. Then let's go quickly. She waved her hand and gestured to them. Wherever you go, I'll follow and have a look. The two bailiffs looked awkward. It's okay. I'm very familiar with Lord Shui. He won't blame you. Lu Zhong hurriedly drove the carriage over from the opposite side of the street and stopped in front of Yushu. He apologized and left only because he had been waiting outside for a long time. Yushu didn't blame him. When she was about to get on the carriage, she heard Jingchen say to the two bailiffs, "Lead the way. Lead the way. I'll take official Yu's carriage." Chapter 602. Before the end of the 7th month, Yushu drew up a list of the palace consorts to serve the emperor, and gave it to Jingchen to look over. Jingchen only skimmed through it once before stamping a large seal at the end of the booklet. Next to her seal, there were 2 thin sheets of paper wrapped in ginger wood and coated with a secret wax paste. It was called the Book of Kuan, and was personally safeguarded by Jingchen. At the end of the month, the Palace Internal Affairs Commission would send someone to retrieve it. Although she expected that Jingchen would not have any objections to her arrangements, Yushu still dutifully reported to him. I referred to the secret books of the Kuanling Bureau for the past 3 years. According to their positions, I first recorded the dates of the Empress and the 3 official consorts, then the consorts and noblewomen. Based on the lunar calendar, those with conflicting birthdays are staggered. Those with impure bodies are not recorded. Because the next month is the first month, we need to leave the 7th and 19th to avoid the ancestral taboo. On the surface, the schedule that Yushu had arranged was meticulous and could be said to be standard. In reality, there was a hidden mystery. For example, noble consort Shui and noble consort Shu both had 3 days, but noble consort Shu had 1 day scheduled on the 15th. There was a banquet in the palace on the 15th of the 8th month. Emperor Zhaoqing would definitely get drunk. The banquet would end at the 3rd watch, and there would be morning court the next day. He would not have the energy to be intimate with noble consort Shu. He probably wouldn't even be able to say a few words before washing up and sleeping. There was another Sun Guerin, who was below the position of consort, but when Ren Qiming had been in charge of the Kuanling Bureau, she had gotten 2 days in a row in 3 months. Before Yushu had entered the palace to see noble consort Shui, she had felt that there was something fishy about this. After noble consort Shui's guidance, she had learned that this Sun Guerin was actually a palace made in the Empress's Pepper Hall. If she continued to investigate, the Empress was middle-aged and had no children. Emperor Zhaoqing also had a preference for young beauties. This Sun Guerin's position was very interesting. When it came to Yushu, she also got 2 days for Sun Guerin. However, 1 day happened to be after noble consort Shu, on the 16th of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The night before, Emperor Zhaoqing had rested at concubine Shu's. The next day, he would see his lovely concubine. He would probably relax a little. The next day, he was in front of another young and beautiful concubine Zhao. Emperor Zhaoqing was already in his 40s. He was no longer as promiscuous as when he was young. If concubine Zhao got wet, there would be nothing for Sun Guerin to do the next day. No one could find anything wrong with this arrangement. Half was Sun Guerin's intention. Half was Zoff Imperial Consort Shui's intention. Know of this arrangement. Noble Consort Shui of Shui. I of and Khan of Shu Khan of Festival. Qing of the Palace of the Shu. Yushu Jin Khan of. Khan of Son of Qing of Ri. On the contrary, it caused Yushu to sneak up on her. It was unknown if she would regret it. Jingchen couldn't tell what Yushu had done to the August Book of Earth. After listening to her report, he said to her, "This involves the private affairs of a palace maid. As a man, I can't do anything about it. As a man, it's more convenient for you. You can draw up the Great Earth Register in the future, and give it to me to seal. Originally, I was the right commander." Yushu could tell that he wanted to be a hands-off boss. How could she not be happy? She raised the corner of her mouth and gave him a rare smile. "Okay." Jingchen looked at her smiling face. His thoughts drifted away. When he came back to his senses, she had already left. Yushu did not see Shui Rui's shadow for a few days. A few days ago, she was busy arranging the list of attendants, so she did not have the time to think too much about it. Once the business was finished, she thought about him. She went to Wangji Tower to look for him, but didn't find him. Instead, she heard 2 maids say something. The gentleman that the young lady brought a few days ago. I don't know how he found the feng shui pool you set on the balcony. He sneaked in once and we saw him. Yushu picked up Xian Lishan near the Xian mansion, and got the secret of Yinhua's relics out of him. Seeing that he had nowhere to go, she arranged for him to live in Wangji Tower. She had been busy for 7 or 8 days and had no time to take care of him. Xiaoqing and Xiaodai were dedicated to serving Yushu. When Yushu was not there, no one ordered them around. So they followed Yushu's instructions and changed the spring water of the geomancy pool, where the crystal stones were kept every day, and cleaned the dust. So they caught Xian Lishan immediately. But considering that he was Yushu's guest, they kindly asked him to leave. Unexpectedly, Xian Lishan was thick-skinned. He was discovered, but he didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he wandered on the top of the third floor every day. This made the two mates always be on guard against him. They couldn't sleep well at night and were miserable. After listening to their story, Yushu smiled happily. She found Xian Lishan's room, knocked on the door and went in. It was dinner time. Xian Lishan hadn't served the dishes yet. He was lying under the window with his legs crossed in a daze. A string of shiny crystal beads was hanging on his hand, shining under the light. It was the reward he got for helping Yushu make the Mujiang fan. When he saw Yushu coming in, he just twisted his neck and didn't get up. "Uncle Wu, are you used to living here? The food is good, and I can avoid disasters. I'm used to living here." Xian Lishan squinted at her. "What? Do you think I'm freeloading here? Do you want to kick me out?" Yushu was still wearing the blue kale official robe. She lifted the corner of her robe and sat opposite him. She smiled and said, "Freeloading is not a big deal. Wangji Tower has a lot of money, so we don't lack these meals. I treat Uncle Wu as a guest, but you don't treat yourself as an outsider." These words were so sarcastic that Xian Lishan touched his nose. "Did the two little girls tell on me?" Yushu looked serious. "Uncle Wu comes from the Yishui family. You know the rules of the Yishui better than me. Don't you know it's a taboo to pry into other people's secret?" Xian Lishan was a great master from a family of creators. She used the 8 gates life and death tactics of Taoist Qingzheng for the feng shui pool upstairs. Others couldn't understand it, but he might. "Look at what you're saying. How could it be so serious?" Xian Lishan sat up straight and said with an embarrassed expression, "I was just too curious and couldn't help but want to see it for myself. Not to mention anything else, even if I saw yours, I would only think about it myself and keep it to myself. I definitely wouldn't reveal your secrets." Yushu snorted. If she didn't believe in Xian Lishan's character, she wouldn't let him live here. Xian Lishan was not a villain who left home for his old friend who died 20 years ago. "Do you really want to see the feng shui pool where I raised the crystal?" Xian Lishan's eyes lit up when he heard that there was room for negotiation in her words. "Are you willing? It's not impossible. But the technique taught by my master is unique in the world. How can I easily share it with others?" Xian Lishan knew that she deliberately kept him guessing, and must have a request later. But when he thought of the mysterious feng shui place upstairs, he couldn't bear it. Curiosity got the upper hand. He said, "What do you want?" Chapter 603. The plot was about to enter the climax of the decryption. After the decryption, there would be a brand new situation. Shueda's background, Jing Chen's choice, Yushu's choice, Yunhuazi Zi Daoist Qingzheng, the father and son of the Xian family, the father and son of the Shui family, the grudges of the previous generation, and so on. Guizi had been sitting in front of the computer for the whole day. She had too many thoughts, and her brain had become hot-headed. She would update the chapter together tomorrow. She would first finish writing about the Aquatic Congress. Chapter 604. The third murder case in the Taisher Library was suppressed by the Supreme Court. Yushu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office the next day, and saw that everyone was talking about yesterday's water and land conference in the palace. It was as if Zhang Xueyuan's death was like a stone falling into the sea, unable to cause any ripples. Last night, Junior Supervisor Run gave the order to find several masters proficient in forecasting rain in every corner of the capital. When Yushu entered the meeting hall early in the morning, she saw several unfamiliar faces sitting there. They were not wearing official robes. Some were slightly reserved, and some were generous. Rin Qiming was sitting in the same position as yesterday. His clothes were wrinkled, and he looked tired. It seemed that he did not go back last night. When everyone was present, Rin Qiming briefly introduced the masters, and went straight to the point. According to the divination of these masters, it is very likely that there will be rain today. If it doesn't rain by noon, we will have to wait until the afternoon. Everyone looked happy. After a few words of discussion, they heard him suppress the voices of the crowd and continue. I have already asked for instructions from the great supervisor. Now I want to pick a candidate among you to try to pray for rain at the Water and Land Conference in the afternoon, in order to expose the Onmyoji scheme. Who is willing to recommend himself? This time, everyone was silent again. No one's heart was for nothing. It was not certain whether it would rain or not. The sky outside was clear and bright, and there was no sign of rain at all. At that time, if they prayed for rain, it would be a merit. If not, they would become the scapegoat. It was a small matter for them to lose face, but it represented the shame of the entire Great Peace sect. They would not be able to survive in the future. Like everyone else, Yushu pretended to be mute, but she was thinking about something else. Rin Qiming's face darkened. His gaze swept over their heads and fell on one person. He asked, Left Judge Xian, who do you think should be responsible for this? Xianya blinked and pretended to think for a moment. She asked, This Junior Supervisor, may I ask, did these masters calculate the exact time of rain today? Yesterday, when we saw the Onmyoji, it was raining on the spot. If we only know that it will rain but don't know the exact time, I'm afraid it will be self-defeating. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yushu looked at Xianya from the corner of her eyes, thinking that he really knows how to play the good guy. Ren Qiming didn't answer him. Instead, he turned to Jingchen on the other side and asked, What do you think? Jingchen saw that everyone was avoiding his gaze and said, Leave this matter to me. Rin Qiming didn't seem to be surprised by his answer. He sighed slightly and nodded, acquiescing. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking about it, it was indeed the most suitable thing for Jingchen to do. If he succeeded, then he succeeded. If he failed, then he had the emperor's protection and trust. Who could blame him? After settling this matter, there was still another headache. As for the talk about resurrection, Ren Qiming frowned and said, Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'm sure it's just a trick. It's nothing to be afraid of. After exposing the Onmyoji's trick last night, the officials were no longer suspicious and agreed with Ren Qiming's words. Someone asked, Does Sir know how they are going to perform the art of resurrection in front of everyone? Chao Zwilling, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said, Yesterday, after the meeting ended, someone from Swan Temple came and conveyed the Japanese envoy's request. They are asking for a condemned prisoner and a dog, but they didn't reveal the details. However, Junior Supervisor is right. Based on what he said about resurrection and supernatural beings, it can't be real. Everyone, keep your eyes open. If you see anything fishy, it's best to point it out on the spot. Don't be afraid. Hearing this, the group of people nodded in agreement. After the morning meeting, everyone went to make preparations, especially Jing Chen, who led the E-Masters who predicted Qingyu out. Before Yushu left, she was stopped by Ren Qiming. Female imperial official. After everyone left, only Yushu and Ren Qiming were left in the hall. Junior Supervisor, what did you call me for? I heard that someone died in Taisher Library yesterday. Did you and Daozi go to take a look? Ren Qiming asked. Yushu nodded hesitantly. Tell me in detail. Yushu wasn't sure if Ren Qiming knew about the secret of the Dawn disaster and the Lifebreaker, so she pretended not to know and said, The person who died was a female official of the Taiching department who was dismissed. She was the young lady of the Zhan family in Jiangxi Fengshui. It seems that she was strangled to death and then drowned in a well. I don't know who she offended before she died. Drowned in a well after death. Ren Qiming said to himself and asked her. Last night, the guard said that the constables of the Supreme Court came to ask Daozi for an inquiry. What's going on? Yushu then told him the clue of finding Jing Chen's lost academician's signature by the well. After hearing this, Ren Qiming frowned hard and said, There have been consecutive murders in Taisher Library, and most of them are related to Daozi. This matter isn't simple. You and Daozi are old acquaintances. As an official of the imperial court, you should be careful. In my opinion, You shouldn't go to the library before the murderer is caught. Yushu blinked her eyelids slightly, looked up at Ren Qiming, and nodded slowly. She was sure that Ren Qiming was also an insider. Otherwise, why would Ren Qiming suddenly care about her based on the grudge between them and the pain of losing his finger? You should also go and prepare. I'll take my leave. Yushu turned around and her gaze sank. Shui Rui's analysis last night was correct. The reason the emperor and the others cared about her life and death now was because Jing Chen's fate had yet to be resolved. But once the great calamity of calamities' fate was resolved, whether she lived or died wouldn't matter anymore. This couldn't work. She had to take action. She couldn't just rely on Shui Rui to find a way out for her. Walking out of the meeting hall, Yushu looked up at the clear sky and narrowed her eyes. First, she wanted to let them know that she wasn't just a tool in human form. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. The Celestial Commissioner led the E-Masters into the palace. The E-Masters who weren't in the palace didn't know that the Celestial Commissioner had already come up with a strategy. They only knew that they were humiliated by a foreign envoy yesterday. After a night, they saw the Donging envoy again in the palace. All of them looked at him coldly. There were a few plates of brightly colored fruits on the imperial table. It was obvious that they were foreign goods. The Emperor of Zhaoqing was playing with a yellow hard fruit in his hand. He looked down from above. Under his thick eyebrows were a pair of slightly sunken eyes. The beard on his lips covered the corners of his mouth, making it hard to tell whether he was in a good mood. He said to the envoys, "Originally, you should have seen the unique skill of the E-Masters in my dynasty today. But with the Donging on Myoji's resurrection skill, I don't want them to show off their slight skill in front of an expert." Then he looked around the hall. "I guess you are the same as me. You want to see the magic of resurrection." The imperial astronomer did not make a sound, and the civil and military officials did not stupidly flatter him. Everyone knew in their hearts that although the emperor wanted to see the trick of reviving the dead, he might not want to see the great and E-Master being defeated. Yushu looked at the Japanese envoy opposite her, who had a braid on his head, and saw him stand up and bow. "This minister will let Mr. Abe show your majesty the unique method of resurrection. When your majesty witnesses it, I hope that you will agree as promised. Our country will exchange 2 precious on Myojis for that uninhabited island." The Emperor of Zhaoqing smiled. "My words carry enormous weight." He put the hard fruit in his hand back on the plate and said, "I heard that you asked the Swan Temple for death row criminals and dogs to perform the resurrection skill. I asked them to prepare it." After that, he didn't care about everyone's expression and signaled for the eunuch to pass the message. Not long after, a guard came in with a wooden box and a cage. There was a dog in the cage. Its grayish-yellow fur was specially washed. Coming to an unfamiliar environment, it whimpered uneasily and spun around in the cage. As for the wooden box, they couldn't see what was inside. But from the words of the Emperor of Zhaoqing, everyone could guess what was inside. Whispers could be heard. Fortunately, there wasn't a single imperial censor in the hall today. Otherwise, they would jump out and criticize the emperor for his ridiculous behavior. A few civil officials frowned and secretly shook their heads. But seeing that the 2 prime ministers, Shui and Yin, didn't move, they didn't try to persuade the emperor. This death row criminal was found from the Ministry of Justice. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lord Li, naturally had to say something. According to Ambassador Yamada's request, this is the criminal who was hanged yesterday. I personally arranged it. No one else knows about it. Yushu looked at the middle-aged man who spoke, and remembered that her new residence on Baochang Street wasn't far from this Lord Li's residence. Yamada Jiro worriedly walked forward and opened the box to check. The guards didn't stop him since the emperor didn't say anything. When the box was opened, some people subconsciously turned their heads away, not looking. Yamada Jiro was very bold. Not only did he use his eyes, but he also reached out to feel the breath and heartbeat of the condemned criminal. "Kiko, come here." He called out to Abe Kiko, who was sitting on his seat in Japanese. Yushu saw the fair-skinned and delicate Donging youth leave his seat and walk forward. His small face was tense as he looked down at the box. His light-colored eyes looked a bit dull and unfocused. Yushu stared at the youth. She felt that his face was unnaturally pale. There were small patches of dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't rested well for a few days. She couldn't tell what was wrong with his every move, but there was a sense of incongruity. After Abe Kiko confirmed the corpse of the condemned criminal, Yamada-jiro announced to everyone, "Abe-sama told me that the soul of this condemned criminal hasn't left the human world yet. She will use a spell to summon the soul and bring the dead person back to life." Everyone was skeptical of such sensational words. Abe Kiko probably couldn't understand what the others were talking about. Through Yamada-jiro's translation, she asked for a tool from the guard, a pair of scissors. She cut off a strand of the hair of the dead corpse in the box. She took out a talisman that she had already drawn and wrapped it around the strand of hair. Then, she lit a white candle and placed it outside the cage of the dog. Then, she half knelt in front of the cage, held the paper bag in one hand, and softly chanted an incantation that was difficult for others to understand. The strange thing was that the dog in the cage, who was initially vigilant and uneasy, slowly calmed down. In the end, it obediently lay down with its head drooping on its front paws, as if it had fallen asleep. It didn't bark at all. Many people unconsciously became nervous when they saw this situation. Abe Kiko lit the paper bag with the hair of the condemned criminal on the candle flame, burned a handful of ashes, and gathered them in a plate. She bent down and gently blew at the dog in the cage. Phew! The next moment, the dog that had just fallen asleep stood up with a whoosh, as if its tail had been stepped on. It turned its head in horror and looked around, then lowered its head to look at its 4 dog legs. Suddenly, it let out a heart-wrenching scream. Woof! That panicked look was like a person who found out that he had turned into a dog, and he was scared to death. There was complete silence in the east and west seats. "What's your name?" The Donging young man's soft voice, and the Don language she spoke was actually more standard than the envoys of the other countries. But because the person she asked was a dog, people didn't have time to be surprised. "Woof woof. Don't be afraid, answer my question." Woof 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 woof. The man and the dog were surrounded by the crowd and chatted for a while. Dozens of eyes of the Celestial Commissioner stared at them, and it was unknown how many people remembered to look for flaws. Reporting to the Don Saint Emperor. After Abe Kiko communicated with the dog, he didn't ask Yamada-jiro to translate. Instead, he bowed his head and respectfully told Emperor Zhaoqing. This sinner who came back from the dead said that his surname was Sun and his name was Heir. He used to be a servant in a rich family, and because he killed his master's favorite concubine, he was sentenced to death. Emperor Zhaoqing turned his head expressionlessly and looked at the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Chapter 605. The words of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lord Li, revealed the identity of the condemned criminal, and also verified Abe's words. This condemned criminal had been arranged by the Ministry of Justice at the last minute. It was the first time those Wei Nation people had seen a corpse, so how could they recognize his name? Furthermore, they could accurately state the crimes the condemned criminal had committed when he was alive. It was simply unimaginable. There was only one explanation that made sense. The condemned criminal had come back to life in that dog's body. Witnessing this with their own eyes, looking at the restless dog in the cage, the atmosphere in the main hall instantly became strange. Many people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Emperor Zhaoqing's eyes moved back and forth between the cage and the Japanese youth. Suddenly he asked, "You can bring a dead person back to life in a dog's body. Can you also bring him back to life in a human's body?" Abe actually only knew some simple official language. When she heard the emperor's question, she turned her head to look at Yamada-jiro with hesitation. However, Yamada-jiro didn't translate for her. Instead, he answered Emperor Zhaoqing's question. "I can, but to bring a dead person back to life in a living person's body, that living person has to die first. Moreover, casting a spell on a living person isn't as easy as casting a spell on a dog's body. This is because animals don't have complete intelligence, so it's easier for them to accept a human soul. However, a living person has a complete soul. Unless you first turn him into an idiot, Then you can cast a spell in his sleep and change a dead person's body. After hearing his explanation, Emperor Zhaoqing's eyebrows rose up high. With a thought-provoking expression, he looked at the Japanese youth who could bring the dead back to life. Under her seat, Yushu's heartbeat was abnormal under her calm appearance. A dead person's soul coming back to life in a living person's body. Wasn't this kind of strange thing a true portrayal of her own experience? She didn't believe that a tuft of hair or a candle could summon a soul and bring a dead person back to life. However, when she looked at the peculiar Japanese youth, she recalled the gaze he had looked at her during the Water and Continent Conference yesterday. That uncomfortable feeling was as if someone had seen through her. Could it be that he could tell that the thing in her body wasn't the original? No, impossible. How could this be possible? Yushu quickly denies this idea and tells herself not to scare herself. There are many powerful people in Enling City. If someone can see that she is up to no good, he would have seen it long ago. Why would he wait until now? If that's the case, why can't you let the dead come back to life in your own body? Why must you occupy someone else's body? This question came from the Celestial Commissioner's side. The person who spoke was none other than Junior Supervisor Ren, who had been busy all night. Well, Yamada Jiro rolled his eyes. I've heard Abe-sama mention it before. In the eyes of a powerful onmyoji like her, there's something called ki in a living person's body. Once a person's body runs out of ki, they'll become a dead person. Their soul will leave their body. If they want to come back from the dead, they'll need to find a new body with ki. They can't use a body without ki anymore. Hearing this, Yushu held her chin thoughtfully and looked at the young onmyoji who kept his head down. Humph, what resurrection? In my opinion, this is clearly a trick used by the people of Jianghu. It's fine to use it to deceive people, but how can you take it seriously? The white-haired Duke Jingwa snorted coldly. He was an important minister of the previous emperor and had made great contributions. When the emperor first ascended the throne, he single-handedly suppressed a few rebellious ministers. Although he didn't have any military power, Emperor Zhaoqing had always been generous to him. If it was anyone else who dared to speak so casually in front of the emperor would have glared at them long ago. However, at this moment, Emperor Zhaoqing only looked at him with a smile and didn't say anything. Someone from the Celestial Commissioner's side immediately chimed in. Lord Duke Jingwa is right. This lowly official thinks that the so-called resurrection of the dead by this Japanese is more like a crooked method used by the devil to harm people. To think that they dared to use this method to deceive the emperor, they deserve to be punished. Xayanya had suffered a loss at the hands of this Japanese yesterday. How could she let go of the opportunity to ridicule him today? Moreover, Ren Qiming had already spoken in the morning. If she could find fault with him, she would. As soon as he spoke, the Celestial Commissioner's side became lively. They all pointed out one thing after another, and all of their words had the same meaning. It's fake. Everyone had been prepared before entering the palace. No matter how real this technique looks, we can't admit it. There's a saying that 3 people make a tiger. If one person didn't believe it, then so be it. But when a whole group of people put on a disapproving look, those who were shocked at the start started to doubt the authenticity of the technique. The Celestial Commissioner's voice was unanimous. Even the group of Ishur behind him didn't support the Japanese. The words, "I don't believe it," were written on their faces. Even Emperor Zhaoqing's eyes weren't as fiery as before. Looking at this scene, Yushu really wanted to laugh. What was this called? That's right, the home advantage. Emperor Dan is wise. Yamada Jiro probably didn't expect that these people would lie with their eyes open. He immediately showed an expression of being humiliated. With a red face and neck, he knelt down in front of Emperor Zhaoqing. With sincerity, I came to pay my respects to your majesty. These 2 onmyoji are precious to our country. They are comparable to tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. Yesterday, Lord Ida used magic to summon rain. Today, Lord Abe brought the dead back to life. Your majesty saw it with your own eyes. How can it be fake? I think some people are unwilling to admit that their skills are not as good as others. Today there are envoys from other countries here. Aren't some people afraid that people will say that the Ishur of Da'an is narrow-minded? In addition to Japan, there were also several small countries, such as Siam and Korea. They could understand Chinese and were indeed shocked by Abe's skill. At this time, although they didn't help the Japanese envoys, it could be seen from their faces that their thoughts were probably the same as the Japanese envoys. They thought that the Dan dynasty was going to take advantage of its power to bully others. Emperor Zhaoqing narrowed his eyes and looked at the Japanese envoys who knelt down in front of him. There was some coldness in his eyes. However, Yamada-jiro was so focused on achieving his goal that he didn't notice it. He just wanted to defend himself and said to the Celestial Commissioner indignantly, "You keep saying that our Onmyoji is a lie. Then please tell us clearly which part is a lie. If you can't tell us, please don't make slanderous accusations." Yushu had to praise this Japanese man for his good Chinese. He could even use such an appropriate idiom as slanderous accusations. Unexpectedly, the Directorate of Astrology was waiting for him to say this. Humph. This time, it was Chao Zwilling who snorted coldly. "Yesterday we didn't expose you because we wanted to show our leniency. Now you think that we, the Celestial Commissioner, have no one to help you?" Then he turned his head and said to Jingchen, "Thank you, Dozi Bai." Jingchen nodded. He was already prepared. He stood up calmly and bowed to the throne, ignoring Yamada-jiro's clamor. He said, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Emperor Zhaoqing was naturally amiable towards Jingchen. "Feel free to speak your mind. Yesterday, the Onmyoji from Japan performed the Onmyoji summoning wind and rain. It was amazing. However, there are some people in the Da and kingdom who can do this." Oh. Emperor Zhaoqing was interested. When did such a talent appear? Why didn't I know about it? Jingchen explained. Actually, it's not difficult. As long as one can accurately predict the weather of that day and make preparations in advance, anyone can summon the wind and rain. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you to try and verify its authenticity. When Emperor Zhaoqing heard this, he was a little disappointed. He really hoped that Da and had a master who could summon the wind and rain. When the time came, if there was a drought or water shortage, he could send someone there with a wave of his hand. Even disaster relief would not be needed. If there was such an extraordinary person, he could use an uninhabited island to return the disaster. Why not? When Yamada-jiro heard Jingchen's words, he was stunned for a moment. Panic flashed across his face, but he still bluffed and said, "It's easy for you to say. Then please summon a rain, and let us see if it's true." Jingchen looked out of the hall, and thought about the speculation of the Master in the morning. He couldn't help but turn back and look at Yushu, who was sitting below. However, he saw that she was holding a teacup and watching the show calmly, without any hint at all. However, Yamada-jiro misunderstood his action, and thought that he wanted to stall for time. He hurriedly said, "Don't you want to summon the rain? Let me make it clear first. Yesterday, Lord Xiangtian only used an incense stick of time to summon the rain. Don't think about fooling us. If it takes too long, even if it rains, it won't be summoned by you." After saying this, he put on an expression of asking for justice, and looked at Emperor Zhaoqing. Emperor Zhaoqing also hated this Donging envoy who was not sensible. He was probably very confident in his nephew. Without saying anything, he ordered the servant, "Go get an incense stick and light it." The people on the Celestial Commissioner's side who knew the truth more or less showed a worried look. However, there was no turning back. Jingchen didn't want to argue. He took a step, turned around, and walked out of the hall. His back was slender and his clothes fluttered in the wind. His back was imprinted in people's eyes. He was like an immortal returning with the wind. In an instant, it inexplicably gave more confidence and hope to the hundreds of officials present. Yushu, on the other hand, looked at Jingchen's back as he disappeared outside the palace gates and shook her head lightly. The Great Commissioner sitting in the chief seat turned his head and glanced at her lightly. No one noticed it. After Jingchen went out, everyone stared at the incense stick. Probably the officials of the Celestial Commissioner had never been as united as they were today. They all hoped that God would do them a favor and not doze off at this critical moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A low bell rang in the distance, echoing up and down the Fengqing Palace. It was just the hour of the evening, and the summer sun was setting in the west. The incense stick burned very quickly. It didn't seem to have been burned for a long time, and only the thickness of a thumb was left. However, it was still calm outside the hall, without any sign of a storm. Until the last bit of incense ashes scattered into furnace dust, there was no rain. The celestial commissioner was silent. Yamada-jiro's face was filled with joy, and he didn't hide his smirk. He then knelt down in front of Emperor Zhaoqing. Your Majesty, I wonder if the masters of the Holy Dynasty have anything else to say. Emperor Zhaoqing looked in the direction of the celestial commissioner expressionlessly. Only those who were familiar with the temperament of this emperor, who had been on the throne for more than a decade, knew that this was a sign of his anger. The great commissioner, who bore the brunt of the anger, stood up slowly and knelt down calmly. Your subject has failed in his duty. His kneeling was a big deal. The celestial commissioner and the officials all stood up and knelt down with him. Your subject has sinned. Yamada-jiro didn't know that he had angered the emperor. He was just proud that he had the upper hand. He asked Emperor Zhaoqing, Your Majesty, please honor our agreement. My country will exchange the island with 2 on Myogis. Chapter 606. It's just a light rain and you've become so powerful. It seems that if I don't show you the true power of summoning wind and rain, you will think that I, the Celestial Commissioner, have no one else. Yushu stepped out of the ranks with a cold voice, standing alone among the officials who were kneeling and apologizing for their crimes. It could be said that she was being watched by everyone. Emperor Zhaoqing's gaze passed through the rows of kneeling figures and landed on her. Looking at her official robes, he asked a question that Yushu already knew the answer to. Who is this? Your Majesty, I am the female official of the Celestial Commissioner's Kunling Bureau, Yushu. Yushu lowered her head as she replied. She thought, although the emperor has never seen her, he probably knows everything about her. Oh, you are the female fortune teller from the Great Yin examination? That's me. There was a small commotion below. Shui Lingnan, who was sitting on the throne, raised his eyes and swept his gaze across the seats opposite him. From what you said just now, could it be that you also know the art of summoning wind and rain? Emperor Zhaoqing's tone was clearly gentler than before, but he ignored the people who were kneeling. Yushu nodded and openly admitted, I know how to use it. Emperor Zhaoqing's eyes lit up. Yamada-jiro, who was rebuked, was startled. He had no idea where this woman in official robes came from. He hurriedly interrupted. Didn't the Celestial Commissioner say that my country's summoning wind and rain is a lie? Yushu glanced at him. Of course it is a lie, but what I do is authentic. How can we compare? Yamada-jiro said. I think you are boasting shamelessly. Didn't the official who went out just now say that he can predict the rain? Then why didn't it rain? I know that there is a saying in your don. Black cat, white cat. A good cat that can catch mice is a good cat. Your Don Master of Disguise can't even summon rain. How can he be compared to our Onmyoji? Faced with the opponent's argument, Yushu did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she smiled and said, There's another saying in Dun. Heaven has unpredictable storms, and man has his ups and downs. Based on your knowledge, you probably don't understand the profoundness of this sentence. Let me tell you in simple terms. The right Commander Darren's luck is not good today. He made a mistake in his divination. But it doesn't matter. He can't predict the wind and rain, but I can bring it for him. Then I would like to invite you to try your skills. If you can summon rain, then I will be convinced, Yamada-jiro said angrily, but in his heart, he was cursing these Dan people for being shameless. He didn't believe that these useless and pampered Great Peace Division masters had the ability to summon wind and rain. Emperor Zhaoqing could not bear to watch them bicker, and coughed once before asking Yushu, Is what you said true? Yushu's expression turned serious. She bowed and asked, Please give it a try. With Jing Chen's failure as an example, Emperor Zhaoqing did not dare to place too much hope on her. He was hesitating whether to let her give it a try, or simply take advantage of the situation, and use the uninhabited island to exchange for the 2 strange Onmyojis from Wei country, so that he would not embarrass himself later. At this time Titian spoke. This subject requests your majesty to allow official Yu to give it a try. This sentence made the decision for Emperor Zhaoqing. Alright, I will allow you to give it a try. Yushu lowered her head and smiled. She cupped her hands respectfully again. This subject needs one thing to summon wind and rain. Otherwise, it will not be successful. Your Majesty, please grant it. Emperor Zhaoqing was puzzled. What do you want? I need the order of the true dragon. Yushu raised her head to look at the emperor and said in a powerful voice. Even if this subject has the ability to summon wind and rain, how can a mere mortal willfully control the will of the heavens? It is difficult to control the will of the heavens. Without the order of the true dragon from the Emperor of Greaton, this subject would not dare to ask the will of the heavens for rain and good fortune. Her words were righteous and dignified. In the ears of others, it might sound like flattery, but in the ears of the Emperor of Zhaoqing, it seemed to be very useful. Sure enough, everyone secretly glanced at the Emperor's cloudy expression and thought that this new female official was young but had a way with words. The order of the true dragon? How do you want me to give it to you? Your Majesty, please write a flag with a brush and give it to this subject. Emperor Zhaoqing half believed and half agreed. He immediately ordered people to prepare and grinded ink and a brush. According to Yushu's request, he wrote a bright yellow flag for her. Yushu held the flag and did not wait for Yamada Jiro to say anything. She pointed at the incense burner and said, "Light the incense." The young eunuch who was on standby immediately lit a fire and lit the incense. Under the strange gazes of the crowd, Yushu walked out of the main hall with her head held high and went to summon the rain. When her figure disappeared from the door, Emperor Zhaoqing glanced at the people kneeling in front of the Celestial Commissioner and spoke, but only one person stood up. "Take a seat, Your Majesty." Zhu Muzhao stood up as if nothing had happened. He rolled up his sleeves and sat down again. The others knelt obediently and complained in their hearts. They sincerely hoped that Yushu was not boasting and quickly summoned the rain, so that they could be relieved. Yamada Jiro and Abe Bakue also returned to their seats. The box and cage were carried away. Emperor Zhaoqing was worried and sent a few more officials to keep an eye on them and report back at any time. When Yushu stepped out of the palace, she saw Jing Chen standing on the balcony not far away. He was alone and bathed in the dusk. His figure looked a little desolate. "Isn't the right commander going in?" Jing Chen turned to look at her. "I heard what you said in the hall just now." Should he thank her for helping him find a perfect excuse to avoid it? There are unpredictable storms in the sky, and people have their blessings and misfortunes. It could be assumed that she was his blessing, and he was her curse. "What did you hear?" Yushu walked forward and stood on the 12 jade steps. She looked at the towering bell tower in the distance. A lone bird flew diagonally. "I thought you wouldn't meddle in other people's business." He asked her yesterday and she clearly didn't want to care. Now she suddenly stood up. Was it because she wanted to draw a line between them and not be associated with him? Jing Chen's eyes darkened. Yushu saw it and didn't explain. She rejected Jing Chen's proposal yesterday and showed that she was unwilling to participate. On the one hand, she didn't want to be used by him and the Celestial Commissioner. On the other hand, she considered the possibility of going into battle herself. However, after receiving the tragic news of Zhang Shuiyuan's death, she made up her mind. This was an opportunity. She might as well take a gamble. As long as God gave her face, her reputation would definitely be like the sun at high noon. If God didn't open his eyes, she would bear the lid of a dead person's pot and fail the task. No one could blame her. At most, she would just make a fool of herself. For a person as thick-skinned as her, compared to losing her life, it was nothing to be afraid of being humiliated. When she woke up in Yiyang City, the previous world had become her homeland. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to survive. Along the way, there were many ups and downs, and how many hardships. To be able to reach this point, her life and death were no longer in the hands of others. "What are your chances?" Jing Chen asked. Yushu heard the footsteps behind her and knew that Emperor Zhaoqing had sent someone. Her eyes flashed and she said, "I have the true dragon token. I can go up to the heavens. What do you think of my chances?" Finishing, She took a step forward and took a deep breath. She raised the triangular flag in her hand and pointed it to the sky. She shouted with a loud voice, "The An's wise ruler is skilled in both literature and martial arts. The heavens will protect the common people. The land and water will listen to my orders. When the wind comes, the rain comes, the lightning flashes and the thunder roars. God, since you let me come to this world, that is giving me a chance to live. If I don't care about my life, I would be going against the heavens. If the heavens let me live, who can stop me?" She shouted these few words in a dignified manner, without a trace of the pretentiousness of a woman. The officials behind her looked at each other, and were about to whisper to each other when a sudden change occurred. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the ground and woke everyone's ears. Jing Chen's heart jumped, and he turned to look at Yushu. He saw that her eyes were like torches as she stared at the sky. There was an unknown emotion burning in her eyes that made people panic. When the wind comes, the rain comes, the lightning flashes and the thunder roars. The true dragon flag in Yushu's hand whistled through the air. It appeared to be completely random, but each wave was full of vigor. The flag with Emperor Zhaoqing's handwriting in her hand transformed into streaks of broken, bright yellow shadows. In the palace, the officials also heard the thunderous roar. Everyone was shocked. Emperor Zhaoqing's figure moved and almost rose from his throne. It's thunder!" Someone cried out in a low voice. Immediately after, there was an endless hum of whispers. Emperor Zhaoqing did not stop them. Instead, with a strange expression, he turned his head to look at the only celestial commissioner present, Zhu Muzhao. The commissioner met the emperor's slightly excited and inquiring gaze, and gently shook his head. Yesterday he had divined that today's water and land conference would not have a hasty conclusion. There would be the appearance of the Ziwei strange star, and the help of heaven. He didn't know where Yushu got the confidence to stand out at such a critical moment, and dare to use the emperor's name to order the heaven. Whether it was because she was proficient in divining celestial phenomena, or because of other reasons remained to be investigated. On the other hand, Yamada Jiro's expression was not so optimistic. He stared fixedly at the door of the palace with an expression of disbelief. At this moment, a bolt of lightning split open the sky with a crackling sound. The sky outside the palace darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The people near the door of the palace quickly felt a gust of cold wind blow in. Woo-woo! The incense in the stove burned halfway. Outside, lightning and thunder roared, and the east wind howled. Yushu's loud and clear voice traveled clearly into the palace, and encouraged people to become restless. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Yesterday, when the Wei people called for rain, there was no such commotion. Crackle! Boom! Another string of lightning and thunder roared. A figure suddenly appeared at the door of the palace. An official that Emperor Zhaoqing had sent earlier jogged in, and knelt in joy. "Your Majesty, it's raining." Emperor Zhaoqing's thick eyebrows rose. "Really? It's really raining. What a heavy downpour, it hurts." The entire palace was in an uproar. Emperor Zhaoqing couldn't sit still anymore. He stood up and left the dragon throne. He lifted his dragon robe excitedly and stepped down the jade steps. "Everyone, follow me to receive the rain." This rain had obeyed the command of the Son of Heaven. It was extraordinary. The eunuch in charge hurriedly followed the emperor and supported him from behind. All the officials stood up and followed. Even the foreign envoys followed in a hurry. The emperor and the officials walked majestically to the outside of the palace. Their eyes were filled with wind and rain and dark clouds. They only saw a tall figure standing in the rain. Her face and shoulders were wet. She put away the flag and turned around to reveal a spirited smile. Her face was wet. She held the flag with both hands and knelt in a loud voice. Chapter 607. There was a storm outside the palace, but the main hall was a scene of joy and harmony. Ignoring the words of the Donging people, Yushu's heavy rain could be said to have taken advantage of the right time, the right place and the right people. The right time was the face of God. The right place was the rare occasion of the Land and Water Conference. And the right people was the desire of Emperor Zhaoqing. With the true dragon command in hand, she could summon the wind and rain. First, she solved the dilemma of the celestial commissioner and saved the reputation of the Da and E master. Second, she suppressed the limelight of the Dong-ing on Myoji's resurrection. Third, she made the emperor so happy that he actually led the officials out to welcome the rain. Yushu's wise ruler entered Emperor Zhaoqing's heart. Since ancient times, what did emperors want in life? They only wanted peace and prosperity for future generations, and a wise ruler was not a self-proclaimed title. There was no stronger proof than the will of heaven. Today's Land and Water Conference, foreign countries paying tribute, the female celestial commissioner holding the emperor's command to summon the rain, and the blessing from heaven would definitely be recorded in the Duran historical records. Back in the hall, everyone returned to their positions. Emperor Zhaoqing's face was flushed with excitement. He pointed at Yushu and said to the officials, "This woman is an extraordinary person." Everyone praised her. Yushu knew that she had shown off her abilities, and it was impossible for her to be humble. However, there was an important point that still needed to be reviewed. Your Majesty is too kind with your praise. Your humble servant's ability to summon the wind and rain can only be used by a wise ruler. This is the will of heaven. She had done everything she could. As long as she could make the emperor happy, she would be able to reap both fame and fortune. Yushu started the conversation, and naturally a group of officials followed up, who didn't know how to sing praises and please the emperor. Even the foreign envoys expressed their allegiance again and again. Ha ha! Emperor Zhaoqing laughed heartily. In such a situation, among the celestial commissioner's side, someone looked at Yushu with a deeper meaning. Yushu didn't notice it at all. When Emperor Zhaoqing was happy enough, she turned the spearhead and pointed it at the Dongying people whose faces were stiff and unsociable. "Your Majesty, I have something to ask the Japanese envoy." Only then did Emperor Zhaoqing remember the annoying Wei Nation man. His smile faded a little, and he raised his hand to give her permission. Yushu pointed at the half-extinguished incense stick in the incense burner, and asked Yamada Jiro, "Yamada-sama, how does my rain compare to the Onmyoji's rain yesterday?" Many people laughed in a low voice. Wasn't it obvious? Yesterday's drizzle, compared to the lightning and thunder outside, was almost the same as the sky accidentally sneezing. There was a saying that people would die if they compared themselves to each other, and goods would be thrown if they compared themselves to each other. Yamada Jiro was infuriated. These Duan people were very cunning. They clearly had such a powerful person, but they hid it so well that he was completely unprepared. "This sir is very capable," he replied reluctantly. He glanced at Abe Kue, who was sitting beside him in a daze, and suddenly had an idea. "I wonder if you can summon the wind and rain. Do you also know how to bring the dead back to life?" Oh right, they also knew how to bring the dead back to life. These Duan people definitely didn't know how to do that. Unexpectedly, Yushu laughed. Before she could speak, someone behind her said loudly, "Yamada-sama, you of our celestial commissioner, although she can't bring the dead back to life, she can determine the life and death of people. Does your Onmyoji know how to do that?" The person who spoke was Exayanya, who had always disliked her. Determine the life and death of people? Yamada Jiro looked confused. Obviously he didn't know the realm of the Dain people. Yushu kindly told him, "I can't bring the dead back to life, but I can tell when a living person will die. Yamada-sama, do you need me to tell your fortune? Let's see how long you can live." Although she asked the last sentence with a smile, the way she stared at the other party didn't show that it was the case. Yamada Jiro nodded and shook his head. He could only try to be brave and said, "Even if you can predict the time of death, it can't be compared to bringing the dead back to life. Our Onmyoji are still better." Someone hissed, obviously dissatisfied. Someone said, "Your resurrection requires taking the life of a person. It's not the right way. If you don't take the life of a person, you'll be reborn as a dog. That's better than death." Seeing that Emperor Zhaoqing was in a good mood, Kong Qi, who didn't agree to the exchange of the Diaoyu Islands yesterday, stood up and said, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, the two Onmyoji from Japan are not good. Firstly, there are people with extraordinary talents, and secondly, Bringing the dead back to life is a sinister act. If news of it spreads among the people, it will cause them to panic. Let's drop the previous proposal of exchanging the islands. Everyone agreed. Yushu heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that this scholar wasn't useless. Emperor Zhaoqing wasn't stupid. Although bringing the dead back to life was magical, there was only one way to live. If he kept them, people would criticize him sooner or later. So he hesitated for a moment and said to Yamada Jiro, Ardoin has many capable people. They don't lose to your Onmyoji. I don't want them. What he meant was, I have a better one. I don't want you, this inferior one. Yamada Jiro was so angry that his mouth was almost crooked. His plan was ruined. How was he going to explain when he returned? Your Majesty, a monarch doesn't go back on his words. In a moment of desperation, he couldn't care too much. He knelt down and said, Your Majesty promised yesterday that after seeing the resurrection technique, you will give the small island to the small country. Are you going back on your words now? Emperor Zhaoqing's face suddenly turned cold. Yushu's eyes flashed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a clear voice from outside the hall. Your Majesty naturally doesn't go back on his words. But your resurrection must be real. Everyone in the hall turned their heads. Yushu turned around and saw a person wearing a dark green robe and a square hat. He strode in. It was second young Master Zhu. Zhu Muzhao looked at his only son who arrived in time. A smile appeared on his calm face. This subject has offended you. Your Majesty, please punish me. Zhu Qingjue went forward and knelt. As he lowered his head, he stared at Yushu strangely. Emperor Zhaoqing raised his eyebrows. He glanced at De Dian. He didn't blame Zhu Qingjue for barging in. He raised his hand and signaled him to stand up to speak. Zhu Erlang, why aren't you on duty at the Imperial Hospital at this time? Why did you come to Fengqing Palace? From Emperor Zhaoqing's tone, it was obvious that they were close. Zhu Qingjue stood up and stood beside Yushu. He said, This subject has something to report. Permission granted. Zhu Qingjue immediately took out 2 items from his sleeve pocket. One was a white candle, and the other was a paper bag. These 2 items were used by the Onmyoji from Dongying. They were used to resurrect the dead. As everyone knows, this subject is the direct disciple of the King of Medicine from Southern Miao. I'm good at identifying poisons. After my examination, I discovered that the white candle contains the oil of the 5 poisonous insects. The ash of the talisman paper is mixed with the demonic fragrance grass. When roasted with fire, the smoke will cause hallucinations. The former can make people faint while the latter can make people mad. It's also effective on dogs and other animals. It turned out that after the box containing the dead prisoner and the cage used to lock the dogs were carried away, the candle and the ash of the talisman paper were taken away and sent to Zhu Qingjue. Yushu narrowed her eyes in thought. She turned to look at the Chief Celestial Commissioner. Seeing the calm expression on De Dian's face, she knew that it was his meticulous arrangement. She couldn't help but admire his foresight. So resurrecting the dead is fake. Deceiving the emperor is the real thing. Zhu Qingjue said coldly. Being exposed on the spot, Yamada Jiro immediately panicked. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Emperor Zhaoqing's expression. He could only bluff and shout at Zhu Qingjue. Don't slander me. I'm the envoy from Dongying. I'm here to congratulate the Da, an emperor. How would I have the guts to deceive the emperor? Summoning the wind and rain is real. Resurrecting the dead is also real. You're framing me. You're being wrongly accused. Zhu Qingjue couldn't be bothered to argue. He directly opened the bag of ash and threw it at him. Yamada Jiro was caught off guard. He inhaled the air through his nose and sneezed violently. The next moment, everyone saw his face quickly turn red. His whole body trembled twice, and as if he was possessed, he spun around on the spot, shouting and screaming. His manic appearance reminded people of the dog in the cage that had fallen for the trick. The fair-skinned and delicate Dongying youth looked at this scene in a daze. Facts spoke louder than words. How dare you? Emperor Zhaoqing was furious. A mere envoy dared to play with him, the Dan Emperor, like a monkey. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. Otherwise, he would have become the biggest joke in the world. When the emperor was angry, the few people from Dong Ying's side were so scared that their faces turned pale. They all knelt down. Only Abe Biki seemed to be haunted by a ghost and didn't move. Guards, take them all away and put them in prison. Then send people to the post house to arrest their accomplices. As soon as he finished speaking, the imperial guards rushed in from outside the door and swiftly dragged the group of people out of the hall. The envoys from the other countries felt a chill down their spines. Now it was quiet. However, things weren't over yet. Duke Jing was also a person who couldn't hold back his anger. He immediately scolded the Dong nation for being disrespectful and harboring evil intentions. He proposed to send troops to suppress them. This proposal was supported by a few people, but there were also voices of opposition. I think that we should first investigate the whole matter. Who ordered the Dongying envoys to do what they did and why they coveted the fishing islands? Then we can decide whether to send troops or not. This was the first time in 2 days that Yushu heard Shui Rui's grandfather, the right Prime Minister Shui Lingnan, express his opinion. I agree. The kind-looking Prime Minister Yin also spoke up. After the two sides persuaded, Emperor Zhaoqing calmed down. He immediately ordered the Supreme Court to interrogate them. The Ministry of Justice and Swan Temple would assist in the investigation, and Shui Lingnan was appointed to supervise. After dealing with the group of Dongying people, Emperor Zhaoqing looked back at the two young people who were still standing in the hall. Hearing the sound of rain outside, he felt a little better and drank some tea. He said, "The Celestial Commissioner is meritorious for summoning the rain, and the Court of Imperial Physicians is meritorious for exposing the matter. How do you think I should reward them?" Although he was asking everyone, his eyes only glanced at 3 people: Zhu Muzhao, Prime Minister Yin, and Right Prime Minister Shui. The 3 people looked at each other. To avoid arousing suspicion, Zhu Muzhao naturally didn't say anything. Shui Lingnan also didn't say anything. Finally, Yin Tianho stood up and said, "Deputy Physician Song of the Court of Imperial Physicians is about to retire. Imperial Physician Zhu is young and promising and can be promoted. As for the Celestial Commissioner, the miracle of summoning the rain and wind will be known by the people in the future. She should also be promoted, but she has just been appointed as the Imperial Physician of the Kunling Bureau and is still inexperienced. Why don't Your Majesty bestow a title on her as a reward, and let it be passed on?" Some people were shocked. Although they knew that Yushu was going to make a fortune today, they didn't think that the emperor would bestow a title on her. According to tradition, only third-class nobility and above in the Da and dynasty would have a title. She, a 5th-rank female official, actually received a title. Wasn't this equivalent to giving face to a 3rd-rank official? What's more, along with a title, there were some hidden privileges. For example, walking in front of the emperor, not kneeling to the nobles, riding the sedan chair at the Meridian Gate, etc. Everyone was envious and secretly jealous. Only Yushu didn't understand. When she heard Prime Minister Yin's suggestion, she felt that she was at a disadvantage. She thought that Zhu Er had been promoted and made a fortune. Why was it that she was given a title? Emperor Zhaoqing considered for a moment, and felt that this idea wasn't bad. He looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, "How about this? Zhu Erlang will be promoted by 1 rank and become the Deputy Physician of the Court of Imperial Physicians. You will also be rewarded with half a year's salary. Imperial Physician Yu, I will personally bestow a title on you. You will be..." That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.